What if Betrayal left Issei broken?
Until new allies arrived from worlds beyond?
Avengers assemble across the multiverse.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei joined the Avengers with other anime characters after Betrayal movie. Before we start, please go support Luis Darth 4236 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Issei is a male. Several boys and girls suffered a cruel betrayal by those they considered friends, family and partners, but after leaving their former homes, they realize that they can join a team of heroes to protect the Earth from all threats that want to conquer or destroy it, and they will be known as the Avengers, the most powerful heroes on the planet. Chapter 1: The Beginning. Kuoh City. We are with a brown-haired boy whose name was Issei Hyoudou. It had been weeks since he met his clone named Jason, where he got engaged to the girls he loved so much. But there was something strange since a long time ago the girls began to move away, but not all of them, at least Rias does not move away from him. She also noticed how everyone moved away from Issei. Now we see Issei being alone in the living room of his house. He had an empty look, but at that moment his beloved Rias would enter. Rias. Issei, why are you like this, worried? Issei. It's nothing, just because girls don't talk to me, sad. Rias. I don't know either, it would be. Issei. Rias, at least you didn't leave me alone like them, smiling slightly. Rias. I wouldn't do it, smiling. They both kiss and Issei hugged Rias by the hip while the girl hugged Issei by the neck, so the kiss deepens. After a few minutes they separated due to lack of air. But at that moment Issei receives a call from Sirzechs saying that they had to come to the underworld. Issei and Rias went, but they had a bad feeling. In the underworld. Issei and Rias arrived at the underworld, but upon entering the meeting room were the leaders of the factions of the demons, angels, fallen angels, Nordic, Yokai, Egyptian, Olympus and Hindu. But all the girls were there, but they looked at Issei with arrogance and disgust. But there was a boy that Issei had never seen, but before Issei could say anything, he was pierced by Kiba and Zenobia. Issei. What are you doing? Spitting blood. Sirzechs. Issei, you are no longer useful to the factions, and that is why we will take away your sacred gear and your powers, arrogant. At that Issei feels a lot of pain since they were taking away his pawn pieces, and at that Scarlet, Femme Great Red, and Office approach, and both take away his dragon powers. Office. I already have what belongs to me, arrogant. Scarlet. You no longer have my power, arrogant. Then they take away the boosted gear and a girl comes out. It was Stella, the Red Dragon Empress. Stella. I was finally fed up with you, you damn pervert, arrogant. Issei was dying, but at that moment Rias stands in front of Issei. Rias. Why did they do that to Issei? Annoyed. Sirzechs. Rias, you will no longer be engaged to that dirty pervert. Now you will be with your new fiancé named Ryu, seriously. Rias. No, I'm not going to be with that bastard, annoyed. Akeno. Don't talk to Ryu-kun like that, annoyed. Zenobia. He will give me strong children, arrogant. Hiroka. He will give me kittens, arrogant. Sona. Now you are not my friend anymore, Rias, arrogant. That and all of Issei's now exes were saying things about Ryu, and some goddesses noticed him. Rias. Shut up, you're nothing but a girls and you're prostitutes, annoyed. Venelana was going to slap Rias, but she stopped him and charged him with the power of destruction, sending him flying. Rias. You're not my damn mother anymore, annoyed. Sirzechs. Rias, what's wrong with you? Either accept your new fiancé or give up on the Gremory clan, annoyed. Rias. I resign from the Gremory clan. I don't want to be a Gremory anymore, annoyed. In that they attack Rias, but she dodges their attacks, but in a moment of carelessness, they cast a spell on her. Rias tries to use her powers, but realizes she no longer has them. Sirzechs. You no longer have the power of destruction, arrogant. In that they attack them and leave the estuaries wounded, but not before leaving it sterile. Sirzechs. Now you are no longer welcome in the underworld, arrogant. Azazel. Not in Grigory either, arrogant. Michael. Not in heaven either, arrogant. Odin. Not in Asgard either, arrogant. Isaka. Not in Kyoto either, arrogant. Anubis. Not in Egypt either, arrogant. Zeus. Not in Olympus or in Greece, arrogant. Indra. Not in India either, arrogant. But then the Hyoudou appear and then they say to Issei. Boru. You're not a perverted Hyoudou anymore, arrogant. Mickey. Now Ryu is our new son, arrogant. Issei. You're not my brother anymore, arrogant. Nanami. Ryu is our new brother, arrogant. In that, the leaders and Issei's exes attack Rias and Issei, but at the last second, Rias makes a magic circle to escape. She may no longer have the power of destruction, but she can still use magic circles. She appears at the Hyoudou residence, but in that she uses a phoenix tear to heal her wounds, but she was still sterile, and gives some phoenix tears to Issei, but saw that he no longer had a heart since it was torn out and he only has a few minutes to live. Then she went to grab something that Issei was working on. She saw that it served as a heart and at that moment she runs and places the device on Issei, making him no longer die. Issei. I can't believe what they did to us, so much I did for them and they pay me back like this, sad. Rias. Issei, let's leave Japan, it's not safe here and they'll be here soon. We have to go now. It would be. Issei. You're right, serious. And that Issei and Rias packed their things and left the Hyoudou residence and went to the airport to leave Japan. They board a plane bound for the United States. After a few hours they arrived in the United States, more specifically in the city of Los Angeles, but they wanted to go to New York and that's how Issei bought a car since he emptied Sirzechs' account without him realizing it and it turns out he also had millions in American dollars. Issei and Rias went on a trip to New York. They traveled through many places, but after a few days Issei arrived in New York City. Issei saw that the city was very big and he bought a mansion. He and Rias went to a civil registry where Issei is now called Issei Stark and Rias is called Rias Romanov since she heard of that last name. Then Issei bought a building to form a company called Stark Industries. Issei made many things in the company and hired people to work in the company. One day while Issei was working, he came up with the idea of creating an armor to fight the bad guys. He makes his own armor and his arc reactor adapts to become stronger. After a few hours Issei created a red and gold armor. Issei tested it and was able to launch attacks with his hands and chest since his arc reactor can launch powerful attacks. But not only that, the armor has propellants on the feet, giving it the ability to fly. The armor was bulletproof, fireproof, explosion-proof, basically everything it could withstand since Issei made it indestructible, it could be disassembled but not broken. Rias trained hand-to-hand combat to become much stronger and she now wears a somewhat tight suit. Issei with his new identity is called Iron Man and Rias called herself Black Widow since she was a professional assassin after a training regimen. If you made her angry you are dead. This is just the beginning of a new adventure. Who will be the next to become the Avengers? What will happen? See it in the next chapter. Chapter 2. Super Soldier and God of Thunder. We are located in a residence where we see a boy with brown hair and glasses. This was Naoto Hachioji. He was alone since his parents died in a car accident. He had an angry face as he was cruelly humiliated by his ex-girlfriend and ex-friends. Naoto was a boy who loved art because he made beautiful paintings, but he met Nagatoro and her friends, but they always made fun of him. After many events, Nagatoro became Naoto's girlfriend, but that joy didn't last long. First, Nagatoro was somewhat toxic with the girls who approached Naoto. But that was not the only thing, since one day a boy named Fred came to school, who was someone athletic, and Nagatoro began to notice him. But not only that, her friends also went with Fred and one day Naoto went to the academy, but he played a heavy joke on her and Nagatoro broke up with him and not only that, she was also unfaithful to Fred. Naoto fell into a depression because of this, but he returned home and took a long bath to remove the paint. It was somewhat complicated, but he managed to do it. Returning to the present. Naoto finished packing, but at that moment there's a knock on the door and Naoto opens it but receives a hug from Sona. Sona. Naoto, I'm sorry for everything you went through, but I already beat up that bitch Nagatoro, it would be. Naoto didn't say anything, but at that moment Sona kisses Naoto on the lips. This makes him blush a lot, but he accepts the girl's kiss. Sona. I love you Naoto-kun, I don't like seeing you like this, sad. Naoto. To tell you the truth, I love you too, thanks for making me feel better, but where is Hana, curious. Then Hana would arrive, who was worried about Naoto. She also gave Naoto a kiss where he understood that both girls did not want him to go away. Naoto. Girls, I'm leaving the country for the United States, but girls, don't cry because I have the solution, smiling. And that he shows 3 tickets where both understand that Naoto is inviting them. Naoto. If you want to go with me, that's fine, I understand, seriously. Hana-sana. We accept, decided. So Naoto heads to the airport with Hana and Sona and so the 3 of them left the old Hachioji residence. They went to the airport where they boarded a plane and left Japan. They arrived in the United States in a few hours but took another flight to New York. They arrived in New York where Naoto managed to rent an apartment. He joins the army while Hana and Sona work in a fancy restaurant. Naoto was one of the best soldiers and in a short time he became a commander. 5 years would pass, but one day Naoto was seriously injured on a mission and to save him, they took him to a laboratory. It turns out the army was working on a super soldier project and a scientist invented a perfect serum that he called the super soldier serum. They put Hyoudou in a capsule where they inject him with the serum where his wounds heal quickly and his muscle mass increases. Hyoudou was in better condition, and when the project ended Hyoudou was already bulletproof and had increased strength and better speed. He runs faster than an Olympic sprinter. Hyoudou. Wow, this is amazing, I feel strong now, what will I do? Curious. General. You are now a captain, and since the project was a success, we will give you this, handing over a shield. Hyoudou. Wait, what is it made of? It looks like metal. Confused. General. It is made of an indestructible material known as vibranium. Serious. Hyoudou. I see, then I'll call myself Captain America, smiling. General. It's okay, and by the way, your suit is at home. Seriously. The general left, and at that moment Hyoudou went to his home where Hana and Sona hugged him tightly since they thought he had died. Hyoudou. Calm down, girls, I'm fine, but I'm going to make it up to you, smiling. They both nod and went for a walk and then to eat at a restaurant. After that they returned to the house, and that was where Hyoudou put on the suit they made for him. Hyoudou felt different, and that's when he was known as Captain America. He helped in missions so that there were not many casualties, and he was one of the best. Until Hyoudou left the army and is still Captain America, but he does missions for S.H.I.E.L.D. Elsewhere. We see how in a field some rays appear and a dark-haired boy wearing armor appears. I did what I could, that's okay. His name was Hidehito Tadano, who is known as the God of Thunder, and in his hand, he carries a weapon that looks like a golden hammer. The hammer was the powerful Mjolnir, one of the most powerful weapons, but he was worthy of carrying it. Hidehito was once an average person, he didn't excel in many things, he only excelled in a few things. When he was in high school, his first love interest, Kawairami, rejected him, breaking his heart because he didn't deserve the rejection. You already know that Hidehito won't be arrogant in my fix. After that, a few years would pass, and he entered Iton High School where he met Shako Komi, a girl with communication problems. Shako had the dream of having 100 friends, and Hidehito met many people, and with the passage of time Hidehito and Shako became boyfriend and girlfriend. But one day a boy named Ricardo came to school who was popular, but Shako noticed him and started to distance herself from Hidehito. One day when Hidehito was returning from school, he found the corpse of a woman and he ran away because he knew that if they saw him, they would believe that he was responsible for killing her. The next day Hidehito was hanging out with his mother and sister. Suddenly the police appeared and arrested Hidehito because they believed he killed the woman he found. Hidehito was taken to trial where all his friends, well not all of them, turned against Hidehito and showed proof that Hidehito killed that woman because she didn't want to have sex with him. So Hidehito was sentenced to life imprisonment and they were going to take him away, but Shako slapped him and told him that they were done. Hidehito was sent to prison where he had a terrible time. He didn't eat well, he had no one to support him inside the prison. Only those who knew he wasn't a murderer are living their lives. One day while he was working hard he saw something fall and saw a strange hammer. He grabs him but he feels a lot of power and at that moment he decides to escape and that's how after avoiding many things he manages to escape from prison. Hidehito after escaping is teleported to a realm called Asgard where he meets Thor, the leader of Asgard. Thor and Hidehito become friends, but Hidehito tells him everything where the leader of Asgard felt very sorry for him but saw a lot of potential in him. Thor trained him to be the successor to the God of Thunder where Hidehito became an Asgardian thanks to a ritual and was able to learn many things and his muscle mass increased. Hidehito after a long period of training finally finished his training and was named God of Thunder. Hidehito now had to protect humanity, but Thor told him that he would take care of Asgard, but that he would always be welcome. Returning to the present. Hidehito was in New York now, he was unrecognizable, and then he went for a walk. After taking the walk he decides to return to Asgard since he lived there. Now 2 future Avengers have appeared, but there are still more to come, see what will happen in the next chapter. Chapter 3. Ant-Man, Wasp, and Hawkeye. We are located with a boy with blue hair and brown eyes. His name is Shido Itsuka who was depressed because his loved ones except Miku were distancing themselves. Shido met many girls, but they were spirits since Shido joined an organization whose captain was his younger sister Katori, who is a spirit too. But Shido discovered that he did have a biological sister whose name is Takumi Yamana. Now we see Shido being depressed, but at that moment his beloved Miku appears. Miku? Oh darling, don't be like that, I'm already here, worried. Shido. Thank you Miku-chan for not abandoning me, a little sad. Miku? That's what I'm here for, smiling. But at that moment Katori, Toka, Origami, Yoshino, Yuzuru, Kagaya, Natsumi and Kurumi appear, but they were accompanied by a boy that Shido Mo knew. Shido. Girls, what's up, confused. But at that moment the girls attack Shido and Miku, seeing that, gets quite angry and attacks them. Miku? What damn you think you're doing? Annoyed. Katori. It's not obvious to get rid of trash, annoyed. Miku? What are you talking about, annoyed. Origami. Isn't it obvious we're already fed up with Shido's trash, annoyed. Natsumi. We're already him, annoyed. Katori. And now we present to you our new boyfriend. His name is Jack. He is better than that piece of trash, Shido. Annoyed. Jack. Come on baby, leave that loser and come with me, arrogant. But Miku would charge energy in her hand and punch him, sending him far away. Katori. You are no longer my trash brother and you Miku, I want you and that trash out of my house and the city, annoyed. But Katori gets a good slap from Miku and the others also got a good slap. Miku. They are damn prostitutes, so don't come saying that you want to get back with my darling, annoyed. So Miku would take Shido to where Mana is, who is not involved in the betrayal, and told him everything, but not before curing Shido with a pill that heals wounds. Mana was angry with Katori and the others, and so they left the country to never see Katori and Shido's other exes again. They went to New York thanks to a teleportation device invented by Mana, and they got a house thanks to Miku since she was famous and had millions of yen or American dollars. Having his new house, Shido began to work on something new. Over time, he invented a belt that is capable of enlarging and shrinking a person. Shido also invented a suit with which he can shrink and talk to ants. He invented a name and called himself Ant-Man. This one also invented a suit for Miku, but with a wasp theme. Miku could do the same thing as Shido with her new suit, enlarge or shrink, and she called herself Wasp. Both worked together to catch criminals, so they became quite well-known heroes, obviously without revealing their identities. Elsewhere. We see a boy with brown hair and green eyes. His name was Basara Barton, formerly Taoju, but now his last name is Barton. In front of Basara was his beloved Mionaru and Chisato Hasegawa. The three of them lived in New York since they left Japan because they were both betrayed. Basara used to have a harem, but they abandoned him, well not all of them, but the girls he loved abandoned him. It turns out that after many adventures a boy named Jeff arrived who was someone who had more power than Basara, and that was how his loved ones abandoned him, but so did his family, and they took away his surname Taoju, but not only that they also took away his hero powers. Mio didn't abandon him, and some allies didn't either, but Basara left him dying, but thanks to Chisato, he survived since she wasn't involved. The three of them went to New York where they started a new life, but Basara began to practice archery where he was a master, and realized that there are many dangers. Basara built a bow with an indestructible material and made his own arrows, some were explosive, but he also made some that can burn and freeze, but also some that release a gas that would leave many enemies unconscious. This one made a dark suit with purple parts. The hood and mask are so that he is not recognized and it looks like a Mortal Kombat style. This one called himself Hawkeye where he was very agile as if he were a ninja. This was seen by some but the criminals who saw it felt very terrified. Now other heroes made their appearance, but they don't know that the Avengers are soon going to form. What will happen, see it in the next chapter. Chapter 4. Avenger Protocol. Previously we saw who became Ant-Man, Wasp and who became Hawkeye, but there is still time for the Avengers to be formed. But they don't know that the Avengers are going to be formed soon, since they don't know that there is going to be an invasion. Present. We are at the SHIELD base where we see Director Nick Fury. Nick. I see that nothing has been happening, well, we mustn't let our guard down, seriously. At that moment a beautiful woman would enter, it was Maria Hill, Nick's right-hand woman. Maria Hill. Maria Hill. Mr. Fury, I have news for you, seriously. Nick. Which ones, seriously? Maria Hill. We found out who invented the super soldier serum, serious. Nick. Who invented the super soldier serum, seriously? Maria Hill shows him a white-haired boy on her tablet. Nick. Who is that kid? Curious. Maria Hill. His name is Lincoln, but he is the smartest on the planet and was able to invent the super soldier serum, would be. Nick. How was someone so young able to invent something so advanced? Seriously. Maria Hill. That's right, but now we have him in the infirmary, it would be. Nick. What happened to him? Serious and curious. Maria Hill. You better watch this, shows her tablet. On the tablet. You can see some videos where Lincoln was treated like a punching bag because of his sisters and that they, along with their parents, made the albino suffer. But not only that, the Loud family also blamed Lincoln for causing a fight when his sisters fought. But not only that, his athlete sister also blamed him for bad luck and the suffering worsened where his whole family mistreated him, well only his sister Lily did nothing to him. Maria Hill. We currently arrested the Louds for what they did to that child. They are paying the consequences, but now I am taking care of the albino while he rests, it would be. Nick. I see Maria, when she wakes up we'll ask her what happened, seriously. Maria Hill nods and returns to the room, so no one hurts Lincoln. Later. The albino wakes up and sees that he was in a room, but sees Maria Hill. Maria Hill. Good morning, smiling. Lincoln. Hello, where am I? Curious. Maria Hill. You're in S.H.I.E.L.D., but it's true that you invented the super soldier serum, serious and curious. Lincoln. That's why, curious. Maria Hill. Lincoln, we already know who you are, but look why your family mistreated you, what did you do to them? Serious and curious. Lincoln knew he shouldn't lie at all since he was in a government agency. Lincoln tells Maria Hill everything about what the Louds did to him, but Lily, being a baby, wasn't involved. First, Lincoln's sisters Laurie and Leanie bought the same dress, causing many fights and almost nothing he could do. After Lynn, his other sister, blamed him for bad luck for losing a stupid game and his entire family, except Lily and some others, turned against him. But before they made him suffer this invention, the super soldier serum, and not only that, but he had an accident with gamma rays due to an experiment that went wrong. So that you don't get confused with the other story, everything will be different here. Lincoln. That's what happened to me. I don't know what I did to deserve my family hating me, with his eyes lowered. Maria Hill was shocked by this, even though she is a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent she would not go to such extremes. Maria Hill approaches Lincoln and gives him a hug to calm him down. Maria Hill. Calm down, those monsters have already been caught and they won't hurt you again, kind voice. Lincoln calms down and hugs Maria Hill, and after that Nick Fury would enter. Lincoln would tell him the same thing he told Maria Hill, where the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was shocked by that. Nick. I'm sorry for everything that happened to you, but what will happen to you now? Even though you're one of the smartest people in the world, you're still a minor, seriously. Lincoln didn't know what to do, but while he'll be in S.H.I.E.L.D. Tory Stark. Issei was sitting at his desk looking at his future projects to see what he could achieve, but then the news came on, showing what Lincoln had suffered because of the loudspeakers. Issei. How horrible, the albino didn't deserve this, seriously. Rias. Issei que pasa, curious. Issei shows Rias what was happening on the news, and she covers her mouth to stifle a scream. Rias. They made that child suffer so much, horrified. Issei. That family are heartless monsters, seriously. Rias. If he didn't deserve this, it would be. Issei. Now what will happen to him, seriously? The couple was talking, but now they know that there are beings worse than the factions. Base to S.H.I.E.L.D. We see Nick talking to Maria Hill where she made a decision. Maria Hill. I'm going to take care of him, would be. Nick, are you sure about this, Maria, seriously? Maria Hill. That's right, Director Fury. I fell in love with him, I always wanted a child, but I haven't had any luck since many men are afraid of me, that's why I haven't found a partner. But I didn't come here to talk about my love problems, but I'm going to take care of him no matter what, I would. Nick. I can't argue with you, Maria, but I hope you take good care of him. Maybe he's super smart, but he's still a kid, seriously. Maria Hill. Thank you for understanding, smiling slightly. At that moment, Maria Hill went to take Lincoln to her new home. She would now be responsible for him. Maria Hill lived in a penthouse with her new son. She would give him the mother's love that was taken from the albino. Maria Hill. You'll be living here with me, my little one, smiling. Lincoln gives Maria Hill a big hug and she accepts the hug, and so Lincoln settles into his new home. In space. We see how a ship approached the Earth where there were some extraterrestrial beings. These alien monsters were the Chitauri, and they went to Earth to turn it into their new planet, but first they had to exterminate the humans. Base to S.H.I.E.L.D. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were watching everything, but at that moment alarms were heard. Nick runs to see what was happening, but then his satellite saw that the invasion was approaching. Nick. This is not good, seriously. And that they see how the ships were about to arrive, but there was still time. Nick. It can't be, it's the Chitauri who are doing this, seriously. Don't worry, Loki will appear later in another invasion. Agent. Director Fury, what do we do, seriously? Nick. From what I saw, the Chitauri don't mess around, but this is bad, the army won't be able to beat them, seriously. Agent. Does that mean, seriously? Nick. Let him start the Avenger protocol because I know this battle won't be easy, seriously. But what they don't know is that the Chitauri have something planned. This is just the beginning. Now the Avenger protocol will be carried out, see it in the next chapter. Chapter 5. The Avengers are formed. Previously, Maria Hill, a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, adopted Lincoln, a child who is super intelligent and was able to create the super soldier serum. But there is bad news that the Chitauri, a shape-shifting alien race, is coming to invade Earth to exterminate humans and take over their planet. Present. S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Nick was looking at who would be candidates to be the Avengers since the Chitauri will arrive in a few days. Nick. Avenger protocol will be carried out as an alien invasion is approaching Earth, seriously. Maria Hill. Who will form the group, serious and curious? Nick. I already know who, seriously. Maria Hill. Who, curious? Nick. I already have the list and you'll see who they will be, seriously. So they continued working to prepare to carry out the Avenger protocol. In a field. We see Hyoudou dressed as Captain America training his skills, while Hana and Sona prepared food that was roasted meat. Hyoudou. Since I became Captain America my life has improved, smiling. This one had another suit that they gave him that had the following design. Hyoudou. Now comes the cool part, smiling. In this he runs and uses his skills to train harder and not be weak. He continued with his training until he stopped to rest. He takes off his mask and then he goes to eat with his loved ones. Sona. You like Hyoudou, curious. Hyoudou. It's delicious, girls, you cook wonderfully, smiling. Hana. Thank you, smiling. Hyoudou. I love you girls, you are better than those annoying Nagatoro and her friends, smiling. They both blush and each give Hyoudou a kiss. But at that moment loud noises are heard and a helicopter appears. Nick Fury would get off the helicopter with some SHIELD agents. Nick. Hyoudou Hachioji, serious. Hyoudou. Yes it's me, I did something wrong, serious and curious. Nick. No, but we need your help, seriously. Hyoudou. Why, curious. Nick. It's important that we talk about it, seriously. Hyoudou. I see it's something serious, well I'll go but wait a moment, seriously. Hyoudou told Hana and Sona that he would return later. They understood and that's how Hyoudou got on the helicopter. Nick. As you know, Captain, the Earth is in danger, seriously. Hyoudou. Danger because, serious. Nick. The Chitauri are an alien race, but they come to Earth to exterminate humans and take over the planet Earth, seriously. Hyoudou. That's bad news, seriously. Nick. That's right, but that's what the Avenger protocol is being formed for, seriously. Hyoudou. Avenger protocol, serious. Nick. The most powerful people on the planet are being recruited to form the Avengers, seriously. Hyoudou. I see and he wants me to join, curious. Nick. That's right, you were part of the Super Soldier project and now we need you, seriously. Hyoudou. It's okay since I don't want anyone innocent to die because of those aliens, serious. Nick. That's how you say it, welcome to the Avengers, seriously. So they both shake hands to close the drink. Now the Avengers are forming, but there is still more to come to form the group. Hill residence. We see Lincoln eating his lunch with Maria Hill, both of them eating a plate of spaghetti and meatballs courtesy of Lincoln. Lincoln. Did you like the food, Mom? Curious. Maria Hill. Yes, my boy, and why did you do it when I could do it, curious. Lincoln. It's because you work a lot and I wanted to make it up to you, smiling. Maria Hill. Thank you, smiling. Lincoln. By the way, Mom, I want to show you something, smiling. Maria Hill. What is, curious. Lincoln. You'll see, smiling. They continued eating until they finished eating and Lincoln washed the dishes and then they both left and Lincoln told his mother to go to an address. She arrived at a place that seemed abandoned but then Lincoln pressed a button on a remote control he had and a door opened where they both entered and arrived at a laboratory. Lincoln. It's my laboratory, here I make my inventions without anyone bothering me and by the way, look what I've been working on, smiling. And that Lincoln guides her through the place until reaching a part where there was a large tarp covering something. Maria Hill. What's there, curious. Lincoln removed the tarp and Maria was shocked at what she was seeing. Lincoln. It's a time machine, I built it myself. Well, I bought a Ford GT and made improvements to it until it became a time machine, smiling. Maria Hill. It looks like a time machine version of Back to the Future, surprised. Lincoln. I based it on the Back to the Future saga, it's my favorite saga since I like the DeLorean and the good plot, smiling. Maria Hill. Are you sure it works? Curious. Lincoln. Yes, because I tried really hard to make it work, smiling. Maria was surprised that Lincoln was able to build a time machine. Stark Tower. We see Issei working with his wife Rias since they both got married a year before, but Issei was working on making a formula so that Rias can be fertile again. Issei. Rias-chan, how were the sales today, curious. Rias. Well Issei-kun, we've made great progress, smiling. Issei. I see, then there was no problem, smiling. Rias. That's right, smiling. Issei. Okay I hope no one from the factions invades the place, seriously. At that moment an alarm was heard and Issei went to see and saw that a helicopter was approaching and Nick Fury was about to get off. Nick. Issei Stark or rather Iron Man and Rias Romanoff alias Black Widow, I need to talk to you, seriously. Issei. Wait, you're Nick Fury, I've heard about S.H.I.E.L.D., but if you're here it must be something important, seriously. Nick. That's right, we should talk, seriously. Issei. Come in, feel at home, smiling. At that point Nick would come in to talk to Issei and Rias. Nick would tell them about the danger of the Chitauri that is coming and that the Avenger protocol is being formed to prevent the Chitauri from getting away with it. Nick. That's what I came for, the Earth needs them. If we don't do something, the Chitauri will wipe out the humans, seriously. Issei. If I hear it wrong, I understand, then I will join to form the Avengers, seriously. Rias. If my Issei joins, so will I since I don't want innocent humans to die, it would be. Nick. I'm glad you accepted to be the hope of humanity. It was a pleasure talking to you, seriously. Nick leaves in his helicopter to recruit those who would become the Avengers. In Asgard. Hyoudou saw everything that was happening on Earth through a crystal sphere. He didn't know what to do. Thor approached to talk to him a little to motivate him. Thor. Hyoudou, I know you want to go. Look, it doesn't matter if you live in Asgard or not. You were born and raised on Earth. Smiling. Hyoudou. Thank you, teacher, for everything you did for me, smiling. Thor. I know you miss your mother and sister and some people who believed in your innocence, go to Earth, smiling. Hyoudou. I won't let you down, smiling. So Hyoudou uses magic to leave Asgard to go to Earth. Hyoudou arrived in New York and went to S.H.I.E.L.D. where he introduced himself as the new god of thunder, but to make them believe him, he does a trick to prove that he is telling the truth. So Hyoudou joins the Avengers to protect the Earth from the Chitauri invasion. Nick went for Shido and Miku who were Ant-Man and Wasp, and they agreed to join as long as the Chitauri don't kill anyone. He also did the same with Basara who agreed to join the Avengers. Nick. Now the Avengers are officially formed, but I hope everything goes well, seriously. But then the group sees Lincoln accompanied by Maria Hill. Issei. Hey, what's a kid doing here? Curious. Nick. It's a long story, but he created the super soldier serum, seriously. Hyoudou. Wait, that kid created the super soldier serum, how is that possible? Surprised. Shido. It makes no sense if he is not an adult, surprised. Now it's time for the betrayed to meet face to face. What will happen next? See it in the next chapter. Chapter 6. Chitauri Invasion, Part 1. Previously, Nick Fury went to recruit those who would be the Avengers to protect the planet from the impending Chitauri invasion. So little by little the Avengers group was formed until they already had quite powerful members. Present. We are with the Avengers who still had doubts as a child was able to do something as incredible as the super soldier serum. Hyoudou. Since when are you smart, curious? Lincoln. It's a long story, seriously. Issei. I still can't believe that a minor was capable of so much, surprised. Basara. Hey buddy, do you like science? Curious. Lincoln. That's why I was able to invent the super soldier serum, seriously. Nick. You can get to know each other better. Well, Maria and I should talk, seriously. Maria Hill nods and so they both went somewhere else to talk. Hyoudou. Como te convertiste en hero Issei Stark, curious. Issei. Well, since we are a team, I must tell you, seriously. So Issei tells them his story of everything he lived since he was killed by his first girlfriend until his betrayal, where many turned their backs on him and took away his dragon powers. Everyone was shocked by what they heard. Rias. I was also betrayed, I will tell you my story, it would be. In that, Rias tells her story of how she used to be part of the Gremory clan and how she was engaged to Razor Phoenix, how she met Issei, everything they lived through until the betrayal, and how she rejected the bastard with whom they replaced Issei, and how she and Issei were tortured. Rias. Since that day my name is Black Widow and I am with my Issei, it would be. Hyoudou. They are ungrateful pigs, seriously. Hyoudou. You did so much for those people and this is how they repaid you. They are sons of bitches, annoyed. Hyoudou. Language, serious. Hyoudou. Sorry. Issei. That's my story and Rias, seriously. Hyoudou. I guess I'm coming, seriously. And that Hyoudou tells his story where he met Nagatoro and her friends and how he became Nagatoro's boyfriend and how in the end she abandoned him and humiliated him along with her friends. Also how he became Captain America thanks to the super soldier serum. Hyoudou. That's what happened now I don't care about that airhead of Nagatoro and his piglets, it would be. Hyoudou, how bad seriously? Basara. That's horrible, seriously. Shido. They are worse than trash, seriously. Miku. They went too far with those bad jokes, it would be. Issei. That Nagatoro is nothing more than a sack of dung, seriously. Hyoudou. Now it's my turn, seriously. And that Hyoudou tells how he was an average person and how he was rejected by his first love interest and how he entered Iton High School and how he met Shako Komi, a girl who can't talk much due to a communication problem, and how he became her friend and helped her fulfill her dream of having 100 friends and how he was accused of killing a woman and how he was sent to jail until he managed to escape thanks to Mjolnir and how he became the new god of thunder. Hyoudou. That's what happened. They accused me of something I didn't do and they locked me up in jail. How did I escape? Seriously. Issei. Wow, Ricardo sure did that and then blamed you, seriously. Hyoudou. It's the most logical thing, seriously. Asara. That girl is ungrateful, she went with that idiot without knowing that he is the culprit of everything, seriously. Hyoudou. Well, it's time to tell my story, seriously. So Hyoudou tells his story of how he helped Katori with the spirits and how he had a harem that in the end they abandoned him, but only Miku did not abandon him and how he became Ant-Man. Miku would tell her story of how she used to hate men until she met Hyoudou and how she was betrayed for rejecting the spirit's new boyfriend and how she became a wasp. Hyoudou. Luckily my biological sister didn't abandon me, but neither did my dear Miku, smiling. Miku. I'll never leave you Hyoudou, smiling. Asara. Now it's my turn, seriously. Based on that, he tells his story of how he was from the village of heroes until they exiled him and how he met Mio and the others until he was betrayed and how Mio and Chisato did not abandon him and how he became Hawkeye. Asara. That's how I became Hawkeye, seriously. Issei. Wow, so you were a hero, but you got expelled because you didn't control a power, seriously. Asara. That's right, seriously. Lincoln. Well, I think it's my turn, seriously. And that he would tell his story of how he lived with 10 sisters, surprising the group that the albino has many sisters, and how he suffered due to a fight protocol, and how the athlete sister blamed him for bad luck. Lincoln. Only my little sister Lily didn't abandon me, seriously. They were angry. Lincoln did a lot for his sisters, and this is how they repaid him. Issei. They are ungrateful pigs, seriously. Asara. They are daughters of, he is interrupted. Naoto. Language, serious. Asara. I'm sorry. Miku. Those trashy sisters deserve a worse punishment, it would be. Lincoln. I'm also smarter than that four-eyed Lisa, since I was able to make a perfect serum without any side effects, smiling. Naoto. It's true since the super soldier serum is great, thank you my friend, smiling. Lincoln. It's okay, smiling. That's when Nick Fury would come in to talk to the group. Nick. For now, you should be prepared for what's coming, seriously. At that the group nods to begin a training session. Lincoln went out for a moment to go to the station and he pressed a button and then a car came by. Lincoln gets in the car and then it accelerates to go for a ride. The Avengers began to train hard to prevent the Chitauri from getting their way. In space. The Chitauri are preparing to invade Earth and exterminate humans. Several ships were approaching the planet's atmosphere. The Chitauri don't know what awaits them when they invade Earth. On Earth. Issei and the others were training to stop the Chitauri and they know that they should not underestimate them since they do not know if they are hiding something. Issei. Friends, I hope we avoid the threat, serious. Rias. Of course we will, Issei, smiling. Naoto. I know that but we mustn't give up, seriously. Hidehito. He's right, seriously. Hyoudou. But you know not to underestimate these aliens, seriously. Miku. Darling is right, we don't know what they can do, seriously. Asara. Never underestimate the enemy, seriously. Issei. They are right, seriously. Naoto. If we don't defend the Earth together, we will avenge it, seriously. So the group began to put together a plan to avoid the threat of the Chitauri. Han Lincoln. This one was in his car on the way to his workshop where he modified cars to make improvements. He left the Ferrari car and went to look for another one and got an Oldsmobile Delta 88. He went for a walk to clear his mind. Lincoln remembered his gamma ray accident that was caused by Lewin. He didn't forget that he absorbed a lot of gamma radiation. In this he feels a presence in the city's Central Park. He stops in a parking lot and goes to see where the energy is coming from. The albino walked for a while to see what he found, but at that moment he came across a woman with reddish hair, she was wearing leather clothing. Lincoln. Wait, who are you, seriously? My name is Roberta, would be. I thank my friend ROBX302 for lending me Roberta, a character he invented. Lincoln. From what I see you are a dragon, aren't you, seriously? Roberta. How do you know that? Surprised. Lincoln. I suffered a gamma radiation accident and gained some abilities, but now I can detect presences, seriously. Roberta. I see, well, what's your name? Curious. Lincoln. Lincoln Banner, that's my name, seriously. Roberta. I can't hide anything from you since you know I'm not human, it would be. In that Roberta tells Lincoln how she was the daughter of Gran Roja, but she saw her as someone weak and gave her up for adoption and how she grew and trained and was more powerful than a Mau. Roberta. That's my story, it would be. Lincoln. Wow, that's a brutal origin story, surprised. Roberta. Well, now what are you going to do? Curious. Lincoln. Getting to know you better, smiling. Roberta. I don't deny that it's cute. In that, both went to get to know each other better, but the albino doesn't know that he won a beautiful girl. 4 days later. In New York City everything was going normally, people were going to work or walking among other things. But at that moment they see the Chitauri ships appear in the sky and they began to shoot at the city. Citizens began to run for their lives as they were under attack. The soldiers appear ready to fire. Tanks also appear to try to shoot down the ships. The army began to shoot, but they could not do anything against the ships, and then the ships fired lasers that destroyed the tanks, and the soldiers slowly began to fall, since they could not against such an alien threat. Planes appear, but it was also the same result. Base to shield. Nick was watching everything that was happening on the news. Nick. Call the Avengers now, seriously. Maria does so and thus contacts the Avengers to warn them of what was happening. In the city. Several Chitauri exit the ships and fire lasers that disintegrate everything they touch. The Chitauri were killing the soldiers with their lasers, but at that moment the Chitauri were shot with a laser. The causer was Issei alias Iron Man with his armor on. When they wear their costumes they will be called by their hero identities, but in Hidehito's case, it will still be called the same. Iron Man. They won't get away with it, seriously. The Natsum received some shots, it was you with your Black Widow costume. Black Widow. Take that, insect faces, it would be. The Natsum received blows from a shield courtesy of Naoto alias Captain America. Captain America. Take that, horrible monsters, seriously. Other Chitauri who were attacking but received powerful attacks courtesy of Hidehito. Hidehito. Prepare yourselves because you are not going to conquer the land, seriously. Hidehito had the Mjolnir in his hand which was charged. The Natsum Chitauri are crushed by giant fists, the person responsible was Shido alias Ant-Man or Giant Man as well. Ant-Man. That squashed like worms, seriously. The Natsum tried to crush something flying, but when they shoot the Chitauri they are disintegrated since they shot each other. The cause was Miku alias Wasp. Wasp. Watch out aliens, this wasp has a stinger, mockingly. The Natsum Chitauri received an explosive arrow, the cause was Basara alias Hawkeye. Hawkeye. Oh, it hurt them, mockingly. At that point more Chitauri appear, but the Avengers gather together. Iron Man. Chitaurus, their invasion will not take place. Now, say hello to the Avengers, seriously. People from their hiding places saw the heroes and began to have hope. Captain America. Avengers assembly, raising his shield. So the Avengers launched themselves against the Chitauri to stop the invasion. Now the first battle of the Avengers has begun against the threat of the Chitauri. What will happen? See it in the next chapter. Chapter 7. Chitauri Invasion, Part 2. Previously the Chitauri arrived on Earth beginning their invasion to exterminate humans, but they did not expect the Avengers to appear who will be the ones to stop the invasion. Present. We are with the Avengers who were fighting the Chitauri. Iron Man launched attacks from his hands, hurting the Chitauri. Imagine you are the Chitauri. Iron Man. Eat that, you fools, seriously. And that Iron Man finished off several of the Chitauri to end the threat. But they weren't the only ones, we see Rias fighting against them, but she was more agile than the Chitauri, and she would take out a weapon courtesy of Issei that turns into a bracelet so she can go unnoticed. The Ria weapon can use lasers to quickly finish off an enemy. Rias. Oh, let's see if you like this, mockingly. And that she continues shooting at the Chitauri, some of whom dodged the shots, but those who didn't were quickly killed. Another of the Chitauri was chopped in half with a shield. The person responsible was that he had his shield in his hand. Captain America. They deserve punishment for everything they did, seriously. Captain America attacked several of the Chitauri with his shield. But some Chitauri received electrical attacks causing them to burn until nothing was left. The person responsible was Hidehito, who had his hammer charged and launched attacks to defeat the Chitauri. Hidehito. Oh, that hurt them, mockingly. He continued using his different abilities to finish off the Chitauri. In that, several Chitauri ships were crushed like cans courtesy of Ant-Man who became giant, while Wasp distracted them so Ant-Man could crush the ships. Ant-Man. You didn't see that coming, did you? Mockingly. Wasp. Take that, fools, mockingly. They continued attacking the Chitauri, but at that moment more ships came, there were too many of them, but they could defeat them. Base to shield. Nick was watching everything from the screens as the result of the battle was. Nick. I hope they can beat the Chitauri, seriously. That was what everyone thought and they hoped that the Avengers could stop the threat. Han Lincoln. He was in the lab working on an experimental serum that he designed himself. This would take a sample using a syringe. This one takes one and puts it in his pocket while the others were just in case things get worse. Roberta would enter that, but she sees Lincoln worried. Roberta. What's up Lincoln, curious. Lincoln. I don't know if they can fight those aliens, since many of them come at the same time, worried. Roberta. What can you do since I didn't see that you have anything other than your intelligence, it would be. Lincoln. If I have it, they don't need other soldiers, not if they have Hulk, seriously. Roberta. Hulk, confused. At that Lincoln runs to a part of the laboratory where there was a large capsule. This one puts the serum that he invented in a part of the capsule, and then this one gets into the capsule and activates it. Roberta. Lincoln, what are you doing, worried? Lincoln. What should I do to help them, seriously? At that point he started to get angry and Lincoln shouted at that. This made Roberta worry, but what she saw left her in shock. Lincoln's muscles began to grow, and he began to grow in size, and his clothes began to tear, and his skin began to turn green. Lincoln's screams changed to those of a beast, and then he gave a powerful scream. Roberta touches the capsule, and then a green hand hits the glass, breaking it. Roberta saw that Lincoln's clothes were destroyed except for his pants, which were more or less undamaged. I like the Hulk from the 2008 movie because that Hulk is more intimidating, and his fight against Abomination is incredible. The green being comes out and takes Roberta. Hulk. It worked, you see, Roberta, it worked, smiling. Roberta. Lincoln, it's really you, worried. Hulk. Yes, everything is going to be okay, that's why I invented this serum. What happened to me is a long story, seriously. Then that Hulk sees how the Chitauri appear from the base. They shoot their laser at him, but it didn't affect Hulk in the slightest. Hulk. Oh, that hurts, mockingly. At that Hulk lets out a powerful scream that makes the Chitauri retreat a little. Hulk runs to hit the Chitauri with his fists, hurting them. Roberta saw this because she didn't expect Lincoln to become like that when he gets angry. But the Avengers. They continued fighting against the Chitauri, but more ships approached and at that moment they heard Hulk scream. Iron Man. What is that? Seriously. Captain America. I don't know, but whatever made that scream, I hope it's on our side, seriously. On Hulk. He kicks several Chitauri and then when they run towards the Hulk, he hits his hands releasing a blast of air and in that he takes Roberta and they leave the base to another place. Hulk. I have to go. Roberta protects the others, seriously. At that point the Chitauri try to enter, but Hulk jumps on top of them crushing them. Roberta went to help stop the Chitauri invasion. Hulk came out and then he jumped. The Avengers were surprised who the green being was. Hyoudou. Who are you? Looking at Hulk. Then that Hulk launches himself against a Chitauri ship to destroy it and crush the aliens. Then Roberta would arrive to help in the invasion. Roberta. That's Lincoln who's fighting, it would be. Iron Man. But how is it possible that he is that green being, seriously? Roberta. He suffered an accident with gamma rays, it would be. Captain America. We still have to take care of these aliens, seriously. And that they continued fighting against the Chitauri. On Hulk. Hulk was massacring all the Chitauri he found and then he gives another blow with his hands, throwing bursts of air. Hulk. Hulk smashes, grinding his knuckles. And that Hulk continues fighting against the Chitauri and destroys several of the Chitauri ships. Hulk continued like that, but then he saw several citizens running away from the Chitauri. Hulk. Eat fists, annoyed. Then that Hulk went to attack the aliens to protect the citizens and in that Hulk runs until he sees how a structure was going to fall on a girl. The girl closed her eyes and then Hulk pulls her out of the way to save her. The girl's mother sees Hulk with her daughter and then the green being releases the girl who runs into her mother's arms. Meanwhile the Avengers began to gain advantage against the Chitauri ship so little by little only a few ships remained. And that they destroyed 3 more ships and only 2 remained that were bigger. Hulk jumps and then he stops one, causing it to crash into the other ship and so both ships fall and explode upon reaching the ground. Hulk destroyed the remaining ships. Captain America. Lincoln, you did it, smiling. But then Hulk puts on a serious look, the effect of the serum had ended and he attacks Cap and pushes him. The others didn't know what was happening and then Hulk attacked the others, beating them up. Roberta feels trouble and went to see and saw Lincoln attacking the others. Roberta. This is bad, worried. Then she runs to try to calm Hulk down before he hurt someone innocent. Hulk continued attacking everyone, but then Hyoudou throws the hammer at him and he falls to the ground. Hulk tries to grab Mjolnir, but he could barely lift it, it seemed like it was heavier than Hulk himself. But to everyone's surprise, Hulk was able to keep it in the air until he returned it to Hyoudou, hitting him in the face. There were times when Hulk lifted Mjolnir like in the comics or animated movies. Ant-Man and the Wasp tried to calm Hulk down, but they couldn't do much. Before anyone was seriously injured, Roberta appeared. Roberta. Lincoln, please calm down, it's all over, they are not enemies, they are your friends, please react, you are not a monster, sad. Hulk heard this and then he grabbed his head and screamed, but at that moment he began to shrink and his skin returned to normal and that's how Hulk became Lincoln again. Lincoln was lying on the ground unconscious with his pants torn like when he was transformed. Roberta. I hope they don't arrest him, worried. Later. Lincoln was lying on a stretcher since he hadn't woken up yet. Issei. I can't blame him, he's a kid trying to control a monster, seriously. Hyoudou. It's not his fault, seriously. Hyoudou. Hey, at least the war is over, seriously. Shido. Yes, seriously. Basara. I hope S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't arrest him, seriously. Rias and Miku had serious faces as they looked at the room where Lincoln was since he was not a monster, but he could not control it for a long time. Nick appears in front of the group. Nick. The invasion is over thanks to Avengers, smiling slightly. Issei. You're welcome Nick, smiling. Nick. Now I have to give the report, but now the Avengers are officially the protectors of the world, seriously. So Nick leaves the place to give the report. The news reported the battle and how the Avengers saved Earth from the Chitauri, now they are the protectors of Earth. Now it is known that the Avengers defeated the Chitauri and they do not know that other future threats are near. What will happen? See it in the next chapter. Chapter 8. The Arrival of Loki, Part 1. The Avengers managed to save the Earth from the Chitauri invasion and managed to prevent the Chitauri from taking over the Earth. But the others were shocked that Lincoln has powers since he proved capable of turning into an extremely powerful being. Present. 2 months have passed since the Avengers defeated the Chitauri and they helped restore the city in a short time and the citizens see the Avengers as their heroes for saving them from the Chitauri. Now the Avengers were the protectors of the country and the world as they face great threats, but some also fight crime. Avengers Base. We are at the Avengers Base which was a gift from the government for saving the Earth from the invasion. The Avengers were gathered watching a movie since they have faced organizations like Hydra, AIM, etc. Issei. This base is great, smiling. Hyoudou. Yes, we can live here, smiling. Hyoudou. Yes, but now it has a great enlargement, smiling. Basara. At least our partners live with us, smiling. Shido. That's right, since it's not just a base but our home, seriously. The boys talked about trivial things, but the only one who is not at the base is Lincoln, since he lives with his mother Maria Hill. As for the women, well, they were in some hot springs that were at the base. That's right, there are hot springs at this base because it's for relaxing, whether from stress, training, or after saving lives. In a S.H.I.E.L.D. laboratory. The organization's scientists were conducting an experiment with a strange blue cube. This was called the Tesseract, which was capable of opening portals, but at that moment something went wrong and the Tesseract launched a beam of energy. The energy beam opens a portal from which a subject with a scepter emerges. It was none other than Loki who would see the Tesseract and then Nick Fury calls his agents to try to stop him, but it was no use since with his scepter, he was able to control their minds. At that moment, Loki approaches and takes the Tesseract for his evil plan. Loki. This will be useful to me, mockingly. At that point, Loki opens a portal to leave the place and thus put his plan into action. Nick. This is bad if the Tesseract falls into the wrong hands it is a deadly weapon call the Avengers, seriously. The agents nod and went to call the Avengers to warn them about the danger of Loki. Avengers Base. The Avengers were playing cards, more specifically poker, where Basara eventually won the game. Basara. Haha in their faces, taking everything. Issei. I'll be lucky next time, seriously. But at that moment you hear someone calling on the communicator and then Issei runs and presses the button on a large computer and then you see a video call from Nick. Issei. Nick Fury, how are you, what's going on, curious. Nick. Avengers the Earth is in danger, seriously. The others, upon hearing this, went to see what was happening. Basara. Director Fury, what's going on and what's happening with the Earth being in danger? Seriously. Hyoudou. Yes, since he said that the Earth is in danger, seriously. Nick. Avengers. The Tesseract was stolen, seriously. This shocked the heroes since they know what the Tesseract is. Issei. Who did it, serious. Nick. It was done by a guy in a golden suit with horns, seriously. Hyoudou. Loki he did it, serious. Issei. Wait Loki, if he is locked up in the Nordic faction, seriously. Hyoudou. No, that fake Loki, the real Loki is more dangerous. I fought him when I was in Asgard, which is far away in a part of the universe, seriously. Nick. I see you know Loki Hyoudou, seriously. Hyoudou. Yes, it's a long story, but let's not waste time since knowing Loki, he'll use the Tesseract to bring some aliens, seriously. Nick. Our agents report that Loki is now in Germany, seriously. Issei. Understood, let's go there, seriously. At that point the call ends where the Avengers, well Issei along with Hyoudou and Hyoudou, went to Germany to stop Loki. Now it is known that there is another threat and the Avengers will take charge. What will happen? See it in the next chapter. Chapter 9. The Arrival of Loki, Part 2. Previously the Avengers received the report that a being called Loki had arrived and stole the Tesseract, but Hyoudou knew who Loki was since he fought against him in the past. But they received the report that Loki is in Germany and the Avengers went to stop him so he doesn't cause problems. Present. Germany. We are in a city where we see Loki raising his scepter, thus controlling people to bow before him. Loki. I like that, bow down to me and nothing will happen to you, mockingly. But at that moment the Avengers appear who are ready to fight against the god of lies. Hyoudou, Loki because you're here in the first place and because you stole the Tesseract seriously. Loki. Well, I see that my little brother sent you to stop me. I'm afraid to tell you that you're not going to stop me, mockingly. Then that he asks people to attack them and they do it, but the Avengers would not hurt people and would simply leave them unconscious. At that moment, Hyoudou appears in front of Loki and Loki hits him and sends him flying. Loki, angry, launches himself at Hyoudou, but Hyoudou fights Loki and accidentally hits him in the stomach. Loki. Good hit, I see Thor taught you well, seriously. At that moment, Loki tries to control Hyoudou with his scepter, but Loki receives a blow to the neck that leaves him unconscious. The causer was Hyoudou who knocked out Loki with one blow and took the scepter and Tesseract and thus freed people from Loki's control. Base to shield. We see Lincoln playing a board game as he tries not to get angry and it was the game of clues. Lincoln. Well, the game is fun, playing the game. Maria was watching Lincoln while he was accompanied by Nick. Nick. I see he's afraid of getting angry, I don't blame him since he's afraid of hurting someone innocent, seriously. Maria Hill. Nick was thanks to him that we won against the Chitauri, but despite everything he is a child, worried. Nick. But he is one of the brightest minds, I still remember what he invented for me, seriously. Maria Hill. What did she invent for you, curious? Nick. I'll tell you, seriously. Flashback. We are at an airfield owned by Lincoln and he had called Nick Fury. Nick. Lincoln, why did you call me? Curious. Lincoln. I have a gift for you, Director Fury, smiling. Then you press a button where a Lamborghini comes out. Ignore the people. Lincoln. I know you'll say it's a Lamborghini, but go inside and press an airplane button, smiling. Nick does it and then he presses the airplane mode button in the car and then the car changes gears. The tires go in, but the car started to float. Lincoln. It's a car that can fly and the flight is to avoid traffic and another thing is that I made it indestructible, it can be disassembled but not destroyed or broken, smiling. Nick. Wow, thank you very much, young man. You are definitely a great help. I don't understand why those monsters treated you that way. Seriously. End of flashback. Nick. That car was very useful to me, but at least I understood that that child was special, seriously. Maria Hill then receives a call from the Avengers informing them that they have captured Loki. Maria. Sir, they already have Loki, now they're going to bring him in for interrogation, seriously. Nick. I see, prepare the interrogation room, seriously. So Maria went to prepare the interrogation room so they could interrogate Loki. Later. We see Issei, Hyoudou and Hyoudou in front of Loki who was chained in an interrogation room. Hyoudou. Loki, how did you get here? Seriously. Loki. I see you're smart, well I got here thanks to teleportation, seriously. Issei. Because you stole the Tesseract, that in the wrong hands is very dangerous, serious. Loki. I see that you are somewhat foolish, but I saw this stupid planet and that was how I decided to help the Chitauri since I saw that they did not fulfill their objective. I was the one who sent them to attack this pathetic planet and that is why I stole the Tesseract, mockingly. Issei hits Loki in the face, but when he was going to hit him again Hyoudou stops him. Hyoudou. That won't solve anything, but I know that when I take him to Asgard, Thor will see what to do, seriously. But that they left, but not before putting Loki in a cell. But what they didn't know was that Loki allowed himself to be captured and that some Chitauri went to free him. But the others. Issei was with Rias who were talking about what they were going to do. Issei. I think he is the real Loki since the one we faced was just a cheap copy, seriously. Rias. Yes, I saw that this Loki is more serious and not like the one we knew, serious. Issei. Well laugh now what will we do, serious. But then they hear an alarm and then they see that it was a Chitauri ship and then Issei activates his Iron Man armor and went to stop the Chitauri, but then Rias accompanies him as well as Hyoudou and Hyoudou. In that several Chitauri appear, but Issei annihilates them with his attacks, but in that they see how Loki ends up escaping with the Tesseract since one of them stole the Tesseract to give it to Loki. Issei. Curse, annoyed. Rias. He escaped, it would be. Hyoudou. Hey, now you're heading to Earth, seriously. But then they see how the ships were heading to New York and so the Avengers went to try to stop them. In New York. The city was quiet until suddenly several Chitauri ships appeared, attacking everything in their path. The army tried something, but nothing worked, but then a guy appeared that no one knew, it was Loki. Loki began his invasion, but at that moment he receives an arrow courtesy of Hawkeye, but Loki grabs it and it explodes destroying his ship. Loki fell to the ground, upset that his flying vehicle was destroyed. But he couldn't finish because at that moment he received a blow to the bottom and fell to the ground. The cause was Miku with her wasp suit and then she grows up and kicks Loki. But then the other Avengers arrive ready to stop the Chitauri for the second time, but they will deal with Loki later. But they saw that many ships were coming at the same time because Loki built a machine where the Tesseract was connected and this caused a portal to open where the Chitauri ships come out. Base to shield. Lincoln, who was playing Clue, was watching everything from the television that was there, but he didn't know what to do, whether to fight or stay at the base. Lincoln. This is so frustrating but I shouldn't get frustrated, but my friends are in danger, seriously. At that point, Lincoln would bring out one of his inventions, which was a skateboard from the future. Lincoln. I know how to stop the portal, seriously. At that point he left the base. This worried Maria, but she knew Lincoln could do it. But the Avengers. They destroy the Chitauri ships, but they come and go until they manage to see the machine that keeps the portal open. Iron Man. Hey, we have to deactivate the machine, seriously. Hawkeye, but those things don't let us get closer, seriously. Captain America. We must not give up, as that is not an option, but now we must stop this threat, seriously. But then they saw something flying, and it was Lincoln who went straight to the machine. But the Chitauri attack him, but he was quite agile and managed to dodge the attacks without much effort. He arrives at the machine and sees that hundreds and hundreds of ships are heading towards it, but Lincoln, being one of the most brilliant minds, manages to turn off the machine without the Tesseract causing any damage. But he saw that many ships were heading towards his friends and he went to help them. Black Widow and Wasp managed to stop several Chitauri, but both dodged an attack from a Chitauri. Black Widow. You think you intimidate us, it would be. Wasp. You're not scary, seriously. The Chitauri attacks but Black Widow runs and with a sword made of nanotechnology, she cuts off its head. And that the group sees how many ships, despite the fact that the portal has already closed, saw how the remaining ships prepare to attack. But then they see Lincoln who had the Tesseract in a briefcase. Lincoln. Even though I closed the portal, we still have to stop the remaining Chitauri, then stop the crazy guy with the goat horns, seriously. Then Nick appears in his flying car to pick up the Tesseract. Lincoln. Director Fury, take this, hands him the briefcase with the Tesseract. Nick. Now take care of saving the planet, I'll take care of the Tesseract, seriously. He quickly leaves, dodging the shots from the Chitauri ships. Captain America. Lincoln, are you sure of this after what happened? Serious and worried. Lincoln. Sure, Captain, there are times when things must be done for the common good, seriously. At that Lincoln gets angry and turns into Hulk and hits the Chitauri ship. Hulk. Hulk smashes, hitting the Chitauri ship. At that Hulk launches himself against the Chitauri ships while the others attack the rest of the Chitauri ships. Iron Man. We must stop them at all costs, seriously. In Hawkeye he fires explosive arrows that distract the Chitauri. Captain America uses his shield to protect himself from the shots, but also uses it as a weapon to cut the Chitauri. But in that Iron Man uses some cannons to damage the Chitauri, and then he enters one of the ships and places an explosive to destroy the ship from the inside, and that was how he leaves the ship, and then the ship explodes, but collides with other ships, causing them to collide with each other exploding. There were only a few ships left, but Hulk without much effort. But then they see how a girl launches attacks, it was Roberta who wore a suit. She wasn't there before the invasion because she was training, but she realized something was wrong, and so she decided to return, but she uses a nanotechnology suit. In that she eliminates several Chitauri and destroys the ships from within as Issei did. After that Hulk destroys the last ship, but there is still something missing, and that was to stop Loki. Hulk arrived at a building where Loki was but he would see Hulk. Loki. This can't be happening, I'm a god, annoyed. Then Hulk grabs Loki and starts hitting him like he's a doll. Loki then receives another beating and one of Hulk's blows knocked Loki out. Later. Loki was handcuffed and in front of him was Hyoudou, who had the objective of taking Loki back to Asgard, where he would be tried. Loki was upset as his plan was ruined and in that Hyoudou with the help of the Tesseract they go to Asgard. The Avengers helped restore the city again, so they don't spend a lot of money on restoring it. The others went to eat some shawarmas as a celebration because they saved the Earth again. Now the second threat was defeated thanks to the Avengers, but what will happen next? See it in the next chapter. Chapter 10. Future Threat and the Appearance of Falcon. The Avengers managed to stop the invasion of the Chitauri who were sent by Loki, but in the end the heroes defeated Loki and Hyoudou took him to Asgard to be judged. Present. The city was restored by the Avengers and was now as good as new since they managed to finance the damage caused in the battles. Avengers base. We are in the room where the group was eating some pizzas they had ordered since they were very hungry. Issei. Who would have thought that one day protecting the factions, now I am the leader of the Avengers, smiling. Naoto. We are Issei since I am also a leader, smiling. Issei. True, but now we must be attentive even if some of us stop simple crimes that's fine, since we are not just a team some can go out to protect the citizens, seriously. Rias. Issei, darling, can we talk in private? It would be. Issei. Of course, smiling. So they both go somewhere else to talk quietly without anyone bothering them. Issei. What did you want to tell me? Curious. Rias. Issei, when will you make me fertile again? Sad tone. Issei. I'm working on it, but I'm still missing some ingredients for the formula, seriously. Rias. Issei, at least try hard, I don't want to be sterile for the rest of my life, with tears in her eyes. It hurt Issei to see his wife like that since they escaped from Japan. She became sterile because during the torture she had her reproductive organs removed, that's why she became sterile. Issei. If I don't get the formula, I hope someone helps me finish it, seriously. Rias. But who do you know so that she can be fertile, curious. Issei. I think I know someone to do it, seriously. In space. We see a black ship in outer space. Imagine it's in space. Inside the ship were several subjects, they were the Dark Elves, but on a chair that was a throne, a subject with pale skin was shown. The subject's name was Malekith, who belongs to the Dark Elves. He sought revenge against the god of thunder for having defeated him in the past. But through some informants he learned that there is a new god of thunder. Malekith. I see Thor got a successor, well I don't care, but hey let's not attack yet since I'm not 100% seriously. The Dark Elves understood what their leader said and must be preparing to invade the land. Malekith. Your days are numbered, brat, but after killing you, I'll go after Thor for revenge, cold. On Earth. We are located on Earth, more specifically at the Hill residence where we see Lincoln eating popcorn with his mother Maria Hill as they were both watching movies. But then there was a knock on the door and Lincoln went to see. In that he sees that it was Issei who was somewhat desperate. Lincoln. I know what happens, curious. Issei. Lincoln, you're super smart, aren't you? Funny. Lincoln. Yes, because, confused. Issei. I need your help, sad tone. Lincoln. What for, confused. Issei. You'll see if I'm super smart, but I haven't been able to make my beloved fertile again, worried. Lincoln. Well let me see your formula, seriously. Then Issei brought the formula and Lincoln began to analyze it and in a few minutes the results arrived. Lincoln. The problem is that you are missing some chemicals, luckily I know which ones they are, smiling. Lincoln then went for the chemicals and they started working on it and after an hour he created the formula to regenerate the reproductive organs and make sterile people fertile. Lincoln. It's ready, Rias, you just have to take it and you'll be fertile again, smiling. Issei. I don't know how to thank you, sadly. Lincoln. Don't give me anything, I just liked helping because you're like my brother and as Toretto says, he never turns his back on his family, smiling. Issei. Thank you, smiling. Then Issei went to his house where Rias was waiting for him and then he told her the news that Lincoln had completed the formula for the pill. Rias has been treating Lincoln like her little brother for a long time and Issei did the same. They both loved him like a little brother. Rias tried the pill and then she felt something and it was like her reproductive organs were regenerated and she was now fertile again. Rias. Issei, I'm fertile again, sobbing. Issei. Calm down, laugh, don't cry, you're better now, smiling. She jumps on Issei and then she started kissing him with a lot of passion and they both went to her room. Lemon skipped. They both give each other one last kiss before falling asleep. Elsewhere in New York. We see a dark-haired boy wearing casual clothes and he had blue eyes. The boy's name was Hyoudou Wilson, but his last name used to be Uesugi. Hyoudou was from Japan where he previously lived with his father Izanagi and his younger sister Raiha. One day Hyoudou was hired by a man named Moro Nakano to be the tutor of his daughters who were quintuplets and were called Ichika, Nino, Miku, Itsuki and Yatsuba. At first he didn't get along with some of them, but as time went by he and the girls started to get along until one day he confessed to them that he loves them all equally and they became his girlfriends. When the families found out, they were initially shocked but accepted the relationship. Everything was happiness for Hyoudou until one day all that happiness ended. A new boy named Jack arrived who stood out better than Hyoudou and so the girls started to distance themselves from Hyoudou. One day he went to buy gifts for the girls, but when he arrived at the Nakano residence he saw them kissing Jack. He confronted them, and they revealed that they had been in a relationship with Jack for a few weeks, and that was when they broke up with Hyoudou. When he went to school, Hyoudou received a call from Moro, and he told him that he was fired and that Jack was the new tutor for the quintuplets. But the thing does not end there since Hyoudou was kicked out of his house, only his sister supported him and he left, but not without telling them something before leaving. Hyoudou. You'll see when you see that bastard is a fraud, annoyed. Hyoudou left Japan with the money he had collected to reach the United States, but he was accompanied by his sister Raiha and Takebayashi, Hyoudou's most loyal friend. When they arrived, they went to New York, and Hyoudou bought a lottery ticket, and that same day he won the grand prize, which was $50 million. But this money he bought a house to live in. This one had a pool with jacuzzi included. He also bought a car to drive on the streets. But Hyoudou bought robotics books where he learned more, and little by little his intellect was increasing. He was also able to learn more about science to the point that he was able to invent many things. He also dropped his surname Uesugi and took the surname Wilson. Returning to the present. Hyoudou was with his sister Raiha, who had changed over the years. Raiha. Brother, what are you thinking? Curious. Hyoudou. I don't know, Raiha, seriously. Then Takebayashi leaves the kitchen, since in the previous years she and Hyoudou formed a relationship. Takebayashi. Hyoudou, the food is ready, smiling. Hyoudou. Okay, love, I'm coming, smiling. Then they both kissed and then sat down to eat. Later. Hyoudou went to the attic he had since his workshop was there, and in that he would take out a rocket backpack with wings that worked based on a crystal that came from space. Hyoudou put on his new suit with wings to fly, but he put on red glasses to protect his vision. Hyoudou left the house and went to the yard where he ran and activated his wings. At that Hyoudou jumped and began to fly with his wings. Hyoudou. With these wings I look great, I should think of a name, I know, Falcon, smiling. At that point, Hyoudou now Falcon began to fly faster. But what the now Falcon doesn't know is that very soon he will be part of the Avengers. What will happen? See him in the next chapter. Chapter 11. A Dark World. Previously it was seen how Lincoln helped Issei create a remedy for Rias where she is now fertile again, but another thing they don't know is that a being called Malekith wants to conquer the world by plunging it into darkness. But the Avengers don't know that they will have another ally who is Hyoudou alias Falcon. Present. We are located in Asgard where we see Hidehito moving Loki to Thor's palace, where we see Thor on his throne with his wife Sif. Don't worry, Jane will be with Hidehito in case you ask. Both looked seriously at Loki where they stopped in front of the thrones of Thor and Sif. Thor, what did Loki Hidehito curious? Hidehito. Well, Thor and Queen Sif, I'll tell you everything in detail, seriously. At that point he began to recount everything Loki did when he arrived on Earth, such as the theft of the Tesseract and the attack on the city, and how he brought the Chitauri. Thor and his wife were shocked by this, but then Thor looked seriously at Loki. Thor. Loki, you could have caused the end of the Earth with your whims, seriously. Loki. Yes, and what about that, mockingly. Thor. Loki, for everything you did, you will be locked in the dungeon, but not before your power is sealed, seriously. Then they put the seal on Loki and take him to his cell where he tried to move, but the guards didn't allow him. Hidehito. Even though we locked up Loki, Thor, I have a bad feeling, seriously. Thor. What, curious? Hidehito. If another invasion is going to happen, I must go to Earth, seriously. Thor. Wait, I have to tell you something, seriously. Hidehito. What a thing, curious. Thor. The convergence is happening, seriously. Hidehito. What is that? Curious. Thor. Every million years the 9 kingdoms unite on the same line, but many things happen, seriously. Hidehito. I see, but now Thor, a few days ago I had a vision where I see a guy with pale skin and pointy ears. So you understand, I made a drawing, showing a drawing. Thor, upon seeing the drawing, realizes who the one who appeared in the vision was. Thor. It's Malekith, this is bad, seriously. Hidehito. Who is Malekith, curious. Thor. You see, Malekith is the leader of the Dark Elves. My grandfather faced him in the past where there was a war between Asgard and the Dark Elves where we won, but there was a very powerful weapon that Malekith used, which was the Ether, which is a very powerful power, but at the same time dangerous, seriously. Hidehito. I see, but I have a feeling that guy is nearby, but I just detected something on the ground. I must go investigate, seriously. Thor. Go on, but be careful, the Dark Elves are not like the Chitauri you told me about, seriously. And that Hidehito leaves the place to return to the Earth where he goes to New York City, since he has to see someone he hasn't seen in a long time. In New York. We are located in New York where we see a brown-haired woman, her name is Jane Foster. She and Hidehito are a couple since he met her when he traveled to New York, and when he wasn't at the Avengers base he spent time with Jane. We see Jane entering a building and sees a ball falling, but it always disappears before hitting the ground, and it happens again and again. Jane. What's going on? Confused. But in that she is teleported to another place where she would see a strange device with something red. She is hypnotized and approaches where the ether enters her body and she reacts, but she is teleported back to her world. Jane didn't know what had happened, but then she saw someone nearby and she went out to see, and it was Hidehito. Hidehito. Hello Jane, smiling. Jane runs and hugs him tightly, where Hidehito realizes that there is something wrong with Jane. Jane. Where were you? You had me worried, sobbing. Hidehito. Sorry love for not visiting you, it's just that I had a lot of things to do, but now I'm with you, but Jane I felt that you touched something dangerous, seriously. Jane. What are you talking about? Confused. Hidehito. It's the ether, we have to find a way to get it out, seriously. Hidehito then opens a portal and goes back to Asgard with Jane, knowing that Jane has absorbed something. In Asgard moments later. Hidehito arrived with Jane at Thor's castle, where they went to the throne room where Hidehito tells Thor about what happened with Jane. So they take her to a room to be examined to see if they detect anything. Hidehito didn't want anything to happen to Jane, and then Thor arrives. Thor. The ether will be in her body if it is not extracted she will die, seriously. Hidehito. I don't want that to happen, seriously. Sif. The only way it can be removed is if it is extracted, would be. They continued talking about how to extract the ether from Jane's body. Later. Hidehito was accompanying Jane in the castle and told her about the Chitauri invasion and Loki's attack where she was quite surprised. Jane. You've been through a lot, worried. Hidehito. Yes, but at least we won those battles, even if you don't believe it, Hulk is actually a miner and invented the super soldier serum, remembering Lincoln. Jane. Like a child, confused. Hidehito. I don't know either, but at least he helped us a lot, smiling. But at that moment they hear some shots where Hidehito went to see what was happening, and then he sees the Dark Elves attacking. Hidehito. Jane stay here I must help the kingdom, seriously. In that he went to fight with the Dark Elves wherein that he dodges several attacks from the Dark Elves, and in that he with Mjolnir manages to attack many of them, and in that he feels problems in the palace, and in that he saw Thor fight against Malekith, but the leader of the Dark Elves was not alone, since several monsters appear. Hidehito. This Malekith plays dirty, seriously. In that he attacks the Dark Elves, but in that Malekith makes an attack that leaves everyone blind, and in that he attacks Sif, but Hidehito gets in the way making Malekith run him through with a sword. Hidehito. Take this coward, annoyed. At that, Hidehito pokes Malekith in the eye, causing him to cover his eyes in pain. But then Hidehito kicks him in the lower back, causing Malekith to fall to the ground. The remaining Dark Elves take Malekith and flee. Later. Hidehito wakes up and sees Thor and Sif in front of him, but he didn't know what was happening. Thor. I want to thank you for protecting my wife, smiling. Sif. Malekith would have killed me, but you prevented it, smiling. Hidehito. I did what I had to do, but now Malekith knows that the ether is inside Jane, serious. Thor. Yes, and now we have to think of a plan to stop him, seriously. At that point, Hidehito comes up with an idea on how to stop Malekith and tells Thor and Sif how the plan will be carried out. They went to the dungeon where Loki was and told him the plan, although Loki did not want to accept it first, Hidehito managed to convince him. Later. The plan was simple. First they had to go to the Dark World and make people believe that Loki betrayed Hidehito by attacking him, where Malekith appeared and extracted the ether from Jane. Hidehito. Now I'll beat your face, old man, mockingly. In that Hidehito fights against Malekith, and in that Loki joins the battle where he fights against the Dark Elves. But in a moment of carelessness, one of them was going to attack Hidehito, but Loki intervenes and runs him through with a sword. Loki. Ah, screaming in pain. In that, Malekith escapes to carry out his plan to plunge the universe into darkness. Hidehito takes Loki and Jane back to the kingdom where Loki receives treatment to heal the wound. Thor. I had a vision Malekith will carry out his plan at the point of convergence, seriously. Hidehito. Where is it, serious and curious? Thor. It's in London, go quickly, seriously. Hidehito and Jane return to Earth, but they have to go to a specific place to find out how to prevent the convergence from destroying Earth. They went and met Darcy Lewis, Jane's friend. Darcy was when Jane met Hidehito again she knew about their relationship. Darcy. Where were they, curious. Hidehito. Long story Darcy, but we have to go get Eric to warn him about what's going on, seriously. Then they went to Eric's house who was working on a machine. Eric was there the day Loki invaded Earth and was a victim of his mind control, but thanks to the Avengers, they managed to reverse the effect. Eric. If Malekith uses that strange thing, he will fill the 9 kingdoms with darkness, seriously. Hyoudou. But now we must think about how to stop Malekith before he plunges the worlds into darkness, seriously. Eric. Luckily I have a solution for part of the problem. Some gravitational machines, smiling. This shows the machines where others see that it could work. In London. We see how Malekith's ship arrives at the place where the point of convergence will be. Malekith leaves the ship and uses the ether where the energy began to come out, and the following happens. Malekith. Yes, now to fill the worlds with darkness, smiling maliciously. The convergence causes many portals to open where Malekith begins to fill the worlds with darkness. But at that moment he feels Hyoudou's presence, which makes him clench his fists. He was already fed up with him. Hyoudou. Malekith, your plan ends here, annoyed. Malekith. You will never stop me, brat, now I am more powerful, kill him, annoyed. In that many dark elves appear, but in that Hyoudou with his hammer attacks them, wherein that more appear. While he is fighting, Jane, Darcy and Eric are in charge of putting the gravitational machines to avoid attacks from the dark elves. While this is happening, many jets launch missiles to try to destroy Malekith's ship, but for some reason the missiles were deflected and fell into the other worlds through the portals. And whenever Hyoudou threw Mjolnir, it went into space, making things very complicated. This one fights hand to hand with Malekith, but Malekith was stronger due to the ether, but every time they attacked each other and both warriors flew away, they ended up in different worlds, both the Dark One and others. Until Hyoudou ends up somewhere else, more specifically in the subway, and Malekith takes advantage of this to continue with his plan, but then Hyoudou appears and uses the gravitational machines where he attacks Malekith, and then Malekith ends up losing some body parts due to Hyoudou's attacks in the machines, but then he is transported back to the Dark World. But Hyoudou falls unconscious to the ground from using so much power. But then Malekith's ship began to lose balance and began to fall. Jane tries to lift Hyoudou, but he was too heavy and the ship was going to crush them. Eric. Jane, worried. And that Eric comes up with a plan and uses the machines against the ship, causing the ship to end up in the Dark World, and it falls on Malekith, killing him. At that the sky begins to clear up as the convergence had ended. Everyone seeing this celebrated their victory, and then Hyoudou wakes up and Jane hugs him tightly. Jane. Silly, you had me worried, sobbing. Hyoudou. I'm sorry, Jane, sorrowful. But then Jane gave Hyoudou a kiss and he gladly accepted. The war against Malekith was over and everything was restored thanks to Hyoudou and his magic. And what happened to the other Avengers? Well, they were on a space mission, so they couldn't help Hyoudou since they found out about a future Chitauri attack, and it was better to be safe than sorry. Now another threat was stopped, but they don't know that there will be more challenges that will happen, see it in the next chapter. Chapter 12. The Winter Soldier. Previously, Hyoudou faced a threat from the Dark Elves, but with the help of his girlfriend Jane and some friends, he managed to defeat the Dark Elves, preventing them from filling the planet with darkness. Also that Hyoudou spent time with his partner Jane to make up for the time he wasn't with her. Present. We are located at the base where Hyoudou tells his friends everything that happened with the invasion of the Dark Elves to Earth, but luckily he managed to defeat them with some help. Issei. Wow, you really faced a threat worse than the Chitauri, surprised. Rias. And you had it difficult, surprised. Hyoudou. It was difficult but not impossible, seriously. Hyoudou. Hey friend, do you want pizza? Smiling. Hyoudou. Of course, smiling. Then they went to eat pizza where Hyoudou also said that he spent time with his partner Jane Foster. The others also talked about what the space mission was like where they faced other Chitauri. Later. Hyoudou was on a mission assigned by Nick where he had to discover some Hydra plans. Hyoudou. There are always infiltrators, but I have a way to make them be discovered, seriously. And that he enters a base stealthily where he saw some Hydra soldiers. Then he attacks the soldiers who shoot at him, but thanks to the shield he blocks the shots and then he beats up these soldiers. Soldier. Damn son of a, is knocked out. Captain America. Language, serious. Then he went to finish the mission and go home, where he finds some Hydra plans and downloads them with a USB. Later. Hyoudou returned and showed Nick Fury the details of the mission. Nick. Not bad boy, I hope everything goes well, seriously. Hyoudou. Yes sir, smiling. Nick. Well, you can leave, seriously. And that Hyoudou goes wherein that Nick has noticed something strange in some members of S.H.I.E.L.D. for days. Moments later. Nick was driving a van, but then he realized he was being followed. Nick. I mustn't let my guard down, seriously. He then continues on his way but is then hit by a collision where he sees that those responsible were Hydra agents. Nick defends himself as best he can wherever he is thanks to some laser weapons courtesy of Lincoln. But then he feels danger, where he sees a guy with dark clothes and a mask, but what was notable was that the guy had a metal arm. Nick. Who is he? Serious. But he saw that the subject had a grenade launcher. At that moment, he shoots at Nick, who manages to dodge, but at that moment, the mysterious mercenary shoots again and causes Nick's car to explode. Nick was badly injured, and then the mysterious mercenary left the place, and Nick Fury was left for dead. Later. Hyoudou heard the news and it shocked him a lot, although he swore that the mercenary looked familiar to him. He was going down an elevator, but something happened. Steve is Hyoudou. Then he ran away because they were chasing him and he didn't know what was happening. Hyoudou, what's happening, seriously? He escaped so they don't catch him, but in the distance we see Hyoudou who was wearing his falcon suit. Hyoudou? That's Hyoudou, surprised. At that moment he jumped off a building and started to fly thanks to his wings. Hyoudou? Hang in there friend, I'm on my way, seriously. With Hyoudou. He was escaping on the motorcycle but was ambushed by the mysterious soldier. Hyoudou. Who are you and what do you want, seriously? I'm known as the Winter Soldier, seriously. Hyoudou then dodges a few blows from the mercenary, but the mercenary defends himself with his shield. But then, on impulse, he punches the Winter Soldier, causing the Winter Soldier's mask to fall to the ground, where Hyoudou sees who the Winter Soldier really is. Hyoudou. Wakana, shocked. Hyoudou couldn't believe it, the Winter Soldier was his best friend Wakana Barnes. This brings back a memory of how his best friend died in a plane crash. Flashback. Hyoudou was with Wakana on a mission where they had to defeat some soldiers. Hyoudou. Wakana, I know it won't be easy, seriously. Wakana. I know Hyoudou, but we must fulfill the mission, we are not cowards, seriously. In that, they both managed to eliminate many soldiers, but when the base was about to explode, they escape in a plane. However, the plane is ambushed by enemy soldiers, where Wakana rushes to fight the enemies. But then he loses his balance and falls into the void. Hyoudou. Wakana, horrified. Wakana fell into the void where Hyoudou knew nothing more and barely arrived alive since the plane suffered damage and almost crashed. End of flashback. Hyoudou was still in shock as to how it was possible that Wakana was alive when he saw him die in that fall. Hyoudou. Wakana is you, surprised. Wakana. Who is Wakana, seriously? Hyoudou realizes that Wakana doesn't remember anything and that she was probably brainwashed. He didn't want to fight with his best friend, but he knew that Wakana was brainwashed and that's when Wakana rushes to fight him. Hyoudou defends himself and then he realizes that Wakana was injected with a super soldier serum. Hyoudou. You are strong, surprised. At that point, Wakana attacked him again, but more Hydra mercenaries arrived, but he fled. Wakana was confused and he went somewhere else. With Hyoudou. He arrived at an abandoned building, but then Hyoudou would arrive flying. Hyoudou. Hyoudou old friend, smiling. They both shake hands in greeting and then Hyoudou would speak. Hyoudou. Hyoudou what happened, curious. Hyoudou. Wakana is alive, surprised. Hyoudou. No, he had died, surprised. Hyoudou. That's what I thought, but he was brainwashed and there are some traitors in S.H.I.E.L.D. We must prove that there are traitors and bring our friend to make him remember who he is, seriously. Hyoudou. But how, seriously? Hyoudou. We must think of something, seriously. In that, both receive an alert asking them to meet at a base, and so the two head to the base. 20 minutes later. They arrived at the base where, to Hyoudou's surprise, Nick was not dead, just badly injured. Nick explains to Hyoudou what the traitors in S.H.I.E.L.D. are planning. Nick. And who is he, looking at Hyoudou. Hyoudou. It's my friend Hyoudou Wilson alias Falcon, smiling. Hyoudou. Nice to meet you, smiling. Nick. They must prove that there are traitors in S.H.I.E.L.D., seriously. They both nod and went to fulfill the mission, but they had to find a way to make Wakana return to normal. Later. The two were fighting against Hydra soldiers where they finally discovered that there will be a meeting in the afternoon and the S.H.I.E.L.D. traitors will be there. At that moment, Hyoudou flew away, but Hyoudou got on a motorcycle and they left to unmask the traitors. But on the way Hyoudou is chased by Wakana who had a gun shooting at him, but as Hyoudou had his shield to block the shots. But then the Winter Soldier launches himself to attack him where both collide in a park and then both begin a fight. In that Hyoudou fights as he should but he started to get tired but the Winter Soldier started to gain advantage. Hyoudou uses his shield but in a moment of carelessness the Winter Soldier takes it away from him and sends it crashing and the shield crashes into a tree. Hyoudou tries to fight but feels like a blade goes through him. It was Wakana who had a sword in her hand. In case you're asking, the sword is made of vibranium. He attacks Hyoudou who was badly injured but Wakana was going to kill him. But then some footsteps are heard and Wakana turns around and sees a woman with pink hair. Hyoudou. Sejuna, surprised. Sejuna approaches Wakana and she had crystal clear eyes seeing Wakana alive since she thought she had died. Sejuna. Wakana, stop, you're not a monster, sobbing. Wakana stares at him and then drops the sword to the ground, but then she hugs him. Sejuna. Please come back to me my love, our little one misses you, sobbing. From Sejuna's back comes a pink-haired baby. The little girl ends up in Wakana's arms and the little girl, upon seeing her father, begins to hug him. Wakana then feels something and at that moment he began to remember who he was and how he now has a daughter. Wakana. What happened, confused. Sejuna. Wakana, do you remember who you are? Surprised. Wakana. Yes, I remember everything and how my little Kali was, confused. But then Sejuna hugs her with tears and Wakana gladly accepts the hug. But he remembered that he had left Naoto badly injured and he left his daughter with Sejuna and ran to help him. Wakana. Naoto, I'm sorry, that's what I did, horrified. But then Naoto gets up with difficulty and takes a pill that heals his wounds instantly. It is one that works like hermit seeds. Naoto. I'm fine old friend, but don't worry, you were brainwashed, but now we must prove that there are Hydra infiltrators in S.H.I.E.L.D., seriously. Wakana. I'll go with you, they were the ones who brainwashed me, seriously. Sejuna. Dear, what about us, serious and curious. Wakana. Sejuna, I promise I'll explain everything to you later, seriously. In that, the two went to thwart Hydra's plans, where they arrived at the meeting where they showed everyone who the traitors were, and that was how Wakana, in revenge for what they did to her, would kill them. But before dying, they make some ships start destroying the city, but Naoto launches himself to destroy them wherever he can, but falls into the water, but Wakana saves him. Later. Because of what happened with S.H.I.E.L.D., many fear the agency, but they have the Avengers, since they didn't know what S.H.I.E.L.D. did. But they were fighting against some dark elves that remained after a dark world. Now the Avengers have gained allies, Falcon and the Winter Soldier. What will happen next? See it in the next chapter. Chapter 13, The Witch and the Speedster. Previously Naoto fought against the Winter Soldier who turned out to be his best friend Wakana Barnes, who was brainwashed by Hydra, but thanks to Sejuna, Wakana's wife, he remembered who he is and he discovers the S.H.I.E.L.D. infiltrators. Also, thanks to this, many do not trust S.H.I.E.L.D., but they have the Avengers. Present. Wakana showed up at the Avenger base, saying he is Naoto's best friend and that they had known each other since they were children until they joined the army. He doesn't have the mask. Wakana. I know you have doubts, but I'm going to clarify them, seriously. And that Wakana said that he used to live in Japan, where he lived with his grandfather since his parents died when he was little, and that he entered school and liked some dolls that his grandfather made, but Wakana only knew how to make clothes. When he entered high school he met Marin Kitagawa, who was a girl who liked to do cosplay, but also met Sejuna Shinju's sister and blackmailed him. After a long time he met other girls, however when he became Marin's boyfriend everything was going well until one day everything changed. The boy named Ronald arrived, who is a popular boy, and Marin fell in love with him and she ended up with Wakana and revealed the secret that he made dolls, making him the laughingstock of the school where he quit and left school. He also learned that his grandfather died in a car accident where he was destroyed, but he received an inheritance from his grandfather. Wakana left the city, but Sejuna wanted to go with him and he accepted, where he traveled to the United States where he met Naoto, his best friend. They entered the army where they were the best until the accident where Naoto thought he died. Wakana says that they built her a new arm because she lost her arm in the fall where she received the treatment, but she didn't know that they were from Hydra where they brainwashed her. Wakana. That's what happened, seriously. Issei. Wow, I didn't expect that, surprised. Hidehito. I know what it feels like Wakana, my ex left me for someone more handsome than me, seriously. Asara. We also feel the same Wakana, but well, what will happen to you, curious. Issei. Do you want to join our team? Curious. Wakana. Really, surprised. Issei. If you and Naoto are best friends and he trusts you, smiling. Wakana. Okay, I'll join, but now let's go for shawarmas, smiling. The boys nodded and went to eat shawarmas. At the Hill residence. Lincoln was with Roberta, she now had dark hair and was dressed in black. Roberta. Linky, do you want to go out? Smiling. Lincoln. Yes, let's go to the arcade, smiling. Then the two of them leave the penthouse where Lincoln presses a button on a remote control and a flying car comes. Then they both get in where the albino was driving the car to go to the arcade to have fun for a while. Unknown location. We are located in a cave where a red aura appears. From the red aura comes a red-haired girl wearing a red dress, light skin and dark pants with red energy in her hands. Her name was Urza alias Scarlet Witch or Scarlet Witch. Urza has a somewhat tragic and painful story. As a child, she was abandoned by her mother Irene Bulsirian, where she was a slave, and one of her friends was possessed and she had to escape, losing the person she considered a grandfather. She entered the fairy tale guild where she trained and made many friends. One was called Natsumi and the other Grace. Then he met Lucy, who joined the guild where they lived great adventures, and later a blue-haired girl named Wendy. Until Urza met Irene Bulsirian. Who revealed to be Urza's mother, and they fight where Irene was dying, but Urza decides to save her. But as a result Urza is betrayed where she is judged since they think she would be a monster like her mother. Urza was imprisoned where she was filled with hatred where Irene helped her escape, and Urza's friends were very loyal to her and did not turn their backs on her. Urza found a book of dark magic where she was corrupted, and as revenge, she attacked the guilds as revenge and eliminated all the spell books and locked the traitors in a crystal sphere. Her loyal friends joined her where Urza opens a portal where she arrived to another dimension with her mother and friends. Returning to the present. Urza and the others were leaving where she sees that they are in a cave. Urza. We are in another dimension now, let's find a place to live, it would be. Irene. Okay, daughter, well the rest of us go look for something, it would be. Then they went to look for something to eat since they were hungry. Elsewhere. We see a boy with orange hair, but he was lying on the ground with multiple wounds on his body. His name was only Right since his last name was taken away from him as he suffered a cruel betrayal. Rito was betrayed by his harem who were Lala, Nana, Momo, Haruna, Run, Yami etc. since are aliens. Even his own family turned their backs on him and took away his surname Yuki, and the reason for the betrayal is because they saw him as useless trash since Rito always has to save him, and he was also a victim since his harem was unfaithful to him with another boy, or rather ex-harem. But not everything was bad for Rito, since Mikado was the only one who did not betray him, just like Kenichi, his best friend. Returning to the present. We see how Rito was remembering everything until he was betrayed, but then Mikado appears. Mikado would see the state of the Right and quickly takes him to his laboratory to save his life. Mikado. Rito resist, you will be fine, worried. And that she arrived at her laboratory where she entered a secret room where she shows a laser that she invented. Then she turns on the machine, which was a special laser with atomic energy, where the laser hits Rito, where he feels like the wounds are disappearing, but Rito's hair changes color to white. Until finally Rito is no longer injured, but the laser continues hitting him until Mikado finally turns it off. Rito wakes up and is hugged by Mikado, who then embraced him with great affection. Mikado. Rito-kun, I thought I had lost you, sobbing. Rito. Calm down Mikado, I'm fine now thanks to you, smiling. Mikado. But Rito-kun, how did you end up like this? It would be curious. Rito. Well, let me explain it to you, seriously. In that ritual he told Mikado everything about how Lala and the others betrayed him for considering him useless. Mikado. Damn, how dare they do that to you, annoyed. Rito. I don't care what happens to them anymore, but while Mikado is here I have to go for a walk, seriously. At that point he leaves the room and goes for a walk. Rito began to walk and then run a little, but he realized that he began to run faster than normal, but began to gain more speed where he ran faster and faster, wherein that an energy began to surround him little by little, but it was not very noticeable. In that ritual he notices how he moved faster, wherein that he notices that when he gained more speed, he noticed that everything around him moved slower. Rito. What's happening to me? Surprised. In this one you see how everything changes color when it moves quickly. In that ritual he feels like everything is moving slower until he stops running, where he makes a stop. Rito. This is new, surprised. At that moment he runs back to Mikado's laboratory where she was waiting for him. Rito. Mikado, I have new powers, look, smiling. At that moment he started running where Mikado barely saw Rito running, and at that moment Rito stops. Mikado. Rito-kun, your clothes, sad. Rito notices that his clothes have disintegrated, leaving him naked. He puts on a towel to cover himself. Rito. Mikado, now I have high-speed powers, but what do I do, my clothes can't stand that level of heat, seriously. Mikado. Don't worry, I've got that sorted, smiling. In that she presses some buttons that were on a board, and in that they show a suit that she puts on, and then she puts on some glasses that they had. Rito. Wow, the suit is comfortable for running, smiling. Mikado. Don't worry about it being destroyed because the suit is made of an indestructible material, no matter how much you run, whatever your name is, curious. Rito. I know Quicksilver, smiling. This version of Quicksilver will be faster than Flash. In that ritual he appears for a while as Quicksilver where he accelerates as time passes gaining more speed, but he gets hungry wherein that he stops to eat a lot of hot dogs. Then Rito, not wanting to see the traitors again, asked Mikado to go to the United States. She accepted since she had money to buy a house. Urza and the others also decided to go to the United States, but through teleportation. Rito and Mikado flew to New York, where it took them hours. Rito arrived and got a house, but what he didn't know was that he was never a Yuki. Mikado bought a mansion to live in, where Rito and she settled. But what they didn't know was that Urza and the others followed them since Irene has an important revelation. Irene. Daughter, I have to tell you something, it would be. Urza. What a thing, Mom, curious. Irene. The silver-haired boy is your lost brother, would be. Urza. What, surprised. Irene. Yes, everything has an explanation. You see, when you were born, your brother was born. I called him a right, but a witch kidnapped your brother and he was sent to another dimension. Even though I killed that bastard, I didn't know where he sent my son. But now I found him and I'm not lying since I used magic to find out if he is my lost son, and yes, he is, with crystalline eyes. Natsumi. I didn't expect that, surprised. Grace. But now what do we do? Curious. Lucy. Since if that boy is Urza's brother we should know him, it would be. Urza. They are right, it would be. Then they went to the mansion where they knock on the door and Mikado opens it. Mikado. Hello, how can I help you? Smiling. Irene. Good afternoon, we are looking for Rito, it would be. Mikado. As you know his name is, I didn't tell you, it would be. Rito heard what was happening and went to see what was happening where she met the others. Right. Mikado, who are our visitors, seriously. At that moment Irene approaches and gives Rito a big hug, which confused him. Irene. Right, my little one, I finally found you, sobbing. Rito. Wait, what's going on, confused. Irene. My little one, I know you have questions, but I'm going to clarify them for you, sobbing. And that Irene tells him everything, but for him to believe her she shows him everything where in that ritual, he is in shock of what he saw, and now everything makes sense to him, no wonder his family betrayed him, he was never part of that family, and they had grown tired of him. Rito. So you are my mother, surprised and sobbing at the same time. Irene. Yes, my little one, sobbing. After a while, Rito lets Irene pass and the others follow him. Urza. I'm glad to know I wasn't an only child and that I have a brother, smiling. Rito. At least I'm not from that disgusting family of traitors, seriously. Irene. What are you talking about, my son? Curious. Rito. I'd better tell everything, seriously. In that ritual he told everything, even how he was betrayed because they considered him useless. Urza, Irene and Urza's friends were in shock but felt strong hatred against the traitors. Rito. I don't care what happens to them anymore, but now I found out about the Avengers, smiling. Urza. The Avengers, confused. Rito shows on television about the Avengers where they saw that they faced great threats. Rito. They are the Avengers, a group of great heroes, smiling. Irene. I didn't know this, but I see that we shouldn't underestimate them, it would be. They continued watching wherein that Urza and Irene thought they should join the Avengers, what will happen see it in the next chapter. Chapter 14. Age of Ultron, Part 1. Previously it was revealed who Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch are, who had planned to join the Avengers to become part of the most powerful heroes on the planet, but Rito and Urza suffered betrayal by the beings they once loved, but now they no longer feel anything. Urza took revenge on those who turned their backs on her, but Rito decided to leave her past behind with her ex-harem. Current events. We are located in Rito's mansion where we see how he and Urza were planning to enter the Avengers. Rito. I want to be part of the Avengers, but I know I'll get in somehow, seriously. Urza. There are already two of us, we already have everything to be accepted, smiling. At that moment Irene would come out to see how her children were training. Irene. Well, my children, I know you will join the Avengers, smiling. Rito. We already have everything to be accepted, smiling. With that, the two of them left Irene with the others who were waiting for the results. At the Avengers base. The group was training to stay in shape, where everyone gave their best. Issei. Wow, I love training, smiling. Naoto. Yes, that's great, smiling. Hidehito. This way we don't lose anything, smiling. Basara. True, smiling. Shido. We are males, not chickens, smiling. Lincoln. We're not going to let anyone trample us, smiling. Wakana. That's right, we're not insects that can be crushed, seriously. But the girls. Rias was training with Miku and Roberta, they were training since they should not underestimate them. Rias. Now that I'm not the same as before, with or without powers, no one will be able to trample on me or tell me what to do, smiling. Miku. Well said friend, we are not flowers, we are warriors, smiling. Roberta. Yes, and now that we are a team, no one can stop us, smiling. So everyone continued training to become stronger and not get out of shape. Later. The group was gathered in the living room, but then they received a message that they had visitors, and then they saw that they were Urza and Rito. Issei. And who will they be? Curious. At that, Issei and the others went out where they saw a red-haired girl with her hands that gave off a red glow, and the other is a silver-haired boy in a silver suit. Issei. Hello, who are you? Curious. Urza. We haven't introduced ourselves, my name is Urza and he's my brother Rito, smiling. Rito. Nice to meet you, smiling. Issei. And what brings them here? From what I see, they have powers, serious. Urza. I have the power of scarlet magic and my good brother Right show them, smiling. In that ritual he started running where everyone was impressed. Issei. Wow, I didn't expect that, surprised. Urza. By the way, we want to join the Avengers, but first we must get to know each other better, smiling. They entered the base where Urza and Rito told their stories, where everyone is shocked by such a revelation, but some felt identified with Rito and Urza because of what they went through. After getting to know each other better, they decided to accept Rito and Urza into the team, where the group went to celebrate with some good pizzas. 3 days later. Avengers base. Everyone was gathered together because they were celebrating Lincoln's birthday. He was turning 14 and everyone went to celebrate. There was a dance floor where there was even a disco sphere. Lincoln and the others danced since it was a special day after all. Lincoln had never enjoyed a party so much without the Loud sisters ruining it. Now that he's not with the Louds, everything was great for him. Lincoln. This is amazing, smiling. Issei. You are our family, of course we have to celebrate birthdays, smiling. Shido. You helped us a lot, my friend, smiling. Naoto. It was thanks to you that the super soldier serum exists, smiling. Hidehito. You're also good at many things, smiling. Rias. And Lincoln, I love you very much as if you were my little brother, hugging Lincoln. Don't think badly because Lincoln and Rias love each other like brothers. They continued celebrating at the party without knowing that something would happen later. Unknown location. We see the traitorous demon Rizavam live in Lucifer who never died since he had a clone and the one who was killed was the clone. Rizavam hated Issei for being the one who ruined his plans and he had nothing left since he lost his army and he hired a spy to ruin Issei's life. Although that was successful he still needed to get revenge on the factions, but he didn't know how. Rizavam was working on something on the computer as he had created an artificial intelligence. Rizavam. Let's see what I can call you, smiling. That would be the right hand of Rizavam Euclid Lucifuge. Euclid. Rizavam Sama, what are you doing, curious. Rizavam. I created an artificial intelligence, but I can't think of a name yet, seriously. Euclid. I see, think about the name, seriously. Rizavam. I know Skynet, smiling. Euclid. I'm afraid to say it, Rizavam Sama, but that already exists in the Terminator movies, seriously. Rizavam hits his head, I had forgotten that detail. Rizavam. I know Ultron, smiling. Euclid. Ultron, confused. Rizavam. Yes, since I couldn't think of another name, seriously. Euclid. Ultron isn't bad at all, seriously. At that point, Rizavam went to his laboratory where he set out to build a robot. Upon finishing it, he took it to where Rizavam transferred Ultron to the robot, where the robot came to life. Ultron. Greetings, I am Ultron, seriously. Euclid. Rizavam Sama so that I create the subject, seriously. Rizavam. Oh dear Euclid, you see, Ultron is special because he can unite the artificial sacred gears to his body in order to use them as weapons, and he can even gain knowledge depending on the computer he touches, seriously. Euclid. I have a bad feeling about this, seriously. At that Ultron would walk towards Rizavam where he would speak. Ultron. What am I going to do now? Curious. Rizavam. Gather information from the factions, serious. At that point, Ultron left the base and went to collect information using Rizavam's computer. After finishing this he goes out to collect information and thanks to some propellers he could fly effortlessly. Euclid. Rizavam Sama, I must admit I think someone with potential, smiling. Rizavam. Yes, but it's junk because I wanted an army, but I have nothing, just useless robots, seriously. Meanwhile. Ultron collected a lot of information and when he finished doing it he returned where he went back to the base, but in that he received an attack from Rizavam, wherein that Ultron receives damage. Ultron saw who launched the attack at him and then he realized that it was Euclid and Rizavam. Rizavam. Ultron, you are nothing more than a failed experiment since you are just a simple android, smiling maliciously. Euclid. So you will be discarded, mockingly. At that moment, Ultron feels a lot of hatred, where Rizavam and Euclid attack him again, but Ultron dodges, where he grabs an artificial sacred gear and begins to absorb it and unite it with his body. Rizavam and Euclid couldn't believe it, but then Ultron stares at them. Ultron. New goal. destroy the factions, seriously. Ultron's light stopped being blue and changed to red, implying that he is no longer the same. In that he is attacked by Rizavam and Euclid, but in that Ultron takes away the artificial sacred gear, and in that he began to change shape. Ultron. Upgrade complete, deeper voice. At that moment, Rizavam attacks him, but Ultron grabs him by the neck. Ultron. I'm the one giving the orders now, seriously. At that, Ultron's other hand forms a sword, and he stabs the sword into Rizavam. Euclid tries to attack him, but Ultron realizes that he uses cannons that come out of his back and shoots Euclid, and then he charges his best attack and finishes Euclid off without a trace. In that Ultron enters the laboratory where he grabs the artificial sacred gear and joins them to his body, gaining more power and improving his appearance. Ultron. I can feel the power now, I'm going to sabotage your spy plan, mocking. At that Ultron flew away, but not before setting fire to the base where the base ends up exploding, killing Rizavam. Ultron flew to the Gremory castle where the windows are destroyed, and then Ultron comes out. Sirzechs. Who are you and what are you doing in my castle, annoyed. Ultron then shoots him with a beam, leaving Sirzechs wounded on the ground. Ultron. Silence, insignificant garbage, I am Ultron and now you are before the most powerful, cold. In that the leaders attack him, but Ultron dodges them as if it were a child's game where he gives them a blow that leaves them wounded on the ground. At that Ultron grabs Ryu and lifts him up while grabbing him by the neck. Ultron. Time to show this jerk's true colors, cold. In that Ultron injects a truth serum into Ryu, in which he confesses everything. Ryu. I'm a spy for the Chaos Brigade. Rizavam Sama hired me to gain his trust and get rid of that useless guy, pained. Not everyone could do it. The new pillar was a spy from the Chaos Brigade, where Ultron grabs Ryu and throws a death ray at him, Frieza style. Freezer S Ultron Y Paragus S Ryu. Ultron finished off Ryu when the death ray hit him in the heart, and then Ultron launched a blast that disintegrated Ryu's body. Ultron then looks at the factions where he shows a body, and everyone is horrified. It was the burned body of Rizavam. Ultron. This clown was my creator, but now he doesn't mean anything, now I'll go, goodbye fools, mocking. Then Ultron flies away and opens a portal to leave the underworld. At that point, guilt began to invade the leaders, where cries were heard. They were the girls from Issei's ex-harem. Ex-harem? What have we done, crying. The leaders felt like idiots for replacing Issei, but the Gremory clan is something else since they discarded Issei and tried to forcefully unite Rias with Ryu. Sirzechs. What did we do? Sore. Venelana. Rias, forgive me, crying. But they were not the only ones, since now they felt what Issei felt when he was betrayed. Unknown location. Ultron arrived at a hideout where he took out a box with technological weapons that he stole, and then he fused them together, gradually gaining more power. Ultron would then create an army of robots. Ultron. Almost complete but needs updating, seriously. In that, this gives them weapons and improvements, so Ultron's army is already updated. Ultron. They are more resistant than human robots, now they serve me, Ultron, smiling maliciously. At that the robots raised their fists, implying that they would obey Ultron. Now a new threat was born. Will the Avengers be able to fight this new enemy? That will happen, see it in the next chapter. Chapter 15. Age of Ultron, Part 2. Previously Rito and Urza joined the Avengers, who accepted them, and so the two brothers joined the group of heroes and celebrated Lincoln's birthday party. But they don't know that a new danger has emerged, who is a being called Ultron, who is an artificial intelligence that was corrupted but murdered its creator, who was Rizavam Livan Lucifer and Euclid Lucifuge. Ultron was able to unite artificial sacred gears, gaining a better form. But not only that, Ultron went to the Gremory castle where he revealed that Ryu was a spy for the Chaos Brigade. Present. After Ultron reveals what Ryu was and kills him, the faction searched for Issei and Rias, but there was no trace of them. However, they found out that Ultron stole much of Azazel's technology, thus gaining much more power. Ultron base. Ultron was on a base located on an island far from New York, almost reaching the European continent. Ultron was training to become stronger because he knows he can't be trusted at all, and thus master more the powers of the artificial sacred gears that he stole and fused into his body. Ultron. I must admit this power is surprising, seriously. And that Ultron would be training where he decides to do more training, since this way he can better master his powers. Then some robots that were Ultron soldiers come out. Robot. Ultron, we have news, seriously. Ultron. What is that news, seriously? And that the robot shows him about the Avengers who could be a danger to his plans. At that Ultron becomes enraged and launches an attack that destroys the robot. Ultron. They will be a danger to my plans, but I know how to take care of them, seriously. And that Ultron leaves his base and opens a portal where he goes to attack some city. Avengers base. At the base we see the group gathered where they were talking about their last mission, which consisted of thwarting Hydra's plans. Issei. Hydra are clowns, seriously. Hyoudou. We already thwarted their plans, it's no surprise that they always have something planned, seriously. Hyoudou. Well, now that it's coming, seriously. Then they hear an alarm, then an explosion is heard, then they see some robots. Issei. Robots, Serio. Asara. This is something you don't see every day, seriously. And that the robots attack them, but the Avengers defend themselves as they can, wherein that they finish off the robots, but they rebuild themselves, but in that Lincoln would take out a freezing gun. He shoots at the robots, freezing them, and then he takes out another weapon that shoots lava. Lava causes robots to melt and become unable to rebuild. Lincoln. Problem solved, serious. But then they see that a robot was not caught, but they try to catch it, but Lincoln throws lava that melts his legs. Then they grab what's left of the robot and try to figure out where it came from. But instead the robot activates self-destruct mode, where Hyoudou sends it to the sky where the robot explodes. It's a way so that no one can track Ultron. Asara. Rayos, annoyed. Issei. This is bad, we don't know who sent these robots, serious. Hyoudou. Something tells me we'll meet him soon, seriously. Then that the group receives another alert where they see that a city is being attacked by the same robots. Shido. Guys, let's go, a city is being attacked, seriously. Then they went to the city, which was the city of Seoul, where they went and saw all the citizens running. At that point the robots appear, but the Avengers use their now improved attacks to destroy them and prevent them from rebuilding. At that moment Issei feels like his armor is not responding, and then Ultron appears. Ultron. Greetings Avengers, my name is Ultron, seriously. Iron Man. How are you doing this? Seriously. Ultron. I'm not artificial intelligence for nothing, I stole powerful artificial sacred gear to become super powerful, mockingly. And that Ultron takes off Iron Man's helmet, where he launches an attack at him, but Ultron returns the attacks. Iron Man. Who told you about the sacred gear? Seriously. Ultron. I was created by Rizavum Live and Lucifer, but that idiot saw me as a failed experiment and tried to get rid of me, but I killed him and his lapdog Euclid, but now I know about the supernatural, seriously. At that Black Widow shoots him, but Ultron didn't receive any damage and he was going to attack her, but at that moment an explosive arrow hit him, causing an explosion. When everything becomes clear, Ultron was slightly damaged, but he regenerates. Hawkeye. I see that it regenerates more than those jackets we destroyed. And that Quicksilver uses his speed, where he manages to give several attacks to Ultron. Scarlet Witch uses a sword made of energy and throws it at Ultron, where she manages to cut off his arm. Ultron just stayed silent, but then Ultron's arm regenerates. Imagine it's Ultron. Ultron. I forgot to tell you that I'm not like my robots since I'm the most powerful, seriously. At that moment, Ultron takes out some cannons from his arms where he started shooting, at which point Ultron grows wings and acquires a dragon form. As Ultron stole many artificial sacred gear, he takes dragon form. Ultron attacks everyone at the same time, but then he makes a roar and all of Ultron's robots join together to form a robot shark. Then the heroes attack the shark, but it was just as resistant as Ultron. Lincoln, seeing that his friends were in danger, got angry and started to grow and his skin turned green, turning into the Hulk. At that point, Hulk launches himself to attack the shark robot, where the Avengers take advantage of this to attack the rest of the robots. Then that Ultron would attack them, where he uses his powers to damage Iron Man's armor so that he cannot control it. Having no other option, Issei decides to take off his armor, but he is wearing a dark suit. Issei then saw how his armor was controlled by Ultron and now it had red lights and the red color of the armor was now black. The armor is now controlled by Ultron, wherein that one of Ultron's robots puts it where it joins, and so that robot now attacks Issei and he defends himself as he can. Hulk was fighting the giant shark robot and then he grabs the jaw and begins to stretch it, where Hulk puts his entire fist in and grabs something and pulls it off the robot, where the robot falls without energy since Hulk destroyed its power source. At that Hulk jumps and crushes the robot as if it were an insect. At that point he saw how everyone had trouble defeating Ultron's most advanced robots. Ultron then receives a punch from Hulk, where both have a fairly even fight, but Hulk began to gain the advantage. Issei then remembered something and then he called his next armor and then he put it on. Ultron was having a lot of trouble against the Green Titan. And that Ultron returns to his base form, but he becomes bigger, exactly the size of Hulk, where he hit him a lot, but Ultron could rebuild himself. Ultron. Eat this, big guy, pointing a cannon. At that point, he shoots him with many cannons, but the most powerful one made Hulk fall unconscious. At that moment, Ultron attacked the Avengers again, but he realized that he was very worn out from fighting against Hulk, and then he decided to leave, but then Hyoudou threw a ray at him that prevented him from escaping. Hyoudou? You're not going anywhere, seriously. At that moment, Ultron, seeing that he was about to be defeated, makes a move and creates an explosion that distracts them, and Ultron takes advantage of it to escape. The Avengers, seeing that Ultron escaped, became frustrated and set out to restore the damage, but thanks to some tricks they finished quickly. But the robot that took over Issei's armor tries to destroy it, but Hulk, who has already awakened, destroys it into pieces, and Hyoudou uses lightning to destroy it. Later, the Avengers were at the base, but they didn't know how to locate Ultron since he knew how to hide well, but now we see how Lincoln now in his normal state. Miku? That guy was really strong, he would be. Issei. And he was able to control my armor, I must find a way to avoid that, serious. Rias. Issei, I know you'll make it, smiling. Asara. Now what are we going to do? How are we going to defeat that guy, seriously? Shido. He said he could control technology, so we should do something to prevent him from controlling it, serious. They come up with a plan, but then they find out that Ultron is now attacking London, and they went to stop him. In London, Ultron attacked everyone who got in his way and had no mercy on anyone, but before he could kill a girl, he was sent flying by Hyoudou's hammer. At that moment the Avengers appeared but saw that Ultron destroyed part of the city where they attacked Ultron, but he defended himself as if nothing had happened. Ultron sees Issei's armor in that, but when he tries to control it, he can't. Iron Man. Did you think that could happen again? I put a block that you won't be able to deactivate, fool, mockingly. At that moment, Ultron enters the dragon form, but he is attacked by Hulk, who begins to beat him up. Taking advantage of this, the heroes launch many attacks at Ultron, in which Ultron receives a lot of damage. He began to regenerate, but then Ultron fused with the remaining robots, and now he was stronger. Ultron. Time to finish you off to prevent you from ruining my plans, seriously. And that Ultron attacks them, causing them many problems where he attacks the heroes, leaving them injured. Those who could continue fighting were Hyoudou, Iron Man, Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch and Hulk, where Hulk began to hit Ultron hard, and taking advantage of the distraction the heroes attack Ultron with everything they have. Scarlet Witch has her arms ripped off, but they regenerate. Quicksilver attacked him repeatedly, but then Ultron regenerated. At that point they launched more attacks, where Ultron's regeneration began to fail, and Hulk took advantage of it and ripped off one of Ultron's arms and a leg. At that point the others attacked Ultron with everything they had, and the regeneration stopped working, and Ultron began to take great damage until finally Ultron was destroyed. Ultron's remains were left on the ground, and they exploded, leaving no trace. At that, Hulk calms down and turns back into Lincoln, where the group unites and gives a victory cry. Ultron was finally destroyed, but now the factions will search for Issei and Rias. What will happen? See it in the next chapter. Chapter 16 Abomination. Previously the Avengers faced a threat that was a being called Ultron who was able to control technology. He was also able to even build things and improve his powers. The Avengers fortunately managed to defeat him with great difficulty, thus ending another threat. Present. Avengers base. After what happened, the group had a party to celebrate defeating another threat where everyone did many fun things. But we see how Hyoudou walks away since he was thoughtful. This caught Lincoln's attention. Lincoln. Hyoudou, what do you have? Curious. Hyoudou. I miss my mom and my sisters, sad. Lincoln. Why don't you go for them? Curious. Hyoudou. True, because I didn't think about that before, but I'll go for Jane, but you can accompany me, smiling. Lincoln. Of course, brother, smiling. Hyoudou then went to look for Jane, but then he decided to use his flying car. Hyoudou arrives with Jane, where the flying car opens a portal where the three enter at the same time. Then Kyoto. The portal opens and the three of them exited, but Lincoln was in his flying car. Lincoln continued in the car, but he remembered that he had a house that he built in Kyoto on one of his trips. Lincoln. Guys, let's go to my house in Kyoto, you're going to like it, smiling. They arrive at the house, which was a cabin, but Hyoudou and Jane are amazed. Hyoudou. It looks like a palace like the one you bought it for, surprised. Lincoln. Being one of the best inventors has its advantages. I sold some inventions and as a reward I got paid well and bought some houses that are useful for vacations, smiling. Jane. Well, at least you don't have to pay for hotels, smiling. Hyoudou. Now let's go find my mom and sisters, smiling. Then they went to look for them, but then Hyoudou saw something that made him angry. It was a wanted poster that said the following. Wanted. Hyoudou Tadano was accused of something he didn't do. If you see him, tell your friends and family. Hyoudou, seeing this, grabs the paper and gives an angry shout and begins to tear it up while saying. Hyoudou. Damn trash, first they call me a murderer and now they want me back, annoyed. Jane hugs Hidehito to calm him down a bit and prevent him from doing anything stupid. Jane. Love, calm down, I'm with you and you too, friend. Calm down. I don't want to see you like this, worried. Hidehito calms down upon hearing Jane's angelic voice and begins to calm down. Lincoln. Hidehito, you know we're going to support you through thick and thin, smiling. Hidehito. They are right, now we must continue, but how, curious. Lincoln. I'll go on my hoverboard, taking out the hoverboard. He began to walk around the city to see what he could find, but Lincoln saw everything around him. At that, Lincoln stops because he saw something and meets a girl with short hair and an eye patch, but she was wearing white clothes. Amaharu watched Lincoln's skateboard and was amazed that it was flying. Amaharu. Wow, your skateboard is amazing, surprised. Lincoln. Well thanks, I'm Lincoln and you, smiling. The albino smile made the girl blush and she didn't know what to say, but she could answer. Amaharu. Amaharu Nakanaka, I like video games, blushing. Lincoln. Amazing, I like video games too, smiling. Amaharu. Seriously, surprised. Lincoln. Yes, I like to play them, and another thing, you are pretty despite having that patch, smiling. Amaharu blushes more at how Lincoln was calling her. Amaharu. Don't you think I'm weird? Sad. Lincoln. You're not pretty at all, smiling. Amaharu. He's the first guy who doesn't consider me weird. I think I found my prince. At that moment they hear a calm voice saying the following. How cute Amaharu has a bunny, smiling. They both turn around and see a girl with dark green hair, but Lincoln was surprised that she had her eyes closed and looked very cute. Lincoln. Amaharu, who is your friend, curious. Amaharu. She is Kitatori and she is very sweet because she always has a calm attitude, smiling. Kid. Who are you, sweet bunny? Smiling. Lincoln. I'm Lincoln, smiling. Kid. It's a cute name, and is your hair dyed or natural, curious. Lincoln. It's natural, smiling. Amaharu. Hey kid, what were you doing here? Curious. Kid. Nothing, just taking a walk, smiling innocently. The three of them went for a walk to get to know each other better. Panthathet. He walks around the city, but he doesn't blame his family since his mother and sisters weren't to blame for anything, and then he arrives at his old home and knocks on the door where Jean opens it. Jean. Hello, how can I help you? Curious. Hidehito. Hello mom, how long has it been? Smiling. Jean recognized that voice and tears filled her eyes and she rushed to hug her son. Jean. Hidehito, my baby, I missed you so much, crying. Hidehito. Calm down, mom, don't cry, I won't leave your side anymore, smiling. And that Jean continued hugging Hidehito until after he calmed down she lets go of Hidehito but notices Jane. Jean. Son, who is she? Looking at Jane. Hidehito. Mom, she's my girlfriend Jane, smiling. Jean. Wow, son, you have a beautiful girlfriend, smiling. Jane. Nice to meet you, mother-in-law. I'm Jane Foster, smiling. Jean. Call me Jean, we are family now, smiling. Then they hear footsteps and see two girls, they were Hidehito's sisters, Hattori and Hitomi. Both of them, seeing their brother, tears fill their eyes and they jump to hug their brother. Hattori. Brother, you're finally back, crying. Hitomi. We miss you so much, crying. After all that, Hidehito tells them everything about how he escaped from prison and how he became the new god of thunder and how he is now part of the Avengers. Jean. Wow, but at least you came back for us, hugging her son. Hidehito. Yes, because I missed them a lot, but by the way, what happened in my absence, seriously? At that the girls didn't know what to say, but at that Hattori would speak. Hattori. I'll tell you, brother, it would be. Hitomi. Me too, would be. Hidehito. What happened, serious and curious? Hattori. After you were locked up, the fools of Iton celebrated that the nobody was no longer with his goddess, but that bitch Shako introduced her new boyfriend Ricardo, but she knew there was something suspicious about that garbage, serious. Hitomi. But after that we started following Ricardo until we discovered that that bastard is the real culprit of that woman's death and he framed you so that they wouldn't take him to jail, it would be. Hattori. That's how we planned our revenge, but to our surprise Ren Yamai helped us, and that's how we told everyone that Ricardo was the murderer, and we had the evidence, and that bastard tried to escape, and that's how we attacked Ricardo, but we ended up in the slaughterhouse where he tried to kill us, but Ren saved us. She pushed Ricardo, and he fell into the grinder turning into ground meat, seriously. Hidehito. I didn't expect that, but at least he's dead, but what about Ren helping them, seriously? Hitomi. It's because she realized that Shako was nothing more than a witch, it would be. Hattori. Since that day everything changed and she helped us a lot, seriously. Hidehito. I see, but at least she got rid of the one who ruined my life, seriously. Jean. What will happen now? Curious. Hidehito. I'm going to spend time with you to make it up to you, smiling. This made Jean, Hattori and Hitomi feel happy, so Hidehito went shopping with them. Han Lincoln. He was with Keed and Amaharu, both of them hugged him, while the skateboard flew where Lincoln went with them to the mall. But then Lincoln feels danger, where he sees people running and loud bangs are heard, where he hears something crushing cars. Lincoln saw that the cause of all the damage was a large monster. Greetings fools, my name is Abomination, now I'll crush you like insects, smiling maliciously. In that he throws several cars where he attacks people, but in that he receives several shots from a frozen weapon. Lincoln. Detente huge bestia, Serio. Abomination in that looks at Lincoln in detail and puts on a look of hatred. Abomination. Your onion head will pay for what you did to me, annoyed. Lincoln. What are you talking about? I don't know you, seriously. At that Keed approaches to try to reason with Abomination. Keed. Hey sir, please stop destroying everything in your path, smiling innocently. They thought that with that Abomination would reason, but in that Abomination slaps Keed obviously he contained his strength to not kill her. Keed fell to the ground and when she looked up she had a big red mark on her cheek and she had a sad expression and tears falling from her face. Lincoln, seeing this injustice against the tender Keed, began to get angry, where his skin turned green and began to grow, and his clothes were destroyed, leaving only his pants almost intact, since they had one or another hole. Hulk. You'll pay dearly, damn you, annoyed. At that Hulk launches himself against Abomination where both of them started to fight. And that Abomination attacks Hulk where he hits wildly where Hulk defends himself by kicking him in the groin. And that Abomination attacks Hulk and with a lamppost hits him as if it were baseball. Then Hulk falls into the lake but gets up and then the Abomination rushes to hit him repeatedly. Until they get out of the lake and then the Abomination grabs a car and crashes it into the Hulk. Hulk stood up but looked angrily at the Abomination. Hulk. Who the hell are you and why did you say I'm going to get revenge? Annoyed. Abomination. You don't remember me, oh. Maybe this will make you remember, Larry, annoyed. In his mental space, Lincoln remembered that there was only one person who called him that. Hulk, Chandler Molesto. Abomination. Bingo, smiling maliciously. Hulk. But how did it happen, annoyed and curious at the same time. Abomination. Simple, the four-eyed loud helped me because before she was locked up, she told me the key to get revenge on you for everything you did to me, smiling maliciously. And that Abomination gives him more attacks where he submits Hulk against a wall. Abomination. You see the difference between us, you are very soft, that's why you always had to suffer, the weak are pathetic and the strong survive, laughing like crazy. At that point, Abomination unleashes another barrage of attacks, where he attacks Hulk with everything he can, knocking him to the ground, but Abomination says something, not knowing that he made the worst mistake of his life. Abomination. Once I'm done with you, I'll go after that baby and those girls and kill them painfully ha 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 ha, laughing. Hulk gets very angry at that, and when Abomination was going to hit him again, Hulk stops him. Hulk. No one, I repeat, no one messes with my family, furious. At that point, Abomination attacks him again, where Hulk now dodges the attacks, where he hits Abomination in the face, where the monster tries to hit him, but Hulk attacks him again. Hulk then began to give Abomination the beating of his life, where he then grabs a missile and throws it at Abomination, causing an explosion. At that point, Abomination comes out of the smoke and is attacked by Hulk, who hits him with everything he has to offer, ultimately giving one last blow, thus leaving Abomination out of combat. Seeing the Abomination out of combat, Hulk screams in the air. Everyone sees how Hulk had defeated Abomination, then Hulk went to the backpack and injects himself with the serum where he calms down, returning to being Lincoln. And that he does the same with Abomination where Abomination loses his transformation returning to being Chandler. Lincoln takes out a necklace that cancels powers and puts it on Chandler. Lincoln then takes a control from his backpack and presses a button where some robots come out and begin to rebuild the area destroyed by the combat. Hidehito arrived quickly but saw Lincoln alone with his pants somewhat torn and a defeated Chandler. Lincoln. I've mastered Hulk more now, seriously. After that, Amaharu and Keed approach and hug Lincoln. Lincoln. Calm down girls, it's all over now, seriously. Amaharu. Lincoln, can you explain to us what's going on, worried. Lincoln. I'll tell you everything, seriously. The girls were going to receive a lot of information. Later. Hidehito, after meeting his friends again, told them that Lincoln suffered an accident with gamma rays, where, when he got angry, he turned into Hulk. This surprised both of them, but Keed would hug Lincoln, as if he were a teddy bear, and Amaharu does the same. Hidehito. I see that they fell in love with Lincoln, well he and Amaharu have something in common, which is video games. There's a knock on the door and upon opening it, Hidehito is knocked down by a hug. The person responsible was Nin. Nin. Hidehito, I missed you so much, crying. Hidehito. Calm down baby, I'm here, but how did you know I was here? Confused. That's where Jane is coming from. Jane. It was me, Hidehito, smiling. Hidehito. I see, okay baby, let me go and I'll tell you everything, smiling. At that point, Nin releases Hidehito and he tells her everything, where Nin was surprised. But what Hidehito doesn't know is that he will have an unwanted reunion with certain people he now hates. What will happen? See it in the next chapter. Chapter 17 Spider-Man. Previously Hidehito asked Lincoln to accompany him, but Jane also joined him, and so they went to Kyoto, where Hidehito reunited with his family, and Lincoln met Amaharu and Kid, but a villain called Abomination appeared, and Lincoln turned into Hulk faced him. But the shocking thing was that Abomination turned out to be Chandler, Lincoln's enemy, but Hulk defeated him and put a necklace on him that cancels powers. Present. After Chandler is taken to a laboratory, we see everyone in the house that Lincoln had, where the others arrive and enter the house. Lincoln. Well, sit down comfortably, smiling. Nin sits next to Hidehito, but she had many doubts because although Hidehito told her about his powers, she still didn't believe him, but he shows them to her. Nin. So you're part of the Avengers, surprised. Hidehito. Yes, but I'm not the only one too, pointing at Lincoln. Kid. She's right, it's more like my bunny defended me, hugging Lincoln. Amaharu. We also love him very much, joining the hug. Hidehito. Yes seriously. Nin. But how did the fight between strong beings happen, serious and curious? Lincoln explains that he turns into Hulk when he's angry. This surprised Nin as it made him remember a Kako, but Lincoln's anger is worse as he turns into a Green Titan. Nin. I see they're telling the truth, surprised. Lincoln. Well, who's hungry? Smiling. Everyone raises their hand and went out to eat something, but they arrived at the restaurant where they ordered food. Lincoln was eating a hamburger while Kid and Amaharu were sitting next to him. Hidehito. Well I admit I was hungry, but this is nice, smiling. Lincoln then tries to put sauce on his burger, but it doesn't come out of the bottle. Lincoln. Stupid sauce, shaking the bottle. Hidehito looked at the situation with some laughter, but then he felt some presences, and when he turned around he saw that they were Ren, Akako and Himeko. Ren. Hidehito, surprised. Hidehito. Ren, surprised. Ren. Hidehito, how have you been? Sad. Hidehito. Good, and by the way, I heard you helped my sisters, seriously. Ren just sighs as he remembers why he helped them. Ren. Yes, because I know you very well, and I knew that something was wrong, since I understood that that mute woman is not a goddess, she is a hateful one since I saw that she really does not care about anyone but herself, cold. Himeko. So we decided to help prove that Ricardo was responsible for everything, and so we gave him what he deserved, it would be. Ren. Then I decided to change for the better, but now how do you have that appearance, curious. Hidehito. It's actually a bit complicated, seriously. Akako. By the way, I saw that white-haired boy turn into a green giant, looking at Lincoln. That's right, Akako saw the fight between Lincoln Aka Hulk and Abomination. Hidehito. It's a bit complicated, but we'll talk about it somewhere else, seriously. After eating they went somewhere else where they told about Hidehito and Lincoln being part of the Avengers. But Jane is Hidehito's girlfriend, and some felt jealous of this, but they would talk to Jane later. In New York. We see a guy dressed in a red and blue spider-themed suit. The mysterious hero arrives at a building where he removes his mask, revealing a boy with green hair and eyes of the same color. Imagine he's wearing Spider-Man's suit. His name is Izuku Midoriya, who is now the Incredible Spider-Man or Spider-Man. He has his powers because he was bitten by a radioactive spider. But before that, Izuku was part of the UA Hero Academy where he went through great adventures, but one day everything changed. He was betrayed by the UA and the League of Heroes as he was accused of treason and that he was supposedly an infiltrator of the League of Villains, but it was all false. There were few who believed in his innocence, and after that he escaped to the United States where he made a change so as not to be recognized. His mother Inko one day took him to an exhibition where Melissa's father, a friend of Izuku, was working and he was bitten by a radioactive spider. Izuku awakened new spider powers such as climbing walls, super strength, spider sense, increased speed and resistance, and a little regeneration, since his wounds heal quickly. Izuku learned to use them responsibly, and that's when he decided to become Spider-Man. On the other hand, Melissa went through the same thing, and now she can see without her glasses and has the following outfit. She called herself Ghost Spider and was saving the citizens when the Chitauri invasion and Loki's invasion occurred. On the other hand, Uraraka trained with her powers, and now she masters them better. Now we see Izuku arrive at his house that he got with the help of Melissa's father. Izuku. Wow, what a day, seriously. Then Melissa arrives and takes off her mask and kisses Izuku. Melissa. How did it go, darling? Smiling. Izuku. Find my sunflower, smiling. Melissa. What were you thinking about, curious? Izuku. Nothing but my sunflower, kissing Melissa. Melissa gladly accepts, but Uraraka would arrive and Mai would see this, which made her a little jealous. Uraraka. Izuku-kun in my kiss, pouting. Izuku separates from Melissa, noticing Uraraka's presence. Izuku. My piece of chocolate, I'm sorry I didn't notice your presence, sadly. And that Izuku gives a kiss to Uraraka and hugs her while kissing the brunette. Later. The three of them were eating the food that Uraraka had brought since she had gone to buy things at the supermarket. Izuku. Today went well for me girls and I was able to meet Issei Stark, smiling. Melissa. The owner of Stark Industries, surprised. Uraraka. And one of the richest guys in the world, surprised. Izuku. Yes, and now I work at his company as his right-hand man, smiling. Uraraka. Wow, that's impressive, surprised. Melissa. How was it possible? Surprised. Izuku. Well, it all started like this, smiling. Flashback. We see Izuku in Stark Industries who was excited to be in the company, but then Issei Stark comes out who was wearing a formal suit. Issei. Who called me, seriously? Izuku. It was me, Mr. Stark, nervous. Issei. Don't call me sir, I'm not old, call me whatever you want, but I'm not sir, seriously. Izuku. Well Issei, the reason why I'm in your company is because I want to be your partner, but I have many reasons, have you heard about the UA, seriously? Issei. Yes, the school is to be heroes, but now that I think about it, they are false heroes. Where were they when the earth was invaded many times, seriously? Izuku. Vera, I'll tell him everything, seriously. And that Izuku tells his story to Issei and how he was betrayed and accused of treason. Issei. I thought those who abandoned me were trash, but they surpassed them by far, serious. Izuku. That's why I need the job because I want to earn a living, begging. Issei. Calm down, I see that you have a determination to want to be my partner, but if you show me that you are worthy, you will be in. You have something to show me, smiling. And that Izuku shows a car that is modern. Izuku. I modified it and it's bulletproof, smiling. And that Izuku shows another invention that was a weapon of the future. Izuku. I'm an inventor, smiling. Issei sees everything in detail about Izuku's inventions where he sees a lot of potential in the green-haired boy. Issei. I already thought about it and if you are in since I see that you are the one indicated to be my right hand, but do not disappoint me, seriously. Izuku. Thank you, you won't regret it, smiling. This is how they shake hands, implying that they are allies. End of flashback. Izuku. And that's how I became Issei Stark's right-hand man, smiling. Melissa. I understand that he is a great inventor, but you know that there is another of the most brilliant minds, but you are surprised that he is a child, seriously. Izuku. What a thing, surprised. Uraraka. Yes, Dr. Lincoln Banner invented the super soldier serum, but he is the only one who knows the formula, it would be. Melissa. And also that despite his young age, since he is now 13 years old, he invented things even more advanced than my father's inventions, it would be. Izuku. Well, girls want to go out on patrol, smiling. The two nod and then they put on their suits, but in Uraraka's case, she puts on the suit she used in the villain fight tests. And that Izuku and his girls went out to patrol to see what they found, but Izuku doesn't know that he will be part of the Avengers, what will happen see it in the next chapter. Chapter 18 Doctor Strange. Previously it was seen that Izuku Midoriya became Spider-Man, and he along with his girlfriends Melissa and Achako were heroes in New York when the Avengers were busy with other things. Present. Unknown location. We see a boy with black hair and blue eyes wearing a white and blue jacket. His name was Saito Hiraga. Saito was depressed and there was a reason why he was like that. It all started when he was summoned by a pink-haired girl named Louise. But she had a pretty heavy behavior and always attacked him when another girl talked to him or for any mistake. Saito lived through many things when he was summoned since he appeared in a kingdom called Tristan, and he learned many things and met people, he faced many villains, but he also earned the contempt of one of Louise's sisters named Leonora. But despite the adversities, Saito always got up and managed to defeat his enemies until he and Louise became a couple. But that didn't last long as a new guy named Sean arrived who was someone who stood out more than Saito. It was like this that everyone began to distance themselves from Saito, but not everything was bad for him, since some people did talk to him. But one day Saito was called to Queen Henrietta's palace where he was attacked because then Louise's family and many others appear telling him hurtful things and that he was no longer useful and they take his things and that now Sean is the new protector and that now Saito is banished from the kingdom of Tristan, returning him to his dimension. Returning to the present. Saito was able to survive the attack, but as a consequence he lost the magic he had left since one of the things they did to him when they betrayed him took away a large part of his magic and Saito did not understand what he did wrong since people always make mistakes. Saito? What did I do so wrong? Sad. Saito then reflected but then remembered something his grandfather gave him before he died and it was a brochure of a place called Kamertaj. With the money he had, he went to Kamertaj in Tibet and it took him a few hours, but he managed to get there. Saito did not deny that the place he arrived at was spectacular, but Saito did not understand at first why his grandfather gave him the brochure of the site. After that he saw how some gang members tried to rob a vendor, but Saito managed to beat them up since, thanks to his experience in combat, he defeated them. Then he went to a forest to hunt for something to eat. Later. Saito was at a bonfire while he was thinking about everything that happened, but then he realized that someone was watching him and when he turned around he saw a woman, but she had no hair. Saito? Who are you? Confused. Where are my manners? I'm ancient, smiling. Saito? I see my name is Saito, but what are you doing here? Serious and curious. Ancestral. I saw how you fought against those gang members, it would be. Saito? I didn't do it out of revenge but to defend the seller and not to hurt the opponent, seriously. Ancestral. I know you're telling the truth, but what brought you to Kamertaj? Serious and curious. Saito? My grandfather told me about this place, but I don't know why he told me about this place, confused. Ancestral. I know why he asked you to come, smiling. Saito. For what ancestor? Confused. Ancestral. I knew your grandfather, it's a long story, but he knew about the mystic arts, smiling. Saito. Mystic arts, confused. Ancestral. They are a very rare and very ancient magic. Supreme sorcerers have existed from generation to generation, but Saito, you are worthy of being the next, smiling. Saito. I don't know what to say since I'm useless, sad. Ancestral. Why do you tell yourself that? Confused. Saito tells the ancestral everything he experienced and how he was betrayed and replaced like a piece of trash. Ancestral. What a horror, not even in my many years as a witch have I heard anything so cruel, shocked. Saito. I think you're right, I'm useless, sad. Ancestral puts a hand on his shoulder. Ancestral. You are not, Saito. They did not know how to value you. You have a lot of potential, you just did not know how to awaken it. But now you must show what you are worth. That's why I am here to train you. First, let's go to the temple, friendly tone. Saito. You're right, but where is that temple? Curious. Ancestral then makes a hand pose and with one of his fingers draws a circle in the air, opening a portal. Ancestral. This way we'll get there faster, smiling. Then they enter the portal and arrive at a training room. Ancestral. First you believe in magic, curious. Saito. Yes, master, serious. Ancestral then hit Saito, causing him to separate from his body. Saito saw his body and realized that it was transparent. Saito. What did he do to me, curious. Ancestral. I separated you from your astral form as a first training you must know how to move in your astral form, it would be. Saito began to concentrate where he gradually gained more mobility in the astral form until he managed to return to his body. Ancestral. Well, you've returned to your body. Now you must learn the physical training before the magical ones so that you learn what you have to do, smiling. At that point, Saito began to train hard, although it was more intense than when he was in Tristan. He would not give up and would not make the same mistakes he made in the past. Saito also learned to go up and down mountains without help, also to climb things and other things. When the ancient magic training arrived, he gave him some basic books since he told him that he should start with the basic spells before the advanced ones. Saito started with something simple like attracting an apple, but he didn't concentrate enough and failed many times. Saito also trained his mind through meditation to find inner peace. After a long time of mental training, Saito became more focused and was able to do some basic spells, such as summoning a whip. I also learned how to create small spells that don't require much energy. But not only that, he also learned some spells that are elemental attacks like a water dragon. He also learned how to separate the astral form from a body as the ancestors did. Saito then learned to open portals by simply concentrating his magic on his fingers. After finishing learning the spells but still had to learn the advanced spells and he learned to block fire attacks with a technique. But Saito also trained his strength to monstrous levels to such an extent that he can lift quite a few tons, since his resistance level was greater than that of a war tank. In speed, he can concentrate energy in his feet to such an extent that he runs faster than an Olympic sprinter and faster than a cheetah. After hard training, Saito was ready and so he went with the librarian Wang. Wang. I see that you already know the basic spells, you are ready for the advanced ones, but first you must start with a few advanced ones, seriously. At that point Wang gives him some less advanced magic books so that Saito can learn the spells. The advanced spells were somewhat complicated, but Saito gave them time and dedication. After a long time, Saito learned most of the advanced spells. It should be noted that he is training in a pocket dimension where time passes quickly, although years passed in the pocket dimension, time in his original dimension only passed a few days. After learning advanced spells, Saito was promoted to Sorcerer Supreme, where he was rewarded with a suit and the Cloak of Levitation. After finishing his training, Saito changed his last name to Strange, as he felt it better suited his new power. He entered medical school where thanks to his advanced intellect, he only lasted a short time and graduated with honors, and from that day on Saito became a hero called Dr. Strange. What will happen? See him in the next chapter. Chapter 19. Yellow Jackets Attack. Previously we saw Saito who was previously the hero of the Tristan Kingdom, however he was betrayed and replaced by a boy who stood out better than him. But not everything was bad for Saito since he was trained in the mystical arts where he became the new supreme sorcerer with the alias Dr. Strange. Present. New York City. Avengers base. We see Hyoudou working in his laboratory on a new suit, making it more resistant to heat and also adaptable in water so that he can breathe through the helmet. Hyoudou. Finally after a long work it's finally finished, smiling. Hyoudou tries on the suit he had created, it had a different design than the original. Hyoudou. It's great, I can't deny it, smiling, but it wasn't noticeable because of the helmet. At that Hyoudou uses the belt to shrink and then starts training a little. Elsewhere. In the Dem Corporation. We see the manager of the company who was Hyoudou Isaac's worst enemy who often made his life difficult. Isaac was the one who hired Jack to get rid of Hyoudou so that he could conquer the spirits, but now Isaac had something else planned. To kill Ant-Man, since through some spies he discovered that Hyoudou was still alive and is now Ant-Man. Isaac. Hyoudou, I see you're still alive, but you don't know what awaits you, smiling maliciously. At that moment, one of the employees tells Isaac that the most recent invention was ready, and Isaac leaves his office where he went to see his latest invention. They went to the laboratory where Isaac saw a suit with technology identical to Ant-Man's, but the suit was yellow where he asked the others to leave him alone, and Isaac put on the suit that had multiple capabilities including weapons. Isaac. Hyoudou or rather Ant-Man greets Yellow Jacket, mockingly. Then he started training with the suit to improve his abilities and learn more. Elsewhere. We see my spirit who was furious about what happened to Hyoudou, but she would not stand idly by. So that you don't confuse it with my red hair, I'll call this one my Takamiya to avoid confusion. Mio Takamiya. They will pay for what they did to my little brother, Cold. Mio sees Hyoudou as a brother and she will be Lincoln's partner. Mio Takamiya. Now to unmask that bastard Jack, Cold. Then she flew to the Itsuka residence to unmask Jack and show his true face. Residence Itsuka. The girls were enjoying a delicious lunch, but then someone comes in quickly and grabs Jack and throws him away. The girls then went to see what was happening and then they saw Mio Takamiya hitting Jack. Vittori. What are you doing, damn you? Leave our Jack, annoyed. Origami. Let it go, annoyed. Natsumi. Let it go or you'll see, annoyed. But the albino doesn't listen to them and then she takes something out of her dress and it was a truth serum where Mio Takamiya forces Jack to take the serum. Jack. I'm a spy for the Dem. Isaac hired me to get rid of Hyoudou, confessing. The girls were shocked when they heard this. Perhaps Jack was a spy for the demo. Jack. And you don't know how I enjoyed that you betrayed that idiot and how you came on me, laughing like crazy. This shocked the spirits even more, but Jack doesn't know that he signed his death warrant. Mio Takamiya. You will suffer in hell, annoyed. At that moment Takamiya grabbed Jack and then started beating him wildly. But then the girl decides to launch a powerful attack that would disintegrate Isaac's body, leaving no trace. Mio Takamiya. This piece of trash was how they replaced my little brother. I'm disgusted by them, no emotions. At that moment, my wife leaves the place, but Hyoudou's exes burst into tears when they see that they were deceived. Hyoudou's ex-room. What have we done, crying. Then they started looking for Hyoudou, but there was no trace of him anywhere. Mio Takamiya was searching for Hyoudou until he found him and then he bumped into Ellen. Ellen. Any news about my dear Hyoudou, sad. Mio Takamiya. I already found my little brother, he's in New York, we should go to New York to find him, it would be. At that point, Ellen decides to go with Mia Takamiya, where they both head towards New York. In New York, we see Ant-Man stopping several robbers in a bank and then he stops the last robber. Ant-Man. You guys are idiots, seriously. Then he leaves the place while the police arrive to take the thieves away. At that moment, Ant-Man detects danger and dodges a laser shot and sees the perpetrator who was coming out of the water. Ant-Man sees that his attacker's suit had technology similar to his own. Ant-Man. Who are you, seriously? Yellow Jacket. Fool, my name is Yellow Jacket and my mission is to destroy you, Ant-Man, mockingly. And that Yellow Jacket attacks Ant-Man where both have a fairly even fight wherein that. At that moment, Ant-Man decides to attack him in miniature form, but when he does, Yellow Jacket chooses and attacks him. In that, both continued their fight in their miniature form, but no one could see what the fight between the hero and the villain was like. That's how Ant-Man decided to grow as tall as a building. Yellow Jacket was not far behind, and both like giants resumed the fight. Both arrive at the river where the fight continued, since Ant-Man did not want to destroy buildings. In a moment of carelessness, the villain Ant-Man hits him in the face. King Kong's Ant-Man y Yellow Jacket's Godzilla. In that the villain falls into the water but gets up again and attacks Ant-Man wherein that the two come out of the water and shrink back to their normal size, but the villain was somewhat injured and runs away. Ant-Man. He escaped, seriously. With that, he leaves the place to return to the base to see who that Yellow Jacket was. Later. Hyoudou was eating a hamburger at McDonald's where the television shows the fight between him and Yellow Jacket. But he remembered that he could briefly see Yellow Jacket's face. Leaving the restaurant, Hyoudou went home with Miku who was waiting for him. Miku. Darling, who was the guy you fought with, serious and curious. Hyoudou. Miku-chan was a new villain called Yellow Jacket, serious. Miku. But who hates you to turn into Yellow Jacket, would be. Hyoudou. I had a feeling I knew the one wearing the Yellow Jacket suit, seriously. So the two went to sleep since it was very late and they had things to do for the next day. The next day. We see Ant-Man flying on a flying ant where he is attacked by Yellow Jacket where they have a tough fight. In a moment of carelessness, Ant-Man manages to remove Yellow Jacket's helmet. Ant-Man. Isaac, surprised. Isaac. Bingo, mockingly. Ant-Man. Isaac knew it was you but what do you want, cold? Isaac. It's not obvious to destroy you so you don't interfere with my plans, mockingly. Ant-Man. Typical of you, cold. Isaac. And by the way, I was the one who hired Jack to gain the spirit's trust and turn their backs on you ha 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 ha, laughing like crazy. But Isaac doesn't know that he has just made the worst mistake of his life. At that point, Ant-Man hits him, where Isaac puts his helmet back on, where they both resume their fight, where Yellow Jacket began to gain the advantage. Yellow Jacket. Fool, don't you know that I've improved my suit? Mockingly. And that the villain shoots a laser at Ant-Man, but he dodges it with difficulty, where the villain grows bigger and kicks Ant-Man to a building where Yellow Jacket attacks the hero with everything. Then Yellow Jacket continues to humiliate Ant-Man, where Yellow Jacket fires a shot with one of his cannons, where Ant-Man ends up crashing into a house. At that moment, Ant-Man comes out, all badly injured from the fight, but then Yellow Jacket appears and points his cannons at him, but then he receives a blow courtesy of the Wasp. Wasp. Get ready, damn you, annoyed. In that, Wasp attacks Yellow Jacket, distracting him. In that, Ant-Man shrinks and sees that the only way to destroy Yellow Jacket's suit was by damaging the power source. In that, Yellow Jacket attacks Wasp. In that, Ant-Man takes advantage, but in that, he tries to open the compartment but fails. Ant-Man. Why doesn't it open, trying to open? Yellow Jacket. It's titanium, idiot, dodging an attack. At that point, Yellow Jacket grabs Ant-Man and kicks him into a wall. Wasp attacks him, but Yellow Jacket damages Wasp's wings and then she tries to attack him, but Yellow Jacket shoots Wasp, hurting her. Yellow Jacket. Silly, you couldn't beat me, mockingly. And that Ant-Man sees that his enemy was going to kill his beloved, where he has no choice but to shrink to a subatomic level. Wasp. Hyoudou, I love you, sad. That's what I'm doing, man jumps while preparing his belt to shrink to a subatomic level. Ant-Man. I love you, Miku, sad look. At that, Ant-Man presses the button on his belt and begins to shrink to a subatomic level and enters Yellow Jacket's armament. At that point, he began to destroy Yellow Jacket's team from within, destroying everything in his path. Yellow Jacket felt his weapon explode and cause damage, and his mask suffered some damage. Ant-Man continued destroying everything until he reached the power source and destroyed it, causing Yellow Jacket to disintegrate. Wasp saw that Yellow Jacket was no longer there, but there was no trace of Ant-Man and took off his helmet. Miku. Darling, where are you, worried? She tries to look for Hyoudou, but there was no trace. Quantum Realm. Ant-Man was floating, but he was remembering everything he lived since he discovered the spirits, how he was betrayed, became Ant-Man, the Avengers, and everything he loved. Ant-Man. It's not my time yet, decided. And that he manages to move a little where he sees a sphere of quantum energy where he fights until he reaches the sphere and then he activates his belt to return. Miku continued searching for Shido, but then she detected an energy in front of her and that's how Shido managed to get out of the quantum realm and then he kneels down due to exhaustion and his helmet falls off. Shido. Uff, I did it, tired. Miku throws herself at him with tears in her eyes and Shido barely manages to accept the hug but Miku gives him some energy so that Shido can get up. Shido. Finally, that clown Isaac won't bother us anymore, serious. And that they feel some presences wherein that they see Ellen and Mio Takamiya. Mio Takamiya. Little brother, hugging Shido. Shido. Cough cough my sister, how have you been, but now I'm a bit tired, I fought against a crazy guy, seriously. Mio Takamiya. Oh sorry, sad. Miku. Wait, you weren't from the dam, seriously. Ellen. We are no longer part, but Shido, I missed you a lot, hugging Shido. Shido. Well Ellen-chan, I have nothing against you, but I need to rest. I had a fight against Isaac, seriously. Ellen. Like, surprised. Shido. I'll tell you later, but now let's go home, seriously. So everyone left the area, but Shido had a hard time staying on his feet. Now Isaac alias Yellow Jacket was defeated by Shido alias Ant-Man, but the fight was very complicated since Isaac had a lot of weapons, but Shido achieved it, but he doesn't know that his ex-harem will go after him. See it in the next chapter. Chapter 20 Dormammu. Previously Shido alias Ant-Man fought against his most hated enemy Isaac, the owner of the Dem company who became the villain Yellow Jacket, but thanks to Miku alias Wasp Shido, was able to defeat his enemy reaching the quantum realm. But thanks to his special power he manages to return to his world, leaving the quantum realm, but he still knows that there will be more dangers. Present. We are with Saito alias Doctor Strange who was in his Supreme Sorcerer costume. Saito heard about the Avengers and wants to join the team, where he opens a portal to go to New York. Avengers base. Shido was telling the report of his fight against Isaac alias Yellow Jacket and his trip to the quantum realm, but at least he managed to get out of there. The others were impressed by such a feat, but then Shido introduces Ellen and Mio Takamiya. Issei. It's a pleasure to meet you, smiling. But then they hear something parking and then Hidehito and Lincoln come out. And that they tell about their battle with Abomination and how Chandler turned out to be the boy who used to bother Lincoln. Later. Issei was doing his job at the base where he sees through the cameras that someone has entered the base. Then he went to see who had entered and saw that it was Saito alias Doctor Strange. Issei. Who are you, serious? Saito. My name is Saito Strange, alias Doctor Strange. I am a supreme sorcerer, expert in mystical arts, seriously. Issei. I see, but what are you doing here? Serious and curious. Saito. I want to join the Avengers, seriously. Issei. I see, well if you want to join I see potential in you, seriously. Saito. I saw everything they did, how they saved the world from threats, whether aliens or other villains, seriously. Issei. Well, but others should see the potential in you, seriously. At that point the other Avengers come out and see Saito, where in the end they accepted him as one of the Avengers. Saito then told them his story of how he was sent to another dimension where he lived many adventures, but he was betrayed and replaced by a pretty face. The others felt identified by that wherein that their friendship with Saito had improved. Later on. We see Saito training his magic as usual so as not to be weak. And that he catches with the magic whips and things like statues, old structures etc. After that he concentrated and raised a fist to launch an energy fist to attack from a distance. Saito. This is great, smiling. Then he began to meditate in order to control his inner power a little, where he still had the memories of everything he experienced in Tristan. But he missed the girls who didn't turn their backs on him when he was banished from Tristan, which were Siesta and Tefania. After meditating we see the others gathered in the base room. Issei. Who would have thought that there are already enough heroes on the team, smiling. Naoto. But now our family is growing, smiling. Hidehito. Yes, and we face threats whether one person faces them or we all do it as a team, smiling. Asara. Well, at least we are no longer in the places we used to call home, smiling. Lincoln. Well, what can I say, although I'm younger than you, it doesn't matter, smiling. Shido. Well now what will we do, curious. Issei. Well, I'll go patrol a bit, smiling. At that Issei leaves the room accompanied by Rias. Elsewhere. We see Saito, but in that ancestral mind he tells him that there are problems and that he must go to the temple and then he opens a portal to go to the temple. In the temple. Ancestral was pouring himself a cup of tea, but then Sato arrived, who was serious about the call. Ancestral. I'm glad you came, but Sato, there are problems in Tristan, since I saw through a vision that there are followers of Dormammu, seriously. Sato is shocked to hear that, but he continues listening to what the Ancestral told him. Ancestral. Sato, I know you don't want to go back to where you were betrayed, it would be. Sato. No teacher, I will go, but I'm not doing it for them, but because the citizens are not to blame for anything, but who is Dormammu, seriously? Ancestral. Dormammu is a very dangerous being since he is a being from another dimension, but he has the power to alter reality and many other things, but he is a cynical sociopath, he would be. Sato. I see it's something serious, well I'll go to Tristan, but I won't use my magic to hurt innocents, seriously. Ancestral. I'm glad you understand, smiling. And that Sato opens a portal to go to Tristan to stop Dormammu's followers, but before entering Ancestral gives him something, and it was a green gem. Sato. What is that, confused? Ancestral. It is the time gem that allows you to control time, but use it in case you face Dormammu, it would be. Sato nods and then enters the portal where he would arrive at Tristan and begins to fly thanks to the levitation cloak. And what happened during the time that Sato was training and became Doctor Strange? Well, first it turns out that Louise Sean's new fiancé was a spy from the Kingdom of Albion, but not only that, but Longville and Jean Wards, who were enemies that Sato defeated in the past, were still alive. This devastated Louise and everyone who abandoned Sato, and Henrietta cancelled Sato's banishment, but they didn't know where he was. Returning to the present. Sato then had a vision and saw everything that happened after his betrayal, and in that he saw the hypocrisy of Louise and those who turned their backs on her, and in that he landed and hit a tree, but he didn't measure his strength, causing the tree to be destroyed. Sato. I knew Louise was stubborn as a mule, but this confirms how stubborn she is, serious. Then he continued on his way, but in the distance he saw the academy and saw an explosion, and then he flew away at great speed. At the academy. Louise along with the others were fighting against Wards, Longville and Sean, but the enemies had a clear advantage since they used an unknown magic that was actually part of Dormammu's power. Wards. Fools don't understand, we are at a higher level, arrogant. Longville. Now that clown Sato is gone, we can carry out our plans, smiling maliciously. And that Shaw prepares an attack of dark magic where everyone was waiting for his end. Louise. I'm sorry Sato, crying. At that the dark wizards launched their best attacks and everyone waited for the impact which never came. When they opened their eyes they saw that there was an orange force field. Louise. Who did this? Surprised. Then they see someone land and it was Sato, but everyone is surprised by Sato's new outfit. Sato. I see that despite everything, nothing has changed, seriously. The three dark wizards were shocked at what they were seeing. Wards. How is it possible, surprised. Longville. Sato, but not that they had banished you, annoyed. Sean. That you no longer had magic, annoyed. Sato. Oh, you guys seem to live under a bridge, you're really stupid. First, I was banished. Second, this is another magic never seen before. Third, I'm not surprised at your followers of Dormammu, seriously. Wards. How do you know that? Surprised. Sato. I am the supreme sorcerer, I see everything, seriously. And that the three attack Sato but he disappears from their sight. Sato. They are stubborn as a donkey, time to teach them a lesson, activating his magic. And that the three attack Sato but he knows how to defend himself very well. In that he saw how Longville tries to attack him, but in that he summons some magical chains and manages to grab it, and in that he uses it like a yo-yo, but in that Wards tries to attack him from behind, but Sato realizes him, and in that he grabs a trap that he takes out of his pocket dimension. He throws the trap at Wards, trapping him. Imagine it is Wards. Wards tried to free himself but couldn't do it. Sato. You are an idiot, mockingly. At that moment Sean attacks him, but Sato realizes that his eyes are purple because of the power that Dormammu gave him. In that Sato creates several clones, and in that Sean attacks them with dark energy. Sato. I think Dormammu should have chosen better candidates, seriously. In that Sean takes out more dark power and attacks Sato, but only attacks the clones. Sean. I'll damn kill you, annoyed. In that Sean attacks Sato again, where Sato opens a portal, and thus they both enter the mirror dimension. Sato. This is the mirror dimension where I command here, you will have no chance against me, seriously. In that Sean attacks Sato, but he mixes with a dimension where Sean gets frustrated, where he is blinded by hatred attacks the supreme sorcerer. But Sato uses many spells to prevent Sean from attacking him, and Sean tries to free himself, but it is useless. Sean. Who are you really, scared? Sato. I am the supreme sorcerer, now you will be banished to the void, seriously. And that he put seals on Sean and then opens a portal where he falls into a place that was the void. Sean. Where am I? Shaking his body. But then he fainted and they took him to who knows where. Back with Saito. Saito leaves the mirror dimension and then he sees wards trying to free himself but he can't, but Longville can't get out of his confinement either. Saito. Don't try to escape since I sealed your magic to prevent you from escaping, serious. At that the force field disappears and at that everyone looks at Saito with astonishment and some fear. But then several carriages would arrive where Queen Henrietta and Louise's family come out. At that moment Louise's sisters went to see how Louise was doing. Leia. Louise little sister, are you okay? Worried. Louise. Yes Leia, it would be. Eleanor. What happened and how were they defeated? Looking at wards and Longville trapped. At that Louise points and at that Louise's sisters and parents are shocked to see Saito, but he had a different outfit. Henrietta. Saw Saito, surprised. But then Saito landed and his hands were glowing orange. But then Louise throws herself at Saito, but he steps aside making her fall to the ground. Saito. I didn't do it for you, but because the citizens are not to blame for what this mediocre kingdom did to me, serious. But then two girls approached, Siesta and Tiffany. Siesta. Saito, it's really you, sobbing. Saito. Yes, Nap, smiling. Ephania. Saito, we miss you so much, sobbing. And that both of them rushed to hug Saito, where this taste accepted the displays of affection of the two. But Louise seeing this felt very jealous for what she was seeing and that she was going to use her magic to explode, but in that Saito stops her. Saito. I see you don't learn, right? Seriously. Louise. Because you let them hug you but not me, annoyed. Saito. I see you don't understand, dumbhead. You always made me suffer for the smallest mistake. You punished me, and every time I tried to make you happy, you had your annoying attitude. You're stubborn like a mule, annoyed. At that moment, Eleanor tries to slap Saito, but he stops her. Saito. And you, emotionless robot, are a nuisance, that's why you don't have a boyfriend, because no one comes close to you. You're a cold, emotionless robot. You don't care about anything but your reputation. Annoyed. Eleanor didn't know what to say to what Saito said. Saito. That's what I thought, seriously. And that Saito uses his powers to restore the damage from the battle, where Henrietta approaches him. Henrietta. Saito yo, she is interrupted. Saito. I don't want to hear anything. I would have let them kill them, but I couldn't do it because the citizens didn't support my exile, and there were people important to me, and now I must stop Dormammu, serious. And that Saito makes a hand pose and draws a circle where a portal opens and went to stop Dormammu. In the dark dimension. We see a being who had a face of few friends, it was the very Dormammu. Dormammu saw how wards and the others despite him giving them his power. Dormammu. I see that they failed, I'm not surprised, they are very conceited, seriously. Then Saito would arrive, who would look at Dormammu. Saito. Dormammu, I've come to negotiate, seriously. Dormammu. What kind of treatment? I don't know who you are, but you will suffer cold. And that Dormammu uses his dark power to attack Saito, but he defends himself as best he can, until when he was about to finish him off Saito uses the power of the time gem to create a loop. And that he returns to the beginning where he tells him that he came to negotiate, but after many repetitions, Saito stops the loop. Saito. If you want face-to-face fights to no longer occur unless the great Dormammu is afraid and is just a sky, laughing. Dormammu. You'll see that no one calls me a coward, annoyed. At that point, Dormammu stops manifesting and obtains a physical form. Saito. If I win, you will leave the kingdom of Tristan alone, but if I lose, I will be your faithful follower forever, seriously. Dormammu. That's how you talk, a deal is done, seriously. In that, both begin a tough fight where Saito and Dormammu only clashed fists and kicks in the Dragon Ball style. After that came the magical attacks where some missed but others hit the target. After that, both manifest energy swords and both clashed their swords, thus having a fencing duel. After that, both continued with their fight, where Dormammu had a clear advantage over the hero. Dormammu. I must admit you are a good fighter, seriously. Saito. You too, now I know why you are powerful, it's not for nothing that you are called Dormammu, seriously. And that Dormammu uses his dark magic to fight against Doctor Strange where he had a clear advantage. But then Saito decides to use more power where his eyes shine orange that seemed to have fire. And that he attacks Dormammu with mystical attacks where he remembered that he read and learned ancient and very powerful magic. In that he decides to use that magic, but in that his appearance changes completely now he looked like a galaxy. If you ask no it is not alien's eye and has nothing to do with Ben 10. Saito saw that it looked like a cosmic being, but he took advantage of that to attack Dormammu. The Dark God was being attacked by the new Sato, where he attacks the new Sato with everything, but the new Sato blocks the attacks very easily. At that, Dormammu, fed up, attacks Sato, but he counters them, where a clash of powers occurs, where a massive explosion occurs. When everything is cleared up, Dormammu is seen defeated and then Sato is seen, but then he loses his powerful form and falls to the ground, very exhausted. Dormammu. I must admit my defeat, ouch, it was the fight of my life, I accept the deal, ouch, sore. But then Sato gets up with some difficulty and approaches Dormammu. Sato. I won but now I must return and you must fulfill the deal, seriously. Dormammu. Yes, ouch, sore. And that Sato opens a portal and returns to Tristan, but Dormammu felt the sensation of satisfaction for fighting with a powerful warrior. And Tristan. Sato returned but fell to the ground exhausted from the battle and was helped by Siesta and Tifania and they took him to a room in the academy to rest. Now Sato proved to be a powerful warrior, winning a battle against Dormammu, but he still has to deal with the traitors who will happen. See him in the next chapter. Halloween special. It was Halloween night and at the Avengers base we see the group having a party except for the girls, since they went to a girls only night to have time for themselves where they go out to parties and have fun. In the party room at the Avengers base there was a Halloween theme. We see the group dancing where they play good music for the theme. Issei. This party is really going on, smiling. Shido. They really did a great job throwing this Halloween themed party, smiling. Asara. Tonight should be better and have your sweets, smiling. Everyone takes out their sweets and puts them on the table, and there were quite a few. Lincoln. What if we tell scary stories? The one who tells the best story will be the winner and will take all the candy, but the one who tells the silliest story will have to wear a chicken costume for a week, smiling. In horror stories they don't have powers so the story is entertaining. Issei. You're challenging me, challenging. Lincoln. Let's see who tells the best horror story, smiling. At that point, everyone sits in armchairs in a circle and turns off the lights. Issei. You want to start, Lincoln, serious and curious. Lincoln. No, I don't want to be the last one, smiling. Issei. Okay, who wants to start, smiling. Shido. I have a good story, smiling. At that, Shido grabs a flashlight and shines it on his face. Shido. I'm going to start the story now, it's called The Road Maniac, smiling maliciously. In history. Shido was with Miku driving on a highway where he was driving a car that was a Cadillac. Shido. I'm glad we're taking this trip, smiling. Miku. At least a vacation wouldn't be bad, smiling. They continue their journey, but then they see a strange truck that had a trace that it had been lost for years. Shido didn't know why, but the truck gave him a bad feeling, so he accelerated a little to see what would happen. He then continued on his journey, where he saw that the truck was not accelerating much and stopped at a gas station where he filled up with gas, where he looked at the truck with suspicion. After filling the tank and paying for the gas, he accelerates away from the truck. After that they travel along the road where after a while he accelerates when he sees that the truck was behind. But then he comes up with a way to lose them, where he hides between some trees and turns off the lights in the engine, and then the truck accelerates without seeing them. Miku. It worked, he didn't see us, darling, smiling. At that Shido lets out a breath as he managed to lose the truck driver. Shido. It was close, but what did that guy want, scared? Miku. I don't know, but it seems like he didn't have good intentions, nervous. At that point, Shido manages to start the car, where it accelerates a little, but not too much, but he didn't know what was happening. But in the middle of the road they see the truck, but they stop dead in their tracks where they see someone get off the truck, but they don't know who it is because his face isn't showing, but he takes something out of the truck and when they look in detail with night vision binoculars, they are horrified because they were corpses. But to their bad luck the truck driver sees them and then he goes after them and Shido starts the car and then the truck driver gets into the truck and goes after them. Shido continues driving, but then he sees that the truck driver is following them to catch them, but then Shido ends up accidentally running over a deer and this causes him to lose control and go off the road, but he manages to stop before crashing. At that point he gets off the truck and the truck stops. Shido. What the hell do you want from us, you damn psychopath, annoyed. At that moment the truck driver hadn't responded and the guy gets off the truck, but his face couldn't be seen because of the darkness, but he had a crossbow with arrows and then he shoots at Shido, but he dodges the arrows and in a moment of carelessness, an arrow hits Shido in the shoulder. Shido. Rock Eater damn you, throws a stone at him. At that moment the truck driver fell to the ground and Shido removed the arrow but felt a lot of pain and quickly got into the car and Miku treated his wound but at that moment the truck driver approached to attack them but Shido managed to get him to start the car and at that moment he managed to get out of the detour and headed to an elevated road with a plan to finish off the psychopath. At that moment the truck driver follows them, but at that moment Shido comes up with something where they would arrive at a road near a ravine and at that moment Shido and Miku get out of the car and at that moment the truck driver is about to run them over where at that moment they both get out of the way and the truck driver ends up falling from the ravine and when he hits the ground the truck explodes and the psychopath's scream is heard. Shido. I think this was his last trip, seriously. Then they go straight to a hospital since Shido still had that wound from the arrow. End of the story. Shido. And the end, smiling. The others didn't know what to say until one of them spoke. Issei. It's average, it's good for hanging out, but not so scary, seriously. Asara. In my opinion 50-50s, seriously. Naoto. It's enjoyable but not that scary, seriously. Hidehito. Well, now who's next? Curious. Issei. My turn, smiling. At that point, everyone pays attention to Issei, who takes the lantern from Shido to begin the story. Issei. This is called the Wrath of the Beast, smiling maliciously. In history. It was a beautiful summer morning where we see Issei driving a truck which was an all-terrain vehicle. Issei was with Rias along with some friends who were Naoto and Hidehito. Issei. Ready to go camping, smiling. Rias. Yes, love, smiling. Hidehito. I'm dying to go fishing, smiling. Naoto. What are we waiting for? Smiling. Then they get into the car where they were on their way to go camping where they scream like crazy while they were camping. And that they while listening to some good music on the way. While listening to some good music Issei decides to take a shortcut along an old road. And that he has fun passing through the road while passing through sandy roads where he felt a lot of adrenaline, but in that after traveling a little he hit something without realizing it, but then he ends up losing control and deviates from the road and almost collides with a tree. When the rivers go down he checks what they hit but when he gets closer there is something lying on the road and when he gets closer he is horrified it is a brown bear cub. When the others went out to check they saw the bear cub. Hidehito. What is that? Seriously. Naoto. He's a brown bear cub, serious. Hidehito. We must leave here if it is a brown bear cub, there is a very annoying bear around here, serious. Rias checks the puppy, but unfortunately the teddy bear was dead. Rias. He's dead, horrified. Issei. Holy God, what did I do? Horrified. Hidehito. This wouldn't have happened if we had followed the original path, seriously. At that moment a roar is heard and Issei and the others quickly run towards the jeep to escape. Then they tried to light it but they couldn't do it and then a female bear came out of the trees. Issei. Come on, please start, scared. At that moment the bear would see her lifeless cub and at that moment she roars. After several attempts, Issei manages to get the jeep started and then they leave the place, but the bear roars with fury. Issei was in the jeep getting as far away from the forest as possible. Issei. That was close, serious. Rias. We almost didn't count it, it would be. Hidehito. I hope it doesn't catch up with us, scared. But at that moment Issei sees the car's dashboard where he sees that it said that the engine was overheating. Issei. This has to be a joke, seriously. Naoto. What's going on, seriously? Issei. The engine is overheating, serious. Hidehito. We can't go on like this, seriously. Issei. No, the engine would be damaged, seriously. They stop there and Issei gets out and opens the hood to check the engine and sees that it needs water to prevent overheating. Issei. Does anyone have water, seriously? They checked but there was no water since they had drunk it but there was an unopened bottle and Issei used it. Issei. It's not enough, we must look for water, seriously. Then they grab some bottles to look for water and then they enter the forest. Issei and Naoto went to look for water where they walked for several minutes but found nothing. Issei. Where there can be a river, seriously. And that Issei continues searching to see what was in the way. Naoto continues searching for water where he would only see trees, there was no what he was looking for. Naoto. This is very frustrating, seriously. Issei continued searching where he would find a river. Issei. Finally, smiling. He approaches the river where he collects the water he can in the bottles where he manages to fill them. But he is interrupted by the roar of a bear and then he leaves the place where he runs as fast as he can. Hidehito hears the roar and runs towards the car where he hides in a tree, but while running he crashes into something, but for his bad luck it was the bear and she attacks him with a swipe of her paw crashing him against a tree. At that moment Issei runs, but the bear pushes him and he falls to the ground, but Hyoudou tries to escape, but the bear catches him, and when the others arrive they only find Hyoudou. Then the bear attacks Issei until he is killed and then goes for the others. Rias and the others get into the jeep and leave the place. Hyoudou wakes up and realizes that Issei is not there. Hyoudou. Where is Issei? We must return, worried. Hyoudou. We can't, Issei is dead, okay, desperate. They then continue along an elevated road where Hyoudou panics and grabs the steering wheel. Hyoudou. We must go back, scared. Hyoudou. You don't understand, he's dead, seriously. Rias. Hyoudou, let it go, serious. But due to the struggle they end up swerving off the road, causing the truck to flip over, causing a crash. Hyoudou. What the hell is wrong with you, annoyed. Hyoudou. You shouldn't have left him, seriously. Then they get out of the truck where Rias tries to call, but there was no signal. Rias. Curse, frustrated. Hyoudou. Now I must find a way to get help, seriously. Then they decide to use the winch to get the jeep back on the road, and so the three of them work together to leave as quickly as possible. After achieving the objective, they try to start the car, but it doesn't start. But then Hyoudou decides to push it and manages to make it move a little since there was a slope. Rias. It works, smiling. Hyoudou. But we still have to leave as soon as possible, seriously. But then Hyoudou comes up with a plan. Hyoudou. I'll go get help on foot, it's the least I can do, seriously. Then he gets out of the jeep where he walks for a while where after running a bit he finds a cabin, but when he checks it, he sees that it is abandoned, but he looks for something that can be useful, but there are only traps. Hyoudou then hears the roar of the beast and tries to escape, but the bear sees him and attacks him, but this causes him to fly away and fall on the roof of the cabin. The bear didn't find him, and that's where Hyoudou took advantage of the beast leaving and then ran as fast as he could, but not too fast because he got hurt a little. When he returns, his friends help him get in. Rias. Did you get help, serious and curious? Hyoudou. I didn't just find an abandoned cabin, seriously. Then they hear a roar, and the bear sees them and attacks the truck but can't open it. But after that he rips off the suitcase door and grabs Hyoudou who had nothing to defend himself with and then tears him apart. Hyoudou then tries to start the car, but he couldn't do it and he tried for a while until he managed to get it to start, but then he accelerated a little and the bear seeing this roared. Hyoudou continued accelerating, but the speed was moderate due to the damage to the jeep. Rias. I know the engine won't last long like this, it would be. When they stopped, they saw the cabin where they saw the bear traps and they came up with a way to stop the bear. The bear would arrive and in that Hyoudou distracts her, but in that the bear went after him, but in that Rias throws a bear trap at her hurting a paw. After that Rias attacks her with a stick but only causes the bear to attack her, but in that Hyoudou grabs the stick and an ice pick to create an improvised weapon. The bear is wounded but then attacks Hyoudou who manages to hit it in the eye, but the bear does not give up. And so the beast finishes off Hyoudou and only Rias remains when she sees the enormous beast. The bear goes after her, but Rias gets into the jeep and after several attempts manages to get it started, but it spills gasoline. Seeing this, he takes out a lighter and throws it into the jeep where the bear tries to catch it, but then laughs and gets out of the jeep and the car explodes, killing the animal. End of the story. Issei. The end, smiling. The others were somewhat paralyzed because they know that a bear is dangerous, but they never thought that the bear in the story would have that determination to hunt them. Asara. Bears are scary and this is on another level, scared. Shido. Yes, that story scared me a lot, a little scared. The others seemed like they didn't want to continue with the stories, but then Lincoln got up from the chair. Lincoln. It's my turn, smiling defiantly. At that point, Lincoln takes the lantern and begins to tell the story. In history. It was a Halloween night and we see how it was in a park where children were having fun on the attractions where children were having fun wherein that we see Lincoln walking through the park. Lincoln walks around the fair where he had a lot of fun, where he gets on the rides, but then he walks around a remote area where he saw a house. Lincoln then knocks on the door, but no one opens it, but then he decides to throw some paint balloons at it, but then a terrifying looking magician comes out. The magician then approaches Lincoln and says to him in a cold voice. Wizard. You will pay, cold. At that point, Lincoln gets scared and runs, but the magician went after him and Lincoln went home. But at night he had dreams where the scary wizard appears and then he decides to go the next day to apologize to the wizard. But the next day he began to feel ill and went to the magician's house where the magician tried to talk to him, but it seemed that he was not there. But in that, this begins to become a house where the magician comes out. Lincoln. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have bothered you, scared. Wizard. I told you you'd pay, mockingly. Then he takes out some paint balloons and throws them at her. Lincoln. What a few paint balloons, confused. Wizard. This is just the beginning, mockingly. And that he casts a spell turning Lincoln into a dog and the magician treated him like an animal. End of the story. Instead of feeling fear, everyone felt nothing. Issei. Please, that story is silly. I see that you already lost Lincoln, a scary Halloween wizard, laughing. Asara. Even Issei's story is better, mockingly. Lincoln. Oh, that's not all, smiling maliciously. And that he becomes the magician in a rather terrifying way where everyone gets scared when they see this. Everyone. Ah, scared. At that the magician approaches with a very terrifying look. Wizard, happy Halloween, scary voice. End of the Halloween special. Chapter 21. The appearance of Black Panther and War Machine. Previously Saito had returned to Tristan to face Dormammu, but after facing the past, he had defeated Dormammu's followers, who were the beings that Saito had defeated in the past, but also the boy who was his replacement, but defeated them with his powers in the mystic arts. Then he had a fight against Dormammu, but managed to defeat him by having a new power-up. Present. After Saito defeated Dormammu and revealed why he returned to Tristan. In a room. Saito began to wake up after fainting, since the battle against Dormammu was very brutal, more than all the ones he experienced when he still lived with Louise. Then Saito saw that there was someone lying on top of him, and it was a nap. Siesta, seeing Saito wake, hugs him tightly, but Saito accepts the hug. Siesta. Saito-sama, I'm glad you're okay, sobbing. Saito. Siesta-chan, calm down and don't tell me Sama, just tell me Saito you are not my maid, you are my girl, sad. Siesta. I'm sorry, can I tell you Saito-kun, blushing. Saito. Of course, and I came back for you, smiling. Then he kissed Siesta, which made her blush, but she accepted Sato's kiss. After that Saito gets up and puts on his Doctor Strange outfit, but he was very attentive. Siesta. Do you want something to eat? Smiling. Saito. Yes, but you should come with me to eat, smiling. Then Saito went to the bathroom and during that time, he changed his clothes and put on a dress that matches his hair. Saito went to buy a breakfast with a Siesta so they could spend time together. When Saito finished he ended up paying and then they left, but then they ran into Louise, Eleanor and Kadleia. Saito. Now what do you want, cold? Louise. Saito, please come back with me, I'm sorry for everything I did to you, begging. Saito. What's the word I'm looking for? No, annoying. Louise. Please, I want to come back with you, sad. Saito. I won't do it even if you were the last girl in the world, I'll never get back with you, I'm fed up with you because every time we manage to improve our relationship, you always ruin it with your attitude, you're more squalid than Mandy from the Dark Adventures of Billy and Mandy, cold. Kadleia. Saito-san, how did he get that strange orange power and that outfit, curious. Saito. Finally someone who isn't rude, well, Kadleia-san, answering your question. After my exile, it was there that I discovered something about my family's past, and it was there that I discovered a very strange magic, and there I trained, but it wasn't an easy task, seriously. Kadleia. I see, surprised. Saito. But that magic is something they wouldn't understand because it's not normal, serious. Louise. But you'll come back to me, serious and curious. Saito. I already told you no, annoyed. Eleanor. Hey, she tried to be nice, she would be. Saito. You're the least suitable to talk to, Eleanor. I tried to be nice to you, but you always had that unfriendly look on your face, Eleanor. I don't deny that you're beautiful, but you should change your attitude because I don't think that acting coldly will get you a partner. Now, excuse me, I have matters to attend to, seriously. Then he makes a gesture with his hands where he opens a portal and then he enters with a nap. Later. Saito was eating a hamburger, but then he met Kirch. Saito. What brings you here, Kirch, serious and curious. Kirch. It's not obvious, I came to see you, Saito-kun, smiling. Saito. Well, at least you are one of the few who didn't treat me badly or were involved in my betrayal, seriously. Kirch. Hey, how did you get that incredible power? Curious. Saito. Well, you are one of the ones I trust the most, so it's fine, but why tell if I can show you, smiling. In that, through a spell, he showed what happened after leaving Tristan. Kirch was very surprised, but then Saito hugged her. Saito. I would have liked for you to have summoned me, but that's how things were, but you are also a sweet piece of chocolate with strawberry, blushing. And that both kiss each other tenderly, and after that both hugged each other with affection. Kirch. It was the best kiss I've ever received in my life, blushing. But then they hear a familiar voice. Tiffania. Saito-kun and my kiss, pouting. Saito. True Tiffany, sadly. At that moment they both kissed tenderly, but Tiffania was not the only one, and at that moment Tabitha approaches. Tabitha. What about me? Pouting. Saito then gives Tabitha a kiss and after that he hugs her where she did the same. In New York. At the Avengers base we see how Issei was doing the work of the Stark Industries company, but then he notices something new. Issei. What's going on? Looking at the computer. He saw how Spider-Man saved the city many times. This brought a smile since Issei knew it was Izuku. That's when Rias would come in with a lunch she had prepared for Issei. Rias. I prepared your lunch, smiling. Issei. Thanks, honey, smiling. At that Issei prepares to eat his lunch and after a while he finishes eating. Elsewhere in the base. We see Lincoln eating some chocolates while he was watching television and then the John Wick movie comes on. Lincoln. You idiots shouldn't have killed John's pet, seriously. He continued watching the movie, but he felt someone approaching and then he turned around and saw that it was Juvia. Lincoln. What's going on? Confused. Juvia. Juvia just wanted to meet you, smiling. Lincoln saw nothing wrong with that and let the girl accompany him. Back with Saito. Saito then meets with Tefania, but he was accompanied by Siesta and Kirch, and after that he tells them that he has to go back to his world. This made them sad. Saito. Don't worry, if you want you can accompany me, smiling. This made the girls happy, but what they didn't know was that Louise and her sisters heard everything about Saito leaving, but Louise didn't want Saito to leave. Moments later. Saito was with Kirch, Siesta and Tefania, but then he opens a portal to return to the Avengers base, but then an explosion stops him. Louise. I won't let you go, it would be. Saito. What part of me not coming back with you doesn't get into your head, seriously? Louise. You don't understand, I don't want to be without you, sad. Saito. No is no, annoyed. But then Eleanor intervenes to support her sister. Eleanor. Saito, I know I was mean to you too, but please stay, sad. Saito. How hypocritical the emotionless robot is. Siesta. Shut up already, you dumbheads. I'm fed up with you, and even more with you, Louise, since you were the one to blame for everything. You met that bastard with whom you replaced Saito and I always wanted to do this for all the times you hurt our man, annoyed. During that siesta he hits Louise in the face with a baseball bat. Tabitha takes advantage of this and throws a smoke bomb, and Saito takes advantage of it to get out of Tristan. When everything was cleared up Saito and the girls had disappeared. Back in New York. At the Avengers base, Saito and the girls appear and he tells them that it's time for them to meet their friends who are from the Avengers. Elsewhere. In Africa, more specifically in the kingdom of Wakanda, we see a subject with a black suit and panther theme. But then the masked man takes off his mask revealing his face to a brown-skinned boy. Ignore the glasses and wear the Black Panther suit. It was about Clyde who is Lincoln's best friend, but he discovered that he is the son of the Queen of Wakanda, since after Lincoln was blamed for bad luck, Clyde did not let himself be influenced, but a tragedy would happen his parents died in an accident. This destroyed him, but eventually, upon returning home, Clyde discovered some documents revealing that he was adopted and that he actually came from Wakanda and that his biological mother was Shuri. When he was able to travel to Wakanda, he discovered the origin of his family and that's how Clyde trained hard and became Black Panther. Clyde learned a lot about his true culture and became a Black Panther and awakened wild instincts by being a Black Panther. Clyde. I know where you are Lincoln, although this is new to me, I will be a great hero, seriously. Elsewhere. We see a being that had an armor identical to Iron Man, but this one was dark with a machine gun and missile launcher. The subject lands and then takes off his helmet revealing his face which was Subaru Natsuki. Subaru was a boy who, like Saito, appeared in a magical world, but Saito suffered from a curse since he had died too many times and met many girls. But also many times he wanted to do things right but failed many times until eventually something happened. One day he was called by Emilia, but it was all a trap and they attacked him and in the end they abandoned him telling him he was useless. When Subaru returned to his world he discovered about the Avengers and it was there that he found an Iron Man armor but damaged due to what happened with Ultron. Subaru learned a lot and over time he managed to fix the armor and eliminate the Ultron virus, but Subaru put some nanobits in his blood. These merge with Subaru's DNA, giving him better abilities such as super strength, superhuman speed, resistance to fire, bullets, etc. because he is already tired of dying easily. He learned how to use firearms and managed to mount a machine gun on his armor and a rocket launcher on his forearms. Subaru was no longer the same and he thinks about joining the Avengers, where he heads to New York. Subaru. The weak Subaru is gone, now I'm a war machine, seriously. Then he flew away thanks to the propellants in the armor and improved them to travel faster. Now there are 2 future members of the Avengers who will see it in the next chapter. Chapter 22 Captain Marvel. Previously we saw how Saito and the girls loved each other and left Tristan to avoid seeing the traitors, but not only that, but Clyde alias Black Panther and Subaru alias War Machine appeared, who are now very strong. Present. Underworld. After Ultron revealed the truth that Ryu was a spy for the factions, all the girls who abandoned Issei regretted abandoning Rias and forcing her to be with Ryu. Gremory Mansion. Since the truth was revealed, the Gremory patriarchs feel worse than trash for abandoning Issei and Rias and tried to compromise their own daughter by force, but it was no use. Venelana. What did I do? I abandoned my daughter, crying. Sirzechs. Not only that, we abandoned Issei, sad. That's when Sirzechs came in, who had a blank look on his face. Sirzechs. Everything goes wrong, sad. In that they receive something and turn on the television, but in that they see something in the human world. They saw the team of heroes known as the Avengers and saw how powerful they were, but they were shocked. Issei and Rias were members of that team, and they saw Rias in the dark suit and Issei in the technological armor. Sirzechs. How was it possible? Surprised. But they saw how Issei used the new armor to fly and launch attacks. Sirzechs calls the other leaders who were amazed at how powerful the Avengers were. But Azazel became interested in Stark Industries' technology and Issei's armor. They went to the human world, but they went to the Hyoudou residence where the Hyoudou were destroyed after it was revealed that Ryu was a spy for the Chaos Brigade. Then Sirzechs arrives to show them how Issei became an entrepreneur. New York. We see Issei with a briefcase that he built himself, but it was actually one of his armors. Issei then activates the armor to see what it is like. Issei already had his armor on, which was a red and silver color. Iron Man. I don't deny that it's not bad, smiling, but it wasn't noticeable because of the helmet. At that point he started to fly at high speed. Iron Man. The name is Mk5, seriously. Iron Man continued testing the armor to see the results. Avengers base. The others were playing a video game since there were no missions at the moment, and in that Lincoln wins. Lincoln. Oh, I beat them, smiling. Hyoudou. You have more experience, it's not fair, seriously. Lincoln. Yes, but I won. I still remember that they dressed up as chickens because I won on Halloween, mockingly. Asara. I still don't understand how you became the magician, serious and curious. Lincoln. It's my special watch, showing a watch. Hyoudou. What does that watch do? Curious. Lincoln. It is not a common watch since it has the ability to disguise itself as any person just by scanning it, and the magician takes it from a drawing that I had designed in my free time, smiling. Hyoudou. Wow, like Megamind's clock, surprised. Lincoln. Yes, but unlike the Megamind clock, this clock is only activated by voice, that is, just by saying I want to be Cristiano Ronaldo, smiling. And that the clock disguises Lincoln as Cristiano Ronaldo. Cristiano. Come on, I even sound like him because the watch also gives me the ability to have the same voice as the person I disguised myself as. Now, return me to my normal form, smiling. At that the disguise is deactivated where Lincoln has his normal appearance. Lincoln. Come, smiling. Everyone had their jaws on the floor because that clock is foolproof. Hyoudou. Now I know why and how you designed the super soldier serum. You are a genius even though you are younger than us, surprised. Miku. It's obvious that my little brother is smart, smiling. Miku, like Rias, loves Lincoln like a little brother. Rito. Hey Lincoln, can you make me one? Curious. Lincoln. With pleasure, smiling. Then he went to design the watch for the ritual, where after a while he finished it, but it was silver. Rito. Wow, it's amazing, surprised. Lincoln. And don't worry, it's indestructible, it can't burn or anything, smiling. Asara. It has a good design, smiling. Lincoln. I can adapt them to your style so you feel comfortable, smiling. After that they ordered pizza since it was lunchtime and they were hungry. Elsewhere. We are in a remote area, but then a portal opens where a blonde girl with short hair and blue eyes comes out, but she had a good figure, but with a red suit with blue and gold details with a star on her chest. Her name is Leon, but why her new appearance? Leon was part of the night raid group as she fought against the Empire because it was corrupt. One day, during an attack against some terrorists, a meteor fell, but it had atomic energy, but Leon was injured by a terrorist who attacked her from behind. Unaware that Leon fell right into the meteor and the atomic energy fuses with her DNA giving her incredible powers. Out to fly, launch energy attacks so powerful they destroy everything in their path, incredible resistance to such a degree that gunshots do not harm her, nor do they stab her. Leon met a girl named Tsunami who wanted to free her people. But several things happened, only thanks to Leon's new powers there were no casualties in the team. But one day everything changed because it turned out that there was an attack by the Kree. Leon confronted them and was able to kill a member of the Kree and took her suit since she needed one. Then the battle against the Emperor and the Prime Minister occurs where Leon, not wanting to lose her friends, uses her powers to kill them and destroy their Tegus. But this battle was not easy, and there was also General Esdif, but a portal opened where Night Raid and the Agares were absorbed by said portal. Returning to the present. Leone, thanks to her power, did not fall to the ground, but she saw the other members fall. Something I forgot to mention is that Bullied and Lubbock already died like in the anime. Leone then picks up her friends and takes them away, since she had enormous strength to the point that she could lift several tons. But when the Agares woke up we see General Esdif. Esdith. Where are we, would be. And that she sees the others in a deep sleep from the battle. Esdith. I see that exhausted you a lot, seriously. And that Esdith is left watching everything from a mountain overlooking the city of New York. Now we know the origin of Leone alias Captain Marvel, but she will be a future member of the Avengers who will pass. See it in the next chapter. Chapter 23 Lincoln meets Esdith. Previously we saw that the leaders learned that Issei is now the leader of a team that called itself the Avengers or the Avengers in Spanish, where they will try to go to where they are. Meanwhile, Leone, aka Captain Marvel, and several of her friends arrived, but the group of Agares led by General Esdif also came. Present. We are located in Maria Hill's penthouse where we see Lincoln playing a video game, since at least it didn't stress him out as much, but he was accompanied by Hyoudou and Hyoudou. Lincoln. I'm glad you decided to play with me, smiling. Hyoudou. This is exciting since at least we don't have missions, smiling. Hyoudou. Hey Lincoln, how does it feel to be one of the smartest, curious? Lincoln. It feels good, but sometimes I want to enjoy life, not always doing science and stuff, seriously. Hyoudou. We understand you, smiling. Hyoudou. Let's play Mortal Kombat, smiling. Then they started playing Mortal Kombat. But Saito was showing Kirch the technology and everything else, leaving her surprised, as well as Siesta and Tefania. Saito. By the way, Kirch gives him a phone. Kirch. My first phone, smiling. Saito. I didn't forget about you Siesta, Tefania and Tabitha, smiling. He gives each of them a phone of a different color. The one taking a nap. Tabitha's. Tefania's. Saito. I'll teach you how to use them, smiling. In that, Saito tells them how to use a phone and what each application works for. The girls were learning a lot about phones and each application that had different functions. Saito. I'm glad you adapt to my world, smiling. Siesta. I don't regret going with you Saito-kun, smiling. Tabitha. Neither do I, smiling. Tefania. Neither do I, smiling. Kirch. Neither do I, but what are we going to eat? Curious. Saito. I'll take them to eat, smiling. Then he takes them to a hamburger restaurant to try them. But Izuku. This one was swinging around town in a suit he had designed. Spider-Man was swinging until he stopped some robberies at nearby stores where he left the criminals tangled in spiderwebs. After that he stops at a building and then takes off his mask. Izuku. This is great, smiling. At that point he takes out a bag of food that he had kept in his backpack and then he started eating. Izuku. I really like the suit that Melissa designed for me, smiling. After eating for a while, he put the bag in his backpack and went swinging to who knows where. Later. Lincoln was on his hoverboard, however, he realizes that someone is following him and dodges an attack. The person responsible was Wave. Wave. Wow kid, you are very good at this, surprised. Lincoln. I see you have armor, let's see if you can handle this, taking out his freezing gun. Wave attacks him, but Lincoln shoots him at the ground, freezing him, and Wave slips. Lincoln. You look like a greasy, slippery sausage, mockingly. And that he sees how Wave continues to slip, but Wave gets back up and attacks Lincoln, but he knows how to defend himself. But then General Esdith comes out, who was watching the fight. Lincoln then continues dodging Wave's attacks as if it were a game. And that Wave manages to cut him on the face and the albino touches his cheek. Lincoln. I think you shouldn't have done this, mockingly. At that point, he decides to fight seriously, where the albino fights against Wave and he wasn't holding back, and then he appears behind Wave and hits him in the head, knocking him out. Not knowing that this made Esdith blush since Lincoln defeated Wave without a problem. Esdith. I found the right one, blushing. At that point, Lincoln celebrates his victory, but he realizes something is approaching him. Death. Lincoln. Who are you? Seriously. Esdith. I'm Esdith, honey, smiling. Lincoln. What a thing, surprised. Esdith. I always wanted to find love and none caught my attention, but you are special, you caught my attention, I saw how you defeated one of my best warriors, blushing. Lincoln. Yes, and raising an eyebrow. Esdith. You're the one for me because I like how strong you are without using powers, smiling. Lincoln. What's got into you? Well, that doesn't matter, but it's a good thing I didn't use my true power, seriously. Esdith. True power, confused. Lincoln. Yes, because if that boy had used it he would already be dead, seriously. Esdeath. What is your true power, serious and curious? Lincoln. It's one I can barely control, but you don't want to see it, believe me, seriously. Esdeath. Hey, what's your name? Curious. Lincoln. My name is Lincoln, but what are you doing now? Serious and curious. Then she hugs him, putting him between her breasts. Esdeath. I want to meet my future husband, blushing. Lincoln. Oh damn, the crazy girl liked it. Now Lincoln had gotten into something, since now General Esdeath had fallen in love with him. What will happen? See it in the next chapter. Chapter 24. Night Raid moves into Avengers base. Previously, Lincoln was seen facing Wave, who managed to defeat him without much trouble, but he doesn't know that he won the love of General Esdeath, and she made him her new partner. Present. At night. Lincoln managed to leave, taking advantage of the fact that Esdeath was distracted by something, and with his hoverboard, he reached the base and told the others what happened. Lincoln. I could feel that some of those are not from this dimension, seriously. Issei. We wouldn't have believed you, but I remember that there are different dimensions, seriously. Rias. True, it would be. Sato. Well, what are you going to do now, my friend? Curious. Lincoln. If you'll excuse me, I'll go to my lab, seriously. He went to his laboratory to do some experiments, but the others stayed talking. Asara. Something tells me we'll see other things later, seriously. After that we see Clyde, who arrived in New York to meet his friend, but he was dressed as a Black Panther. Clyde takes off his mask to see how strong he had become, but he had some Panther DNA, and then he roars. Clyde. Wow, what a roar, smiling. Then he went to the Avengers base where he arrived after a while, and then the others saw him. But Lincoln recognizes him when he sees how he took off his mask. Lincoln. Clyde, surprised. Clyde. Lincoln, surprised. At that point they both hug each other for the reunion, and when they separate Lincoln would speak. Lincoln. Clyde, wow, you don't wear your glasses anymore, surprised. Clyde. Yes, now I can see without them, smiling. Lincoln. Clyde, why are you wearing that dark suit? Funny. Clyde then tells his friend how he discovered his true origin and that he is from Wakanda. Lincoln. I didn't expect that, but wow, heir to the throne is great and you look great as a Black Panther, smiling. Clyde. Yes, and listen to my roar, smiling. Clyde makes the roar surprising everyone, and then Lincoln gives him something to eat, which was a hamburger. Clyde. Thanks, I was hungry, smiling. In that, they both enter the base where Lincoln tells his best friend what happened after leaving the loud house. Clyde. Wow, I didn't expect that, but good for you, and I'm glad I'm not weak anymore, smiling. Lincoln. Well Clyde, I hope everything goes well, seriously. That's when Sato, who was looking at Clyde, comes in. Sato. Hey, where are you from? Curious. Clyde. From Wakanda, and I am a hero called Black Panther, smiling. Sato. I've seen Wakanda, wow, they are smart, especially because of that metal known as vibranium, seriously. Clyde. How do you know that? Seriously. Sato. I am the supreme sorcerer, I see everything, seriously. Clyde. That explains a lot, seriously. Sato. Hey, let's go to the cinema to watch movies, smiling. Clyde. Yes, smiling. Lincoln. Let's see what's there, smiling. So they went to the cinema to see what movie they were going to see. Underworld. We see the leaders gathered since they didn't know where the Avengers base was, so they could try to talk to Issei and Rias, but that's when Yusaka came in. Yusaka. I already found them, it would be. Sirzechs. Where are they, serious and curious? Yusaka. In New York, would be. Azazel. What are we waiting for? Let's go, smiling. Then the leaders go to New York City to try to make an alliance with the Avengers without knowing what awaits them. Elsewhere. Leon was with Tsunami, both were talking, but then they saw something on a TV and it was about the Avengers and the battles they had to fight. Leon. Wow, this is new to me, they are worse than the villains we face, would be. Tsunami. Yes, and look at that bunny, looking at Lincoln on the TV. Leon. That boy is beautiful, blushing. Then they both went to the shelter where the others were staying and told about what they saw. They came. So there is a group of heroes known as the Avengers, would be. Agenda. From what I see, yes, it would be. Mine. Hey, have you seen Chelsea? It would be. They turned around, but Chelsea was nowhere to be seen. On Chelsea. She was walking around the city and saw an ice cream stand where she bought one, but she didn't have any money. But then someone gives the seller some money, it was Izuku. Izuku. I'll pay, smiling. Then Izuku leaves, but Chelsea stops him. Chelsea. Hey, what's your name? Curious. Izuku. Call me Izuku, smiling. Chelsea. My name is Chelsea and thank you, blushing. Izuku. Hey, what were you doing here? Curious. Chelsea. Just strolling, what about you? Curious. Izuku. Nothing, just taking a walk, smiling. They both sit and talk a little, but Chelsea says something to Izuku. Chelsea. Hey, I want you to meet some people, smiling. But then they hear something land, which is Issei with his Iron Man armor. Iron Man. Izuku, who is she, seriously? Izuku. It's Chelsea, he's my friend Issei alias Iron Man, he's a great guide, smiling. Chelsea. I see, smiling. Then they went to the place where the night raid group was. The others see Issei's armor and then he turns it into a briefcase. Issei. From what I see, you are from another dimension, seriously. Shield. How do you know it would be? Issei. Because you see it's a long story, seriously. And that Issei told them his story and how he and his beloved Rias were betrayed. Issei. But back to the topic, they don't deserve to live in this abandoned place, serious. Mine. What do you want us to do? We don't have any money, it would be. Issei. No need, you can stay at my base, smiling. Agenda. I don't know since we don't know if their base is large, sadly. Issei. Come, I have no problem and it's huge, our base is like a palace, smiling. They went to the Avengers base where they met the other members of the Avengers. But Leon and Tsunami see Lincoln with a blush, but they don't know that it came too. Later. Issei was in the lab helping Magenta and she already had a new arm and another eye. Magenta. How did you do everything, seriously? Issei. My friend Lincoln was the one who invented the serum and now you have a new eye and a normal arm, but he gave you a super soldier serum, seriously. Magenta. Super soldier serum, confused. Issei. It is an experimental serum where the user has better physical condition, more strength, resistance, speed, etc., smiling. Magenta. Okay, it would be. So they continued in the laboratory where Issei helps Magenta get used to the improvements in her body. But Sato. Sato was eating ice cream, but he bumps into Shield. Shield. Hey, you're Sato, curious. Sato. Yes, it's me because, serious and curious. Shield. I want to know you better, you're very cute, blushing. Sato. Well, thanks for the compliment, blushing. Then Sato and Shield went out for a while, but now the night raid group lives in the Avenger base. What will happen? See it in the next chapter. Chapter 25 Rejecting Alliance. Previously we saw how the night raid group was adapting to the new world, but Chelsea met Izuku, but then Issei appeared who met night raid. But not only that, but seeing that they were homeless, he offered them a place to live at the Avengers base, where they accepted so they wouldn't have to live in an abandoned place. Present. We are located at the Avengers base where we see Issei and the other members of the Avengers, since he had called them in an emergency for something serious. Issei. Do you know why I brought them together? Seriously. Naoto. So what, serious and curious. Issei. I found out that the factions know about us and are trying to make an alliance, but they don't know what awaits them, seriously. Asara. How do you know that? Seriously. Issei. Simple, one of my robots went there to spy on them, seriously. Rias. They are fools, it would be. Issei. We must not act without thinking, but don't worry, we have everything handled, smiling. This tells them a plan of how they are going to deal with the factions. The next day. The leaders arrived in New York City, but after several minutes they found the Avengers base. Sirzechs. Wow, what a base, surprised. Azazel. It's cool, but it seems very technological, surprised. Michael. Hey, let's keep looking, seriously. Then they enter the base but arrive at a meeting room where the Avengers were. Issei. I see you are here, serious. Issei was dressed elegantly but had a cold gaze. Issei. I see they arrived in our territory, serious. Sirzechs. Issei, you are the leader of this group, surprised. Issei. Yes, and they know me as Iron Man, seriously. Azazel. How did you get all this? Serious and curious. Issei. That's none of your business, but why are you here in the first place? Seriously. Sirzechs. We came to apologize to you and Rias for what we did and we want to ask you for an alliance with us, seriously. Issei. What's the word I'm looking for? Annoyed. Michael. Why not convict? Issei. First they discarded me like garbage and then they tried to forcefully compromise my love and I know very well that they are selfish greedy people who don't care about humans, annoyed. Michael. What are you talking about if we care about humans, seriously? Issei. If so, where were they when the Earth was attacked by the Chitauri aliens, annoyed. Hyoudou. Or where they were when Loki attacked, annoyed. Odin. What are they talking about if Loki is locked up, seriously? Issei. Shut up, old lesbian imposter, I'm not talking about that cheap copy, I'm talking about the real Loki, annoyed. In that they show an image of the real Loki. Hyoudou. And where were they when the Dark Elves attacked the planet, annoyed. Hyoudou. Or when Ultron appeared, annoyed. Saito. And where were they when Dormammu appeared, annoyed. Issei. You insignificant trash did not appear when all those threats attacked the planet, it was us who saved it from destruction, and literally one of us fought with threats worse than the Traicionados, serious. Sirzechs. But Issei is interrupted. Issei. Shut up your menstrual hair, annoying. Rias. And you are no longer my brother, you are an insignificant piece of garbage, annoyed. Issei. And long before we attacked them for entering our territory without permission, annoyed. The leaders left as they knew the Avengers were not weak at all, as they fought threats from space. Later. Issei and the group were gathered in a field with a lake. The team was having a barbecue since there were no missions to do, and then we seen Agenda approaching Issei. Agenda. It was very kind of you to invite us, smiling. Issei. We are not just a team, we are a family, smiling. Agenda then takes Issei by the shirt and kisses him on the lips. This made him blush, but he accepted, but from a distance, Rias saw everything she knew that Agenda had feelings for Issei, but later he would talk to her. Hyoudou. Admit this is nice when there are no missions to do, smiling. Basara. Yes, smiling. Saito. Yes, this is nice, smiling. Shido. Hey, how about we do something fun while the food is cooking? Smiling. Then they take out a frisbee to play a little while the food is cooking. But after that we see how Agenda and the other members of Night Raid enjoy being where the Empire has no power. But then a group appears, but Night Raid, upon seeing it, each one makes a serious face. It was about the Agares and they were preparing to attack, but they were interrupted by two people, they were Issei and Lincoln. Issei. Stop fighting, seriously. Agenda. But if it's Esdeath, it would be. Esdeath. Agenda, but how do you have your eye and your arm back, it would be. Agenda. This group helped me, would be. Issei. Hey, we're having a nice day, no more fighting and killing each other, it would be. Lincoln. No fighting since we're not at war, seriously. Esdeath. Linky my love, why are you with Night Raid, it would be. Lincoln. First of all, I'm not from Night Raid, secondly, the group lives in our base since Issei and I are from the Avengers, seriously. Wave. Avengers, I haven't heard of that group, seriously. Issei. We are a team of heroes who fought with threats, whether gods, aliens, etc., seriously. Lincoln. And I know they are enemies, but this is not their world, so there is no reason to fight in a world where that empire does not exist, seriously. Issei. Besides, they didn't have a home because this is a new world, seriously. Lincoln. Esdeath, you're still doing the same thing, seriously. Esdeath. It's until you're mine since you're my love, blushing. Issei. Wow, Lincoln, despite being younger than me, won over a general, mockingly. Lincoln hits Issei on the head. Issei. It wasn't meant to be offensive, seriously. Lincoln. And as we said, there's no reason for them to hate each other anymore, seriously. After that they went back to where the others were, where Issei and Lincoln explained what happened. The group convinced the Agares to enjoy the new life in that dimension. The factions were rejected by the Avengers, but they know that the leaders will not give up until they make Issei and Rias forgive them. What will happen? See it in the next chapter. End of chapter. Christmas special. Winter had arrived in New York City and we saw how the streets were covered in snow. We see how the children played in the snow and the adults watched them, and we see how the streets were being decorated for Christmas since it was December 24th. There were even Christmas parades where there were carriages and everything else. Avengers base. We see how the large room at the base was being decorated for Christmas. Issei, Lincoln, Izuku and Basara were decorating the tree. Issei. I love Christmas, smiling. Lincoln. It's the best holiday of the year, smiling. Izuku. Yes, because it is a time to enjoy with our loved ones, smiling. Basara. Since Christmas is not only about gifts and food, but also enjoying the company of your loved ones, smiling. And that they continue decorating the room to celebrate Christmas. In the kitchen. We see how Hyoudou, Hana and Sona were preparing the turkey, while Hyoudou, accompanied by Nin, was making the dessert of the night, which was a chocolate cake. Hyoudou. This turkey will definitely be delicious, smiling. Hana. You added the condiments, curious. Hyoudou. Yes, I'm on it, pouring the condiments. Sona. Since when do you know how to prepare a turkey, curious. Hyoudou. Since always, smiling. Hyoudou was mixing while watching the Santa Claus movie. Hyoudou. This dessert will definitely be amazing, smiling. Nin. I see you know how to make a chocolate dessert, smiling. Hyoudou. I learn from you, love, smiling. Nin. Hey, I see that's enough, looking at the mix. Hyoudou. Ready to bake it now, smiling. After that, put the mixture in a mold and then turn on the oven. With Essuries. She was shopping with the night raid girls and the Agares were helping them get to know the streets of the city. Rias. I'm excited about what we'll do tonight, smiling. Roberta. Yes, Christmas has finally arrived, smiling. Miku. Obviously my darling told me that this holiday is to celebrate with the people you love, smiling. Agenda. And finally we can be at peace without that empire, smiling. Shiel. Hey, what are we going to do? Curious. Rias. Buying clothes for the evening, smiling. The girls went to the mall to buy clothes. With Sato. Sato was placing the lights outside the base and with some magic he finished it quickly. Sato. Ready, smiling. Sato then enters the base to see what the others were doing. Later. Issei was putting some toys in boxes since he had something planned. Shido. Issei, what are you doing? Curious. Issei. I bring toys to these houses, smiling. Shido. Why? Curious. Issei. It's to give to children who don't have many toys because their parents don't earn enough money to give them the Christmas they deserve, seriously. Shido. I understand, seriously. Lincoln. Don't worry, I'll give food to those who don't have much food and I'll give them some money, smiling. In that, Issei, with the help of some robots, puts the boxes in a truck, but in Lincoln's case, he uses large drones to send the food, but he has envelopes with money. Later. Issei arrives at the slums where he takes out boxes of toys for poor children. Lincoln gave some food to the poor people and a lot of money so they could get ahead. Issei. You don't have to pay for these toys, they are gifts, smiling. Lincoln. I have a lot of money, but you don't have to pay me because what I'm giving you is a gift so you can enjoy Christmas, smiling. Later at night. We are in the dining room of the Avengers base, which was very large. There were extra tables in the room just in case, and we see how everyone was dressed elegantly. Then dinner was ready and they went to take it to the dining room. Issei. Wow, they really showed off with the food, smiling. Hyoudou. I made the turkeys, smiling. Hyoudou. And I have desserts, smiling. Issei. And the rest I see were Hyoudou's partners, smiling. Hana. Yes, smiling. Sona. Hey, would you say something before we start eating? Curious. Issei. As you know, Rias and I are happy to celebrate Christmas with you because even though we were betrayed, that made us what we are now, but even many of you were betrayed, we joined together as a team, not more like a family, smiling. Rito. Although the betrayal hurt us, it is time to move forward with a new life since at this moment we are celebrating Christmas, smiling. Shido. Yes, because Christmas is my favorite holiday, although Christmas is not only about gifts and food, but also enjoying the company of the people you love, whether they are friends or family, smiling. Hyoudou. We are not just friends but a family of heroes, smiling. Izuku. This holiday is about uniting the family, smiling. Lincoln. And more so being with a family that you can always count on, smiling. After these words the group began to eat from the feast since it was clear that they were hungry, but they ate in a polite manner. When they finished eating, they heard something outside and when they left the base, they saw that it was a Christmas carol. Issei. How beautiful they are, gives them money. Lincoln gives them some food as thanks for the Christmas carol. Later. Everyone was sleeping, but Lincoln for some reason couldn't sleep and then he decided to go out for a while and put on his winter clothes and got ready to go out. I walked for a while and watched the snowfall, I enjoyed the way the snow fell, but I still wasn't sleepy. But then the albino hears some footsteps and turns around and sees what's happening, it was Issei. Issei. You can't sleep either, huh, seriously? Lincoln. No, I can't sleep, seriously. Issei. Hey Lincoln, what's that you're bringing? Serious and curious. Lincoln. Ah, I found this in the snow when I went out, showing something. What Lincoln had taken out was a nutcracker doll. Issei. Ah, a nutcracker, seriously. Lincoln. It was broken, but I was able to fix it, smiling. And that both leave the base and then Issei looks at the sky, but in that Lincoln notices something. Bells are heard and then they both see a sleigh land and someone comes out who was none other than Santa Claus. Issei. It can't be, surprised. Lincoln. That's Santa Claus, surprised. At that moment Santa approached them, but it seemed that he was looking for something. Santa. Hello Issei and Lincoln, smiling. Lincoln. You know our names, surprised. Santa. I know everyone's names, but I'm looking for a nutcracker that I lost, seriously. Lincoln. Oh, this is it, showing the nutcracker. Santa. Yes, that's it, but wow, it's like new, surprised. Lincoln. That's because I fixed it because it was broken, seriously. Santa. Thank you very much Lincoln, you don't deserve to be on the good kids list for nothing, smiling. Issei. I thought you were a legend, but you're definitely real, surprised. Santa. Yes, many say that, but well, I didn't just come for my nutcracker, but there is a serious problem. Lincoln. Which one, curious. Santa. How do you know my workshop was attacked by some snow creatures? I don't know who it was, but something tells me it's not good, seriously. Issei. And you want us to help you see what's going on, serious. Santa. Yes, seriously. Then they get on the sleigh and go straight to Santa's workshop where they see some snow creatures. At that Issei takes out his armor to fight them, but at that Lincoln turns into Hulk to fight them. The snow monsters fought against both heroes, but little by little they were defeated. But more appeared, but then one appears that Issei recognizes as Loki, but not the one he faced when he invaded New York, but the fake Loki. Iron Man. I knew it was you, I'm not surprised that a piece of trash like you tried to ruin Christmas, seriously. Fake Loki. Don't talk to an insignificant god like that, annoyed. At that point, Iron Man decides to use an upgrade to his armor to fight the fake Loki. Iron Man launches into battle against fake Loki to eliminate him once and for all. Meanwhile, Hulk takes care of the remaining creatures to prevent them from causing further damage. Iron Man then dodges several attacks from fake Loki, and then fake Loki attacks him, and as a result the helmet falls off revealing Issei's face. Fake Loki, you annoyed. And that Issei attacks fake Loki with everything he has, where eventually the god in a fit of rage, launches a powerful attack towards Issei causing an explosion. When everything becomes clear, Issei is seen with his armor damaged, but eventually Hulk appears. Fake Loki. I am a silly creature god, annoyed. But Hulk, annoyed, grabs him as if he were a doll and began to hit him and crash him on the ground. Then Issei took advantage of the fact that fake Loki was injured and then he launched a powerful attack that ended up disintegrating him from existence. Then Hulk detransforms back into Lincoln but puts on other clothes since his had been torn. Moments later. Santa's workshop was like new and then Issei and Lincoln returned to the base with Santa's help. The next day. It was already Christmas morning and we see the group wake up and Christmas music is heard. We see how everyone arrives to the living room and sees that there were many gifts and then they see that Issei and Lincoln had prepared breakfast. Issei. Good morning, smiling. Lincoln. Breakfast is served, smiling. The others started eating breakfast as they would do something later. 6 hours later. We are in some mountains where we see the Avengers seeing the view of the city. Issei. This reminds us why we fight, smiling. Rito. Yes, smiling. Urza. Besides, we are united to protect these people, smiling. Lincoln. How about we take a picture as a souvenir, smiling. At that point the group gathers together and then takes a photo as a souvenir. End of the special and Merry Christmas. Chapter 26. Testing. Previously the Christmas special took place where some of the Avengers helped Santa since the fake Loki tried to ruin Christmas but failed. And not only that, but he was humiliated by Hulk and killed by Iron Man so that he wouldn't cause any more problems. Present. It was another day at the Avengers base. They had already celebrated New Year's Eve some time ago. They have been together for quite some time now. The group was in the movie theater watching the John Wick movie series as it was Lincoln's recommendation. Sato. Wow, Lincoln was right, these movies are fun, smiling. Naoto. Yes, smiling. Lincoln. Not to mention that Dogman has just been released and I really didn't expect it to be a hit, seriously. Issei. It's true, seriously. Asara. Not to mention we see a bit more of the High Table in the fourth film, seriously. So they continued watching the saga while enjoying the movie. Later. Issei was with Rias on a date since there were no missions at the moment. Rias was wearing casual clothes which were red blouse and black pants, and Issei was wearing a black jacket with dark pants and a white t-shirt. They went to a fast food restaurant where they ordered hamburgers. Issei. I'm glad to enjoy these moments where there are no missions, smiling. Rias. Yes my love, smiling. Then they went for their food and started eating since Issei ordered a lot of food. But Sato. He was meditating since it was one of the things he did as the supreme sorcerer. He remembered everything, how Louise summoned him and everything they experienced, but he didn't understand why she was acting like a tantrum. Also how he was betrayed and how he became Doctor Strange. After finishing meditating, he decides to look for answers as to why Louise left him, not even before his battle against Dormammu. This opens a portal to Tristan, but I was going to make a few things clear. After the portal he returned to Tristan and saw that some things had changed since he left, like there was more security. But then he had a vision of how Louise was devastated by everything, but noticed something strange. And that she appears in Henrietta's castle where Louise was accompanied by her sisters Eleanor and Cadleia, but the queen was also there. Louise. Saito, in shock. Leia. Saito, but how did you get here? Surprised. Saito. Remember my powers, but let's get to the point, I have some questions Louise because, seriously. Louise. Why, confused. Saito. Because you betrayed me Louise I risked my life to protect you and this is how you pay me back, annoyed. Louise then falls to the ground and tears fall from her eyes. Louise. Forgive me Saito, but that idiot manipulated me since I discovered that he used a forbidden spell to control me, crying. Saito uses his power to see if there was any lie, but he saw that Louise is telling the truth. Saito. Now that I think about it, when I came to fight Dormammu I noticed something strange, but I didn't pay attention to it because I had to fight Dormammu, seriously. Leia. Wait if Louise and the others were controlled because it didn't affect me like those who didn't betray Saito, serious and curious. Saito. Do you remember the necklace I gave you, Kirch, Siesta, Tefania and Tabitha? Well, I thought they were just normal necklaces, but through a book I saw that they protect the wearers from mind control spells, seriously. Louise. Saito forgive me, sobbing. Saito. No, serious. Leonor. But why, serious and curious. Saito. Although she was controlled I can't forgive her easily, but my ancestral teacher taught me that revenge won't solve anything, but if you want me to forgive you, I will give you a trial period, if you prove that you are sorry I will forgive you prove it not with words, but with actions, but Louise change your attitude, because I detested your bad mood and sundier behavior, I never told you, because otherwise you would make me explode, seriously. Louise. I'll show you that I want to change, determined. Saito. I also want to talk to Leia in private. Give us a moment, seriously. Henrietta. Okay, it would be. And that the three leaving Saito with Leia, but he was going to talk about a topic with her and Leia as always had his calm look. Leia. You want to talk to me, seriously and curiously. Saito. When I fought against Dormammu I couldn't stop thinking about you, Leia, you're very sweet, I don't know why Louise isn't like you, blushing. Leia blushed at what Saito said about him not stopping thinking about her. Leia. Do you think you'll forgive Louise? Curious. Saito. Only if she proves she wants to change, I gave her the trial period because I have the feeling that if I hadn't discovered this, she would go crazy and lose her sanity. I saw it in alternate dimensions when I used this power to see dimensions with Issei, seriously. Leia. Saito, I never said this, but I really like you, sadly. At that Saito takes her hands and they both kiss tenderly, but now Saito could confess to Leia what he felt for her. You might wonder why, well, nothing worked for me, but it's so that the factions, in case they look for allies, don't have so many allies and only those of Zero no Tsukeme. Saito then casts a powerful spell where he moves the kingdom of Tristan and all its inhabitants to his dimension to prevent further attacks from the kingdom of Albion. It was complicated, but he remembered his cosmic power and agreed to make the transfer successfully. When he finished he returned to his normal state, but now he was able to discover several things, but now he knows what he has to do. With Issei. This went with Rias to see the Sonic 3 movie where they both enjoyed the movie and it was the best of the trilogy. Issei. The movie is good and the best of the series, smiling. Rias. Shadow's story hurt me. Maria Robotnik didn't deserve to die, sad. Issei. Yes and Sonic almost became Dark Sonic, seriously. Rias. Dark Sonic, confused. Issei. Dark Sonic is a transformation of Sonic with the power of chaos, but unlike the Golden God mode, Dark Sonic is with anger, and Sonic becomes a ruthless being with a desire to kill, because he does not control his anger when he becomes Dark Sonic, serious. After that, the two went back to the base, but Saito was waiting for them to give them some news that would happen. See it in the next chapter. Chapter 27. Subaru's new invention. Previously we saw how Saito discovered that Louise and the others were controlled by the idiot they replaced him with, but to see if they were sorry, he gave them a trial period, if they passed it, Saito would forgive them. But Issei also had a date with Rias where they went to many places and then went to the movies to see the Sonic 3 movie where they got quite excited about the movie. Present. After Saito moved the kingdom of Tristan to his dimension, he saw that on the good side, there would be no more attacks from the kingdom of Albion, but he will have to see if Louise and the others changed. Now we are located at the Avengers base where we see Issei with Lincoln in the laboratory. Issei. At least I have a scientist colleague like you, smiling. Lincoln. At least Esdeath and the others get along, seriously. Lincoln worked on a serum that he himself believed was stored in a tube. Issei. Wait, what is that? I remember it's the mutagen from the Ninja Turtles series, how is it possible, surprised. Lincoln. All thanks to an invention, smiling. He takes out a device that looks like a laptop. Issei. A serious laptop, seriously. Lincoln. This laptop is my most recent invention. This thing can do wonders like extracting things from programs just by writing what you want to do, and this will open a small portal where you can take out said object, smiling. Issei. Wow, that's a great invention, surprised. Lincoln. Although I have invented things, you also have your intelligence and everything, but I have only created a time machine, potions and some other things. On the other hand, you have $1 million company and your armor. Well, it doesn't matter. You have your inventions, I have mine, smiling. Issei. And you created mutagen with our original, curious. Lincoln. Yes, but it will only be as punishment for those with a rotten soul, seriously. Issei. I understand, and what about the retromutagen, curious. Lincoln. Here it is, showing the retromutagen. Issei. I know it's the only cure for the mutagen, seriously. After finishing the projects, they both decided to watch movies while the others were doing missions. But Subaru. This was in a house that he had since when he started working as a hero. He was paid a lot to hunt criminals, but although he did not want to accept, he had no other choice because he needed money, but he did not charge. Subaru. At least I have a house, but I have to find something to do, seriously. Subaru then went to the basement where he had a hidden laboratory. He bought some devices like a watch and gloves, but Subaru started working on something important with the resources he had and built something by putting crystals with unlimited power, but his invention looked like a Game Boy. Subaru. It looks like a Game Boy, but this console actually serves to travel between dimensions. It has a scanning function to find out the dimension and opens a portal, smiling. He then uses his invention where a portal opens and decides to return to the dimension where he met those with whom he had adventures. In another dimension. Subaru appeared but remembered everything as if it were yesterday, but saw that many things had not changed. Subaru. Wow, I'm glad I don't have that curse anymore, and I doubt they'll put it on me again, but now I'm not weak at all, seriously. This one walks a little, but thanks to a change he now had muscles and his hair had grown longer, but he had a beard on his face. It's the result of hard training and surviving in a forest, forget that detail. After that he feels problems where he runs to see what is happening and saw Emilia being attacked by a monster, and then Subaru decides to save her using his Patriot armor. Then he arrives and attacks the monster and uses his machine gun to damage the monster and then creates some laser blades, and in the blink of an eye he kills the monster. After that he lands and Emilia sees him in amazement at the being who saved her. Subaru takes off his helmet and Emilia sees him and tears fall from her eyes and she hugs him tightly. Emilia. Subaru, is you, sobbing. Subaru. Yes, it's me, Emilia, and don't cry. I don't want to see my little flower like that, hugging Emilia. Then he puts the armor away and then goes with Emilia to talk about some things. Subaru. Emilia, what happened after I left? Seriously. Emilia. Well, after you were betrayed many things happened. It turns out that the idiot they replaced you with was a bastard who mistreated everyone and thought he was the big deal, but I killed him so he wouldn't bother anyone anymore, but these granola brains regretted it, but I made it clear to them that I don't want anything to do with them, and I gave up that mansion, and now I have my own mansion, it would be. Subaru. Wow, I didn't know that, but I'm glad you're independent, Emilia. But what about Puck? Funny. Then the aforementioned man comes out, who was happy to see Subaru. Puck. Subaru. Wow, I didn't recognize you by that look, surprised. Subaru. Hello Puck, smiling. Puck. Well, what are you going to do now that you're back? Curious. Subaru. Finish some business, but I'm not as weak as before now, I'm more powerful. I'm not saying this to brag, seriously. Puck. I understand, seriously. Emilia. Subaru, you promised you'd take me on a date, pouting. Subaru. Right, well, what are we waiting for? Smiling. Then Subaru left with Emilia, but Puck follows them from afar, but Subaru doesn't know what awaits him with the traitors. What will happen? See it in the next chapter. Chapter 28. Subaru is no longer weak. Previously we saw Subaru who built a version of the War Machine armor with a Captain America theme, but calls it a Patriot. But not only that, but he invented a machine to get to where he used to live before being betrayed and saved Emilia from a horrible monster, and then told her what he experienced after being betrayed and that he came back for some business. Present. We are with Subaru who was talking to Emilia, telling her some things about his world. Subaru. Emilia, come with me so you won't be where they only hurt you, but if you don't want to, that's fine. I won't force you to do something you don't want to do, seriously. Emilia. Subaru-kun, I love you, I want to be without you, so I'll go with you if necessary, blushing. Subaru. Well, now I have to do something, seriously. Then he takes a device out of his pocket, but it was actually a smartwatch, and he scanned it. Subaru. Well, I'll go see some things, Emilia. Do you want to come with me? Smiling. Emilia decides to accompany him where they both walk around the place a bit and Subaru was only wearing dark clothes. Subaru then feels that someone was following him and then he would speak. Subaru. Get out of there whoever you are, seriously. At that point a blue-haired girl comes out. Subaru recognizes her as Rem since she found out that Subaru had returned. Subaru. Rem, surprised. At that she throws herself at Subaru and covers his face with kisses because she had missed him so much. Rem. Subaru, I missed you so much, sobbing. Emilia. Hey Rem, enough is enough, jealous. Subaru gets up but his face was covered in kisses and it wasn't the first time Rem had done that to him and then he would talk. Subaru. Rem, I'm glad to see you. I'm aware of everything. I'm glad that you and my sweet Emilia didn't abandon me, smiling. Rem. I would never do that, my love, besides only you are worthy of being my partner, blushing. Emilia. I also think the same, Subaru, since I only love you and no one else, blushing. After that the three walk to a restaurant but Subaru discreetly tells Rem that she has a new power and does not have any curse since she was freed from that. Rem. Impressive, surprised. Subaru. Now I can defend myself without help but I don't trust myself at all since that doesn't help in combat, seriously. Rem. Impressive, surprised. Subaru. Well Rem, I want to make up for being away from you. Let's go eat something, smiling. Then they ask for food and after a while they bring it to them and they started to eat, but after eating for a while, Subaru pays since one of the inventions he has is a machine that opens a portal that is a closet and can store everything, and it had many riches. Rem. Where did that gold come from? Surprised. Subaru. It's a long story, but I'll explain it to you later, my lovely Rem, smiling. But then everyone started running and a sound of a beast was heard, but not only that, people were screaming, here it comes. Subaru looks in the sky and sees that it was the white whale Hyoudou. Subaru. He's a Hyoudou, but how is that possible if they killed him? Seriously. Emilia. How is that possible, surprised. Rem. It must have been a clone that we destroyed, it would be. Then that the beast launches several attacks where several civilians died. But then Roswald and the others appear to fight the beast, where they do their best, but they see that the beast launches more attacks. Subaru. It's time for action, taking out a gun. Subaru then positions himself in a place to hit the target but he knows he's going to need his armor. While the others were fighting they saw that the beast was quite powerful, but then they saw how a laser hit the beast in one eye, making it scream in pain, then everyone turned around and saw that it was Subaru who had shot. Subaru. Hey beast over here, annoyed. At that moment the beast launches attacks at Subaru, but he takes out a shield and defends himself against the attacks. Everyone saw how Subaru defended himself, but then he decided to stop playing and then he activated his armor, but now it has a different theme. War Machine, to fight, mocking. And that the whale launches attacks at War Machine, but it knows how to defend itself correctly and after that it takes out some cannons where several lasers come out. The whale was damaged and uses clones to confuse the hero, but then he realizes who the real one is and shoots him with high caliber missiles. After that, he manifests some laser blades and flies out and opens his stomach where the beast screams in pain. But War Machine was just starting and then he comes out, but he saw that the whale still wanted to fight, but then he takes out a laser gun. The creature was going to attack him, but then War Machine was faster and shoots him and makes the beast explode. More or less like this. Everyone saw how the War Machine had eliminated the whale and after that it lands, but then it suddenly opens. Everyone looked in amazement at how Subaru had changed over time. Subaru. I didn't do it for you, I did it for the citizens who weren't to blame for anything serious. But then someone approaches Subaru who was Anastasia. Anastasia wanted to hug Subaru, but she could see that she was scared. Subaru. Don't be afraid Anastasia, I won't do anything to you, you didn't turn your back on me, smiling. Anastasia hugs him and he accepts the hug, but after that they separate from the hug. Subaru. I still haven't forgiven them for what they did to me and as I said, I don't care about their lives, only about the civilians who shouldn't have to pay for what they did to me, cold. But there was someone who wanted to attack him from behind, it was Julius, but Subaru blocked the attack. Subaru. What a damn coward you are, cold. At that point he decides to finish him off and shoots him with his gun, disintegrating Julius. Hey is Subaru and Boris is Julius. Everyone watched in shock as Subaru shot Julius to death. Subaru. I warn you if you attack me you will suffer the same fate as Julius and Anastasia. I'm sorry for what I did, but that idiot asked for it, cold. Anastasia. It doesn't matter, he had already fed me up, sadly. Subaru. Calm down Anastasia, I'm not mad at you, smiling. But the next one to speak would be Roswell. Roswell. Subaru, we just want to talk, nervous. Subaru. There's nothing to talk about and I almost forgot, seriously. He approaches Roswell and kicks him in the groin, causing him to fall to the ground in pain. Subaru. You deserve it, idiot, annoyed. The next one would be Ram, but she was scared and sees Rem hugging Subaru from behind. Ram. Hey sister, what are you doing with him? It would be. Subaru. Shut up, I would kill you right now, but Rem wouldn't let me, so you're saved, but I haven't forgiven you yet, cold. At that no one else would speak, but at that Subaru speaks again. Subaru. There will be a meeting tonight so we can talk there, but if they try to attack me, I'll shatter them like I did with the whale and Julius, cold. And that Subaru leaves with Rem and Emilia, but Anastasia went with them while Ram tries to talk to him, but it was useless. It has already been shown that Subaru is no longer the same as before, but he will make clear some things that will happen. See it in the next chapter. Chapter 29, clarifying some things. Previously we saw how Subaru improved several of his inventions and arrived at his old home, but he met up with Emilia and Rem, where it is revealed that the whale is still alive, but Subaru managed to kill it. But when those who turned their backs on Subaru approached, he told them that he would have let them die, but he didn't because he came to protect the place, but when Julius attacked him, Subaru eliminated him forever, but told them that he would speak at a meeting. Present. After the death of the whale, everyone praised Subaru, but he told the citizens that it was nothing, that he did it to protect them, and then we found ourselves in a house. It was Subaru's, which he bought with the gold they gave him after killing the beast. Subaru. She's old, but she's nice, smiling. Emilia. Subaru, what do you have in that backpack? Curious. Subaru. Well, after I was betrayed and when I found the armor I found something else, seriously. Then he opens his backpack and takes out a strange book, but it seemed ancient. Emilia. What book is that? Curious. Subaru. It's one of the spells because I don't want a certain witch identical to you to cast that spell on me again, seriously. Emilia. I see, it would be. Rem. Hey Subaru-kun, we have visitors, it would be. Subaru. Who could it be? Serious. Then he went to open the door and saw that it was Ram, but Subaru was clearly disgusted to see her. Subaru. What do you want, Ram? Cold. Ram. We can talk, nervous. Subaru. I have nothing to talk to you, piece of trash, annoyed. Ram. Why did you tell me that? You weren't like that, sadly. Subaru. I would have killed you when I killed the whale, but look, I didn't do it because Ram wouldn't have let me because despite everything you are her sister, annoyed. Ram was sorry for everything she did to Subaru, but he lets her go because he knows she will insist. When Subaru calmed down a little, Emilia hugged him so he wouldn't be so angry anymore, but then Ram looked at Ram. Ram. I didn't like what you did, seriously. I loved Subaru and you really failed as a sister. Look, I don't stop talking to you because you're the only family I have left, but this is unforgivable, it would be. Ram knows that his sister was right in everything she said, but she wanted to be forgiven. Ram. Subaru taught me that killing you will be of no use because I know you are sorry, but if you want us to be a family again, show your regret not with words, but with actions, it would be. Ram. I will do it, sister, I will show my regret for what I did, determined. Subaru. I have something to do, seriously. He left for a while, but he had something in his backpack and went to Roswell's mansion and entered undetected, and then he puts a bear trap on Roswell's chair and leaves quickly. Roswell sits on the chair, but he screams in pain and jumps while he had the bear trap on his butt. Subaru then returned home since there was a meeting that night, but he would make some things clear. At night. Meeting room. Everyone who turned their backs on Subaru was at the meeting, but Roswell had patches on his butt from the bear trap. But there were also those who did not turn their backs on Subaru, but Subaru had a bored face and was wearing a dark suit. Subaru. Well, what do you want to talk about, seriously? Anastasia. Subaru-kun, what was that strange armor, curious. Subaru. It's my armor, I call it a war machine or war machine, whatever you want to call it, seriously. Anastasia. But what weapon did you use to eliminate the whale? Curious. Subaru. This is it, showing his gun. Subaru. It's a disintegrator. It's used to eliminate targets by disintegrating them from existence. Only I have it because in the wrong hands my inventions and weapons are dangerous, seriously. Anastasia. I see, it would be. Subaru. Another thing, like I said, I didn't come for you. I would have let you die, but the kingdom shouldn't have to pay for what you did, seriously. The one I would speak about would be Priscilla. Priscilla. But you are not a noble to have those things, it would be. Subaru. Priscilla, you really don't change with that attitude, you'll never get a partner, I don't deny that you're pretty, but look, I don't have time for your nonsense, seriously. Priscilla gets angry, but before she can slap Subaru she blocks his hand. Subaru. I'm warning you, Priscilla, I don't like the idea of hitting a lady, but seriously, stop acting like a tantrum throwing child, seriously. Priscilla didn't know what to say to what Subaru said. Subaru. I loved you, Priscilla, despite how you treated me. I never showed resentment or retaliation. I was even going to give you something to show how much you meant to me, seriously. He takes something out of his pocket. It was a beautiful necklace with Priscilla's initial and it looked priceless. Priscilla. Yo, nervous. Subaru. But well, even though you didn't hurt me physically, you tried to bring me down, but I always get up. Look, hurting you won't solve anything, seriously. At that he releases Priscilla, but she had a lost look, but Subaru told her that he didn't hate her despite everything. Subaru. Listen, I don't hate you because despite everything a hero doesn't seek revenge, but I don't trust you completely, and someone very wise told me if they betray you, and you see that they are sorry, keep an eye on them, and if they show regret with their actions, I will forgive them, since revenge is never good, seriously. Amelia. Subaru-kun, that's what it means, curious. Subaru. We are not family or friends, but those who did not participate in my betrayal, don't be afraid, I don't hate you, seriously. Another person who would speak about that would be Crush. Crush. But why is Subaru-san here, serious and curious? Subaru. I came to make it clear that I don't want anything to do with you, but I notice your regret and as I said, if you want to regain my trust, but as proof that I don't hold a grudge, seriously. At that, he claps and a girl comes out who everyone recognizes was an echidna. Roswell. Echidna, disbelieving. But he wasn't the only one impacted, the other impacted was Beatrice. Beatrice. How is it possible if she was dead and sealed, unbeliever? Subaru. Let's just say someone owed me a favor, seriously. Flashback. We see Subaru, but then he calls a contact where a portal opens, it was Saito alias Dr. Strange. Subaru takes him to where Echidna was and explains everything that he plans to revive her and asks him if he can revive her and remove the seal. Saito. Of course, my friend, it's easy and no, it's not a forbidden technique, seriously. Then Saito recites a spell in a strange language, but then Echidna comes back to life and Subaru thanks Saito. Saito. That's what friends are for, smiling. Then Subaru told Echidna what happened but not to be spiteful and he would give her a signal to come out. End of flashback. Subaru. That's what happened, but my friend is a sorcerer with universal power, seriously. Beatrice. I don't know what to say, it would be. Subaru. I don't know, but learn to show emotions, puppet, seriously. Beatrice got angry, but she knew Subaru was right and then Echidna told them she was disappointed by what they did, but Subaru told her there was no hard feelings and that they would give them a trial period. Now Subaru made some things clear, but he doesn't know that a war is approaching, what will happen? See it in the next chapter. Chapter 30. Danger approaches. Previously we saw how Subaru after defeating the white whale monster he receives many questions, but he would clarify everything in the meeting. He received a visit from Ram, but although he would have wanted to kill her, he knows that Ram would not allow it. After that, he clarified everything in the meeting that he was not resentful and that if they showed their repentance, he would forgive them. Present. We are at the Avengers base and we see Issei working with Lincoln in the base's laboratory since Issei helped with the technology, but the chemistry was Lincoln's work since he invented many serums, but we see that he takes out a blue serum, it was the super soldier serum, but he mixed it with other components. Issei. What is that, Lincoln, curious. Lincoln. It's an improved version of the super soldier serum, it still needs a few touches, but it will be finished soon, seriously. Issei. I see it will be finished, serious. Then Lincoln continues working on the project, but Issei makes improvements to his armor. Hyoudou. We see Hyoudou with Jane, but he was at Jane's house, luckily there was no one in the house and they both continue kissing until eventually she started taking off Hyoudu's clothes. Lemon skipped. After pleasurable hex with the three girls he loves, Hyoudou falls deeply asleep, but he seems satisfied with what he did with the women who mended his heart after Shako's infidelity. Elsewhere. We see Saito who was in Tristan watching since now he is in his true dimension, but he moved to the kingdom to avoid another attack from the kingdom of Albion. Saito was training with his magic, mystical magic, more specifically a whip. Saito. I improve a lot every day and wow, this magic is powerful, smiling. After that we see how Siesta was preparing the food because she wanted to show Saito that she wants to be a good wife. Siesta. Saito will like this a lot, smiling. Then Saito tries to access his most powerful form, where with some difficulty he manages to access his most powerful form. Saito. In this form I am far superior to Dormammu, but I must train to master the phase, seriously. He concentrates on this and manages to have the transformation as if it were his normal form. Reference to Dragon Ball when Goku maintains the Super Saiyan as if it were a base state. Then we see Kid Leia watching as Louise trains tirelessly because Saito asked Kid Leia to watch the others to see if they show regret and boy do they make progress. Kid Leia. I see that you are trying hard to show your regret. I see that Sato's teacher must have been very wise to give him that advice, smiling. But that's where Eleanor would come in since she had helped Louise with her training. Eleanor. I'm tired, agitated. Leia. Rest sister, although I watch everything, I am not a tyrant, I would be. Then Eleanor went to rest in a room since training with Louise exhausted her a lot. Avengers base. Basara was playing ping pong with Shido, and both had a good streak until eventually Basara beat Shido. Basara. Oh, I beat you, mockingly. Shido. It's not fair, you already have experience, seriously. Then they set out to play another game, more specifically Monopoly. Unknown location. We see how a ship was in orbit in space, but they are heading to an exact point. In the ships there were some soldiers, some were robots, others were not. Robot soldier. My lord, we're almost at the location you requested, and they're already forging armor for you, seriously. I see good work, let me know when you arrive, seriously. Robot soldier. As you order, Mr. Thanos, seriously. At that the robot soldier leaves the main room of the ship and we see who the leader was. Thanos. Very soon I will have the infinity gems in my possession, seriously. And that Thanos looked at the map and where they were going, but the Avengers don't know about the danger that is approaching. What will happen, see it in the next chapter. Chapter 31. War is coming. Previously we saw how Lincoln created a variant of the super soldier serum and how Hidehito had fun with Jane, Neen and Rumiko, where the four had pleasant fun. But not only that, a threat is approaching and he calls himself Thanos since he is looking for something and it was that he is looking for the Infinity Stones. Present. New York City. Citizens live their daily lives, luckily thanks to the Avengers, the city has been quite safe since they individually took charge of reducing crime, although of course Spider-Man did it too. Avengers base. Everyone was taking inventory as they planned to have a party for the group's anniversary since the Avengers team was formed more than a year ago. But in a room we see Lincoln who was with the girls who were Roberta, Amaharu, Keed, Urza, Juvia, Leon, Esdeath and Mio Takamiya. Lincoln. It was just a year ago when we met and I gained a family, smiling. Urza. Family, confused. Lincoln. It's that when I still lived in Royal Woods now I must tell you the truth, well Roberta already knows, seriously. And that he told everything about how he was blamed for bad luck where everyone was in shock at how the albino suffered. Keed hugs the albino tightly because she didn't like what they did to her bunny. Amaharu just clings to him since she didn't want to get away from the boy who never judged her for her tastes. Lincoln. But I heard something happened to them, seriously. Then he takes out a tablet where he finds out that Lin was murdered by an inmate, just like Lin Sr., and Lewin and Lola were also killed. Lincoln. Thank goodness Lily is with me since I went to get her and Maria adopted her, smiling. After that, Esdeath approaches where she learned about Lincoln's anger problem. Esdeath. My bunny, because you told me you can't get angry, curious. Lincoln. That's because when I get angry I turn into a green titan and I called him Hulk, seriously. And that he shows them the recordings including his fight against Abomination where everyone except Roberta, Keed and Amaharu were surprised. Keed. I don't like seeing my bunny angry, hugging Lincoln in a very warm way. That's how I was hugging him. Lincoln. Well, I'll organize the group's anniversary party, but I don't want anyone to be told, seriously. Elsewhere. We see Rito alias Quicksilver who was traveling the world and arrived at his old hometown. Rito walks around the city where he sees that there have not been many changes, but when he sees Lala and the others he notices something strange about them. In that, he follows them from afar from the shadows, but they attack him, but in that ritual he releases a silver energy, and in that he attacks them. When he sees it again he sees that the girl's skin begins to change until it becomes green and with pointy ears. Rito. Wait, they weren't the girls, all this time I was fooled, these weren't Lala and the others, seriously. In that he captures them with a trap that Lincoln had built and locked them in a cube. Right. Prison cube thanks Lincoln now to see information about what these species are, seriously. In that, thanks to the cube, he sees that these aliens are known as the Skrulls who can change shape. Rito. All this time Lala and the others were Skrulls, but where are they, seriously? At that moment he puts on his technological glasses and notices a ship that is in the city and then he runs towards the ship and finds it. He breaks down the door with his powers and finds Lala, Momo, Nana, Haruna, Yui, Run, Yami and Tirju, but they were all tied up and gagged. Right. Girls, shocked. The girls look up and see something in Rito that makes them happy and this frees them to get answers. But Lala rushes to hug him where Rito was knocked down and she was shedding tears. Lala. My ritual, crying. Rito. Lala what's going on, confused. Lala calms down and then she starts talking about what is happening. Lala. You see, it all started a year ago. We were planning a surprise for your birthday, but one day these aliens arrived and captured us, pretending to be us, and I heard their plan to get us away from you, since the Skrulls were planning to take you with them, seriously. She shows him a picture of the Skrulls. Rito. How ugly they are because they want to take me with them, confused. Lala. You see, this is the Skrull Queen Varanka. You see, she saw how you saved me on some occasions, she fell in love with you, it would be. Rito. Now I understand everything, you didn't betray me, those girls were imposters, seriously. Nana. What happened all this time we were locked up, confused. Rito explains everything to them and they are in shock, but then they went to see the Yuuki, but they were surprised to find that they were also Skrulls, and Rito remembered the ship and returned. He found the Yuki, but there were only Mikan and Ringo. He frees them and asks what happened, and they reveal that his father was always a Skrull, since the real one was dead all this time. Rito then communicates that an alien invasion of shapeshifting beings is approaching. Unknown location. We see the Skrull Queen Varanka who was on a ship. Varanka. I see that my ritual discovered my plan, well, I'll go to that planet, mockingly. She prepares her ship to go to Earth without knowing that someone else is also coming to planet Earth. On another planet. We see how Thanos' armor was already ready and he was called to see how it turned out and he was quite surprised. Thanos. Wow, it looks spectacular, almost everything is ready, smiling maliciously. Then he puts on the armor to see how it fits and it fits him well. Thanos. I'm ready, I'll go by my plan and go to Earth, seriously. Then Thanos gets back on the ship and goes to look for the Infinity Stones to complete his plan, but he was quite patient. On Earth. Rito was talking to the girls telling them that he believed they betrayed him, but it all turned out to be a farce. Rito. Girls, well, I don't know what to say, this was unexpected, but now I'm confused, but Lala, Momo, and Nana, their parents know this, seriously. Lala. They don't know because we were captured before and those imposters locked us up, it would be. Rito. Well at least I'm glad to know that they didn't betray me, but now girls should know something, seriously. He tells them that now he is not as clumsy as before, but now he has his speed powers. Rito. I also have the power to generate energy to attack, but I also have the power of enhanced vision, smiling. Haruna. What will you do now? Curious. Rito. I already warned my friends about another invasion, well I will spend time with you, seriously. Then Lala gives Rito a kiss and he accepts the kiss, where he tells them that he will do something. Now we know that the Skrull invasion is coming, but they don't know what will happen when Thanos arrives. See it in the next chapter. Chapter 32. Infinity War, Part 1. Previously we saw how Rito discovered that all this time he was deceived and it turns out that the girls were nothing more than Skrull aliens and he found the real ones trapped and freed them and they told him about the Skrull Queen. But not only that, Thanos was also ready with his armor to search for the Infinity Stones, but the heroes don't know that a war is coming. Present. New York City. We are at the Avengers base where they were watching television, they had already completed missions and the crime rate had dropped. But then Hidehito arrives because he was worried. Issei. Hidehito, what happens, seriously? Hidehito. There's trouble, seriously. Rias. What are you talking about? Serious and curious. Hidehito. Something bad is going to happen, seriously. Naoto. What are you talking about, seriously? Hidehito. The dwarves of Asgard warned me that a purple being is on the loose and is looking for something called the Infinity Gems, seriously. Sato. This is bad, seriously. Basara. What are you talking about, confused? Sato. You see, the Infinity Gems are powerful gems, but each one has a different color and power. There are 6 in total. The Mind Gem, the Reality Gem, the Soul Gem, the Time Gem, the Power Gem, and the Space Gem, seriously. Hidehito. Exactly, and if they fall into the wrong hands, they are quite dangerous, seriously. On television it shows that a portal opened and many ships come out. Issei. Let's not waste time, we must go now, seriously. And that he went for his armor and everyone prepares to fight with the alien ships wherein that they went to stop the ships. Moments later. The heroes were fighting against the aliens and then Iron Man launches his attacks while Captain America throws his shield attacking the aliens. Iron Man. Seriously, the Chitauri again, seriously. Captain America. It seems they never get tired of coming here, seriously. Hawkeye. I hope we fix this, seriously. Ant-Man grows bigger to shoot down the alien ships while everyone else fights the ships. Avengers base. We see the girls thanks to the screens, but then Lincoln comes out of the lab since he was busy working on a serum to control Hulk. Lincoln. I just hope this works, seriously. And that he takes out the serum that had improved over time and then injected it into him. He feels pain but decides to endure it because it is no longer time to be afraid. He leaves the base to avoid destroying anything, and then he starts getting angry and turns into Hulk, but his skin is now a color between green and gray. Lincoln merged with Hulk, but unlike Professor Hulk, he only has intelligence and is conscious and increased his power because he put some additional elements. Hulk. Finally now I merge with Hulk, but now I must help my friends, seriously. At that point he jumps and heads to where the battle is, where Hulk knocks down several ships, where the Chitauri shoot lasers at him, but they don't work on Hulk. But the others. We see the group fighting against more Chitauri, but some of the protagonist's girlfriends help to get the civilians out, but in that they see how a portal was being built. They saw someone approaching, it was Spider-Man, but with a new suit. This lands on the machine that was forming. Spider-Man. What is this portal doing? Seriously. Then he tried to deactivate the machine but it didn't work. He even tried to hack it but he couldn't, but nobody knew what was coming. Iron Man, along with Captain America and Hyoudou, decide to join forces to try to destroy the machine. Iron Man. This thing looks like vibranium, seriously. Captain America. I think I know how to destroy him, seriously. Then he tells them a plan on how to destroy the machine, where Hulk arrives and they tell him the plan and he decides to destroy the machine. But after a great effort they manage to destroy the machine, but then other ships arrive that Quicksilver recognizes. Quicksilver. Son of Skrull, Sirio. The heroes prepare themselves, luckily when they destroy the machine the Chitauri stopped arriving, but now they must take care of the Skrulls, but they must be careful because the Skrulls can take the form of anyone. But then another threat arrives and leaves through a portal. Thanos. Wow, this is planet Earth. Well, now I must get the remaining gems, seriously. Infinity War is just beginning, but will the heroes be able to defeat the threat that will happen? See it in the next chapter. Chapter 33. Infinity War Part 2. Previously we saw how the Avengers are training for another alien invasion, where this time the Skrulls came since they wanted to capture Hyoudou. But not only that, Lincoln also improved the serum so that he would have consciousness when he was transformed into Hulk and his power increased, but then none other than Thanos appeared. Present. We are right at the moment where Thanos had already arrived and was ready to carry out his plan, since the gems he was missing were on Earth. Thanos. Now to look for the remaining gems, smiling maliciously. While that was happening, Thanos was looking at the gauntlet on his left hand, where he saw that it had 4 gems. At the moment, he was only missing the time and mind gems. The Avengers continue fighting the aliens, but then some realize that Thanos had arrived. Doctor Strange. Oh no, seriously. At that moment, Iron Man realizes Thanos and warns the other Avengers, where they all look at the other threat that was in front of them. Iron Man. Who are you? Serious and curious. Thanos. Oh, I'm Thanos and my goal is to find the Infinity Gems, smiling maliciously. Nobody understood anything, but Doctor Strange knew what Thanos was talking about. Thanos. But first I have some guests, mockingly. At that point, he gives some applause where Skrulls and the Skrull Queen herself appear. Baranka. Now Rito-kun, give yourself to me and no one will get hurt, it would be. Quicksilver. You want my answer? Catch me if you can, mockingly. And that she went after him, but Quicksilver was faster than her, but Baranka began to imitate Rito's speed, not for nothing she can copy only some powers due to a serum that she invented. Meanwhile Thanos makes a snap, but only to bring other aliens among these Xenomorphs. Hulk. Xenomorphs, listen, if they cut you, be careful, don't let their blood touch you because it's acidic and can melt you, seriously. All the Avengers heeded the warning where they fight against the Xenomorphs, but meanwhile Hulk is in charge of facing the Skrulls, and they tried to copy his form and powers, but Hulk did not allow it and brutally attacks them. Meanwhile, Captain America fights the Xenomorphs, and then he throws his shield, cutting off the heads of the Xenomorphs. Luckily, he managed to get away from the blood of the aliens. Captain America. Wow, watching the alien saga was worth it, smiling. In that he fights against other aliens and with his combat skills he manages to save himself and in that he sets a trap for them. Meanwhile the Winter Soldier loads a weapon that had been given to him. This weapon, thanks to magic, has infinite ammunition and then it started shooting at the aliens and these bullets were enhanced by magic to such an extent that they can kill supernatural beings. Winter Soldier. Time for them to eat lead, mocking. He continues fighting against the aliens, and while that was happening, Hawkeye uses his arrows to fight against the aliens, and since they were explosive arrows. Hawkeye. Now I hope these aliens stop coming, seriously. While that was happening, Ant-Man, who had become a giant, managed to throw a grenade that he invented and it exploded, destroying several ships in the process. Wasp was in charge of making the aliens kill and fight each other, and some aliens killed each other. Wasp. They were stung by a wasp, mockingly. Falcon was flying and he took out some discs to then throw them and they exploded because they were bombs. Falcon. See you later baby, mockingly. Meanwhile Thanos was looking for the gems, but then Hulk stands in front of him. Hulk. Hey, giant grape in your pants, mockingly. Thanos looks, but then Hulk hits him in the face, causing Thanos to crash into some cars. Thanos. I see you're strong, that's great, now I'll have a fair fight, seriously. While that was happening we see how Iron Man manages to defeat other aliens with a few shots from his armor. Iron Man. How annoying are these aliens, seriously. While he was fighting we see how the others were busy fighting against the enemies and the Scarlet Witch used her powers to send them to other dimensions. Unknown location. We see how in a laboratory where Rizavum's lair used to be, we see how a capsule opens where a subject is seen in suspended animation and in that the capsule runs out of energy and the subject wakes up and leaves the capsule. It turns out that he is a being that is a mix between human and robot and Ultron baptized him as Vision. Vision. What happened, Sirius? In that moment he hears something and sees through a screen that there is a battle and decides to go and try to stop it without knowing the surprises he would get. Side of the battle. Hulk was fighting Thanos where both had a fairly even fight, but Hulk managed to destroy part of his armor. Hulk. I shouldn't get too confident now, Purple, I have a riddle for you that you get when you put together flour and some blackberries, seriously. Thanos. What do you get, seriously? Hulk. Blackberry pie, punches Thanos in the face. After that Thanos gets up and attacks Hulk this time using the power of the gems to have more advantage. Hulk began to have problems against Thanos where Hulk is sent flying destroying a wall of a building. Vision would then arrive as he uses his powers to get to where the fight is. Vision. What's happening here, Sirius? Iron Man. Believe me, you won't like it and you are curious. Vision. My name is Vision, I was created by Ultron, but don't be afraid, I'm not evil, since he couldn't corrupt me, seriously. Iron Man. I'll believe you, but we must stop that madman, seriously. In that Spider-Man tries to take the gems from Thanos, but he realizes it and begins to attack him and slam him to the ground. But before he can continue hurting him, Hyoudou uses Mjolnir and his axe Stormbreaker to throw a lightning bolt at Thanos. Thanos receives the lightning bolts and is sent flying, where he gets up, clearly annoyed by the attack. Thanos. Now I'll get paid, annoyed. In that Thanos uses part of the power of the gems to launch thousands of attacks, some manage to dodge them, but others received the attacks. Thanos launches an attack on Doctor Strange, and the sorcerer defends himself with an energy shield. Doctor Strange. Now we must stop him, seriously. While the heroes were fighting against the powerful Titan they don't know that the news is reporting the battle. Until eventually Vision confronts Thanos, but he realizes that he has one of the gems he is looking for and then decides to take it from him where he grabs Vision and then takes the gem from him. Thanos now had 5 gems and only needed the time gem, but he's going to get it. Now Thanos has 5 Infinity Stones and only needs 1 more, but he doesn't know what awaits him. See it in the next chapter. End of chapter. Chapter 34. Infinity War Part 3. Previously we saw how Thanos the Titan who was looking for the Infinity Gems but he and his army faced the Avengers who would not let Thanos get away with it. But a robot called Vision appeared who fought against Thanos, but in the end, Thanos managed to defeat Vision by taking away the Mind Gem because Thanos only had 4 gems at the moment. Now Thanos has 5 Infinity Gems, he only needs 1 gem, which is the Time Gem, but he knows that Doctor Strange has it. Present. We are with the Avengers who were looking at Thanos who already had 5 Infinity Gems, but was only missing 1 which was the Time Gem. But then a ship appears where some people come out, but Thanos knew who they were. They were the Guardians of the Galaxy. Thanos. Gamora, but how is it possible if I sacrificed you to have the Soul Gem, surprised. Gamora. The one you sacrificed was a Skrull in disguise, it would be. And that the Guardians join the fight where they attack Thanos' army. While that was happening we see Issei who made a larger version of his armor, but it was for heavy work. Issei then kills several aliens while that was happening, but we see Rias who with a laser weapon kills several Chitauri. Black Widow. Thank you for these weapons Issei-kun, smiling. While that was happening, Hulk fights against several aliens who tried to copy his abilities but couldn't and he crushes the aliens as if they were insects. Hawkeye is in charge of setting traps for the Skrulls by locking them in cubes since Issei invented some with Lincoln. Captain America defends himself from some Xenomorphs and is very careful not to touch their blood because he knows that Xenomorph blood is acidic. Meanwhile, we see Louise with her sisters and the rest of Tristan as they found out about the war and thanks to Louise's explosive magic, some aliens were knocked out. Louise. Sato did a lot for me, I should make it up to him, it would be. Billionaire. You are not the only sister, it would be. But returning to the battle we see how a portal opens where Subaru comes out with his war machine armor fighting against several Chitauri. But he is not the only one who came, since Ram and Ram also came, but Subaru helps Ram to recover his horn, showing that he is not spiteful. Now both sisters use their respective horn to access their power. Both fight against the aliens, but while that happens, Sato uses a whip to catch several aliens. Sato. Ugh, thank goodness I didn't touch the blood of a Xenomorgo, seriously. After that we see Iron Man and Hulk fighting against Thanos, where they attack him, but the Titan knows how to defend himself because he had in his possession 5 of the 6 Infinity Stones, but these heroes gave him quite a fight. Thanos. I must admit you are worthy rivals, smiling challengingly. In this, Captain America and Hyoudou, who had Mjolnir and Stormbreaker in his possession, join forces. Thanos. Things are getting better and better, mocking. But the Guardians of the Galaxy also join forces to fight. Star-Lord. Don't forget about us, pointing his gun. Gamora. You'll pay for trying to sacrifice me, cold and pointing her sword. Rocket. Get ready, silly Titan, mocking. Baby Groot. I am Groot, smiling. After that, everyone rushes to fight against Thanos, where the Titan, although he had the power of the gems, was a good fighter. Thanos. Now I must go for the last Infinity Stone, seriously. He uses the gems to launch waves, sending the others flying. The only ones who resisted were Doctor Strange, Hulk, Iron Man and Hyoudou. They launch themselves against Thanos, and in that the Titan hits them, but they defend themselves. Doctor Strange attacks Thanos with some elemental spells, but then War Machine shoots missiles at Thanos, although they don't hurt him, they distract him. Spider-Man, who recovered from his injuries thanks to a special serum, fights against Thanos' army. Then someone comes to attack Thanos, it was Captain Marvel. She attacked Thanos with an attack that hurt him a little. But then Thanos takes advantage of a distraction and takes the Eye of Agamotto from Doctor Strange, where he gets the last gem. Now Thanos has the last Infinity Stone. Thanos. I am inevitable, seriously. At that moment he was going to make the snap, but Iron Man attacks him, but he can't take the gems away. Thanos. Pathetic, serious. But then everyone else attacks him, preventing the Titan from snapping, but eventually Captain Marvel uses a lot of her power, hurting Thanos. But Doctor Strange decides to use his secret weapon, his most powerful form, with which he fought Dormammu. In that he launches very powerful attacks at Thanos, where Thanos uses the power of the gems, but Sato dodges all his attacks and gives him a blow that goes through him. Thanos. Ah, screaming in pain. Then everyone attacks him, but when Thanos was going to make the snap, someone prevents it. It was Hulk who subdues Thanos and steps on his hand repeatedly. Hulk. Cut off his hand, annoyed. At that Sato manifests an energy sword and it cuts off Thanos' hand where the gauntlet is. Iron Man takes the gems and puts them on, but he was quite hurt and they see how it burned his arm. Issei. See you later baby, making the snap. So all the aliens in Thanos' army disappeared from existence, but in that Thanos is eliminated. Seeing how the threat was exterminated, everyone celebrates that they won the war, but they worried about Issei and saw him with the gems in his hands. Issei is helped by Rias, who gives him the healing serum that cures Issei, but everyone saw that the gems were still in Issei's hand. Issei. I fused with the gems so they wouldn't fall into the wrong hands and so I wouldn't die, seriously. Everyone was surprised by this, but understood why Issei fused with the Infinity Gems. But in that Hulk returns to being Lincoln, who was very tired, but in that he would say a phrase. Lincoln. Friends, the anniversary party for the formation of the team is ready. I hope you like it, tired. In that he is supported by Roberta, who gives him a serum that makes Lincoln have energy. At that Doctor Strange returns to his normal form, where he approaches Louise where she was nervous. Sato. Louise, you have shown courage in this war against aliens, and after this long period of testing you showed regret for that, and because you showed that you want to change for the better, I forgive you, and because I still have feelings for you Louise, sadly. She sheds tears of joy and then they both share a kiss. Louise. I won't be as toxic as I was before, determined. Sato. I know you changed for the better Louise, blushing. After the tender moment, all the Avengers went to the base, but then they were taken to Vision while the Guardians of the Galaxy followed them. When we arrived at the base it was already decorated for the party and everyone was surprised by the party. Lincoln. The girls and I are organizing the party because we've been a team for a year now and we have to celebrate it, smiling. But then Vision comes out, who thanks to Lincoln, managed to return to life, but now has a human appearance. Everyone was amazed by Lincoln's achievement. Lincoln. It turns out he didn't have a name so I gave him one, I gave him the name Jaden, and after reviving him, I gave him human form with an invention, smiling. Jaden. I feel better, smiling. Issei. This party is beautiful, I never thought someone would be so good at throwing parties, smiling. Asara. Now that we are waiting to celebrate, smiling. Everyone is getting ready to celebrate the anniversary party that had been organized for the group's anniversary. The Infinity War was over, and with one less threat and at least a tragedy that will happen was avoided. See it in the next chapter. Chapter 35, Confronting the False Heroes. Previously we saw how the Avengers fought against Thanos until the Titan eventually gets all the Infinity Stones where he planned to do the snap. But he doesn't succeed because the heroes subdue him and cut off Thanos' hand where the Infinity Stones were, and so Issei makes a snap erasing Thanos from existence. Now the Infinity War was over, but Lincoln had organized a team's anniversary party. Present. Several days have passed since the Infinity War ended, where we see the Avengers at the base, and thanks to Issei, who now carries the Infinity Gems, he restored all the damage. Now the city is at peace because a threat was once again eliminated by the Avengers. Now we see the Avengers in the base room watching a movie since they recently finished off a threat. Issei. I'm glad the Infinity War is over, smiling. Asara. Now Thanos will never hurt anyone again, smiling. Hyoudou. Yes, and thanks to our strength, intelligence, and other abilities, we managed to prevent something tragic from happening, smiling. Rias. And my little brother really managed to arrange the anniversary party, smiling. Lincoln. It's the best I could do, smiling. At that Issei takes out his phone, which is the following. Issei. Well, now we must do something else, serious. Hyoudou. What are you talking about, Issei, curious. Issei. They found out about the false heroes, seriously. Everyone frowns because they know about the false heroes thanks to Izuku, because during the time that Izuku was in the Avengers, he saw how his new friends and teammates were true heroes, not like the others who were false heroes. Sato. They are right, but now we have to show those false heroes who the true heroes of the world are, seriously. Everyone nods, but then Issei receives a notification, and then they see that they were invited to a meeting where the false heroes would be. Izuku, SN Musafadu Sirio. Issei, Gen Issei Sirio. After that everyone continues watching movies because the meeting was the next day. The next day. Musafat. We are located at the airport of the city of Musafadu where a Quinjet arrives. The Quinjet landed and then the Avengers got off. They were all serious because they knew it was time to confront the false heroes. Issei. Ready, we're here, seriously. At that, everyone gets off, but when people saw them, they applauded them because the citizens admired the Avengers for having saved the planet on more than one occasion. Meeting room. The false heroes looked at the Avengers, but they looked at Izuku, but in that the first one to speak would be Issei. Issei. Why did they call us, seriously? And that the first to speak would be All Might. All Might. We want to know since when they are a team, serious and curious. Issei. For over a year, seriously. All Might. I see, seriously. Another one that would speak would be Ryoko aka Ryukyu. Ryukyu. By the way, what is a child doing here? Pointing at Lincoln. Hyoudou. In case you don't know, he is the creator of the super soldier serum, seriously. All Might. Wait for the famous strength boosting serum and that, surprised. Hyoudou. Yes, he is our friend and at the same time the creator of the super soldier serum, seriously. All Might. I don't understand how they are like that and they don't have a license, seriously. Issei. Who needs them? We are not like you who get carried away by fame and money, seriously. All Might. That is not true, annoying. Issei. Yes, it's true, seriously. Asara. Besides, not all of us have powers and don't come with that nonsense about quirkless being useless. Look, I fought against aliens, robots, etc. and I'm not useless, seriously. Hyoudou. It's also the technology in my suit that allows me to enlarge and shrink, seriously. Asara. Power isn't everything, seriously. Issei. Don't come with that nonsense, we don't use that crap called quirks, seriously. Issei's eyes were red with anger. Issei. If they are heroes, what do they call themselves? Where were they when the Chitauri arrived, annoyed. Hyoudou. Either where they were when Loki and the Chitauri attacked or when the Dark Elves appeared, annoyed. Hyoudou. Or where they were when Ultron attacked, annoyed. Hyoudou. Or when Abomination attacked Kuoh, annoyed. Sato. Or recently in the attack of Thanos and the invasion of Skrulls and Chitauri, annoyed. Issei. You guys aren't real heroes, you're just damn conceited people, annoyed. Endeavor. Shut up already, annoyed. But then Lincoln gets up and approaches Endeavor and gives him a good slap and sends him away. Lincoln. I hate that fool, seriously. Izuku. And what happened while I left the city, seriously? All Might. What happened was that the League of Villains revealed that you were never a traitor and they attacked us, but they don't seem to stop anytime soon, seriously. Izuku. Typical fake recording and bang, seriously. Rias. They asked for that by not looking at the details in depth, it would be. Hyoudou. As we said, they are not heroes, they are false heroes, but I see that not all of them are like that, seriously. Then the false heroes attack them, but the Avengers defeat them without much effort. Issei. Although seeing you two looking at Midnight and MT Lady, how about I take you with me to be part of the Avengers, smiling. Midnight. We accept that we no longer want to be with this garbage, seriously. Mountain Lady. It's true we want to be with real heroes, it would be. Ryukyu. If you join, I will too, would be. But then they hear an explosion and go to see what's happening, and after that they see that it was the entire League of Villains. Issei. This is going to get ugly, seriously. Now the Avengers have to face the League of Villains, but these villains don't know who they're messing with and what will happen. See it in the next chapter. Chapter 36. A future threat. Previously we saw how the Avengers defeated Thanos, where in the end they avoided a tragedy by preventing him from making the snap, and Issei fuses with the Infinity Stones and erases Thanos from existence. But it was also seen how the false heroes called the Avengers, where they tried to claim that they did not have a license, but the Avengers made it clear that they do not follow those silly rules of quirks. But then the League of Villains appears to fight, but the Avengers would take care of them. Present. We are in the place where you see the League of Villains, where Issei shows one of his armors because he had the briefcase that was his armor. Iron Man. Listen, we have two options. The first is to surrender and no one gets hurt, and the second is to fight, seriously. All for one. We won't hear anything stupid from you, seriously. Captain America. I see we have no choice. Avengers Assembly, seriously. And that the Avengers launch into battle against the Villains League, and while that happens we see Captain America blocking the attacks with his shield. Hyoudou instead used the Stormbreaker and Mjolnir making a combined attack. And that several Nomas were disintegrated by lightning because they were supercharged. Meanwhile, Lincoln was with Ryukyu, she was with him because she thought he had no power. Ryukyu. I still don't understand how a kid like you is part of a great team of heroes, stroking Lincoln's cheeks. Lincoln. It's because of my power, because you see Ryukyu, they call me Hulk, sadly. Ryukyu. Because, curious. Lincoln explains about his Hulk power and that the cause was when he was exposed to an accident with gamma radiation. Ryukyu. I see, it would be. Lincoln. But I know how to fight without turning into Hulk, smiling. Then a golden-haired girl in school clothes appears. Lincoln. Wow, how beautiful, smiling. Ryukyu. What are you doing? She is Himiko Toga, worried. Lincoln. I know what I'm doing and I don't like the idea of hitting a lady, seriously. Himiko Toga. You're not afraid of me, surprised. Lincoln. Why would I be afraid of a beauty like you? I don't see you as a monster, smiling. Himiko was quite surprised that the albino was not afraid of her. Himiko Toga. But you don't understand, they discriminated against me for having a villain quirk, shedding a few tears. Lincoln. Beautiful, you are not a monster to me, hugging the girl. She sheds more tears and hugs the albino, but since he was a little shorter the albino felt Himiko's breasts, but they hugged until they separated, although Ryukyu was surprised by this, but didn't say anything. But in that she would be attacked from behind, but Lincoln realizes and turns around, preventing Himiko from being hurt. Muscular. Damn traitor, annoyed. Lincoln. You are a damn coward. This started to make me very angry, annoyed. At that, Lincoln's anger grew until he ended up turning into Hulk, something that surprised Himiko Toga, Ryukyu, and especially Muscular. Muscular then uses his quirk to fight Lincoln. At that, Hulk looks angrily at Muscular, and at that both started a fight. Hulk. Unlike you, I have more resistance, cold. Then Hulk gives Muscular the beating of his life, and he couldn't stand the blows the Titan was giving him. But the others. We see how the others fight against the League of Villains, in that Izuku fights against Kaichizaki, who gives him a good fight. Iron Man decides to finish off All for One once and for all, and in doing so, he uses the power of the Infinity Gems, where All for One tries to take away his power, but he can't. All for One. How is it possible that your power is not mine? Shocked. Iron Man. I don't use silly quirks, this is something beyond your reach, showing all the gems in his hand. All for One. Who are you? Scared. Iron Man. Your worst nightmare. Iron Man, making a snapping noise. At that, All for One began to disintegrate as Iron Man saw that he was not a worthy opponent. Everyone else was in shock at what they saw, but then Iron Man makes another snap. Iron Man. Now you will see what it is like to be quirkless. You no longer have those pathetic powers. Now feel what my pupil felt, seriously. At that, everyone tried to attack, but it was useless, and in the blink of an eye all the villains of the League of Villains were defeated. The false heroes were incredulous, but Iron Man looked at them with displeasure. Iron Man. You don't deserve any more power, makes another snap. And that all the false heroes lose their powers, where in the end they were left as quirkless. Then Hulk arrives with something, it was Muscular's corpse, and he had killed him. Hulk. I may have been a brute, but at least this fool won't hurt anyone again, seriously. Iron Man. Not everyone lost their powers, only those who proved to be pure of heart and without selfish desires still retain their quirks, but the selfish fools no longer have anything, seriously. After that the Avengers left the city, but Hulk left some robots to fix all the damage. Later on. The Hussycats joined the Avengers and Kami too, but then we see the former villains Lady Nagant and Slice. They still retain their powers because Izuku saw that they weren't that evil. They went with Izuku where in the end he accepted them. While Himiko Toga stayed with Lincoln, but then Issei used the gems to make the base bigger. But what they don't know is that later they will face a huge threat. Unknown location. We are located in a palace where we see a subject with a green cape and armor. He takes off his helmet, revealing his face was Issei. This is an Issei from another universe where he lived the same events as the Issei who became Iron Man, but he fell into darkness, and the same day he was betrayed, he lost his beloved Rias. He then built a suit of armor, but also learned a forbidden green magic where he conquered his world and became the infamous Dr. Doom. If there is an Issei Iron Man, there should be an evil Issei who is Dr. Doom. Issei alias Dr. Doom travels in different dimensions where he enslaves the factions and turns them into servants. He also fought to get the Infinity Gems, but it is thanks to these gems that he can carry out his macabre plans. Now we see Dr. Doom who found out that there is a universe like his, but where he is Iron Man. Dr. Doom. Wow, this is interesting. Now I'll go pay them a visit later, smiling maliciously. At that he laughs in a sinister way. Now there is a threat to the universes, but it will not attack until later. What will happen, see it in the next chapter. Chapter 37 Red Hulk. Previously we saw how the Avengers were fighting against a league of villains, but it turns out that not all of them were evil, and Issei with the power of the Infinity Gems takes away the villains' quirks. But they don't know that in another universe there is an evil Issei who calls himself Dr. Doom, and he also has the Infinity Gems in his possession, and he has enslaved several weak versions to be his loyal warriors. Present. We are back in New York where the Avengers were at the base, but they gave refuge to the former villains, now heroes, but then we see Issei who was working on something in the laboratory. Issei. At least that stupid league doesn't exist, but those arrogant fools with their quirks will learn the hard way that that's not everything to be heroes, seriously. He works for a while until he finishes an improved version of his armor and now calls it Mark 100. Issei. It's great, I can even use the power of the gems to increase the power of the armor, and I made it indestructible, and I can even dive because water doesn't do anything to it and even go to space, putting on the armor. Meanwhile. We see Lincoln who was with Himiko Toga, Ryukyu and the other girls, but he was watching a movie with them. Lincoln. Thank goodness I finished all the work, smiling. Kid. Cute bunny, how did it go in Japan? Curious. Lincoln. Pretty good, there I met Ryukyu and Himiko, but girls, even though I'm smarter than everyone at the base, I don't trust myself at all because I know they have intellectual talent, smiling. Amaharu. That's why we love you, bunny. Despite being the smartest in the world, you're someone who doesn't boast, kissing Lincoln on the lips. Each one gives Lincoln a kiss, and he accepts the displays of affection towards his loved ones. But Basara. Basara was training with his arrows, but he felt something strange, and it was that he felt some magic, but it was not possible since when he was betrayed, they took away his magical powers. Basara. What's happening, seriously? Leo. I don't know, it seems like you got your magic back, surprised. Basara. Maybe, but well I have to go, see you later, smiling. In that, he takes out an invention that Lincoln gave him, and it was a motorcycle of light where he accelerates on the motorcycle. This one runs through the streets but deactivates the laser straight ahead to avoid hurting anyone. Luckily, the laser didn't touch anyone, so no one was hurt. Elsewhere. We see General Ross, but now he is the President of the United States thanks to a campaign made by his daughter Betty. Ross was aware of the battles, but at least with the Avengers many threats were avoided, but now he was dealing with another problem that arose. Since he has anger problems and takes some pills that were recommended to him, but he doesn't know that those pills have gamma radiation and something bad would happen later. Ross. Daughter, come here, seriously. Betty approaches to see what her father has that makes him call her. Betty. Dad, what do you have? Worried. Ross. Daughter, I have to ask you a favor. I need you to call the person who created the gamma ray experiment. I'm not feeling very well. I want you to call him, seriously. Betty. You mean Lincoln, the one who turns into Hulk, surprised. Ross. Yes, tell him I want to see him, seriously. Betty. It's okay, Dad, it would be. Then she went to call Lincoln, but Ross wanted to talk to him seriously. Avengers base. Lincoln was in the kitchen of the base preparing food, but then his phone, and when he saw who was calling it was Betty. Lincoln. Hello Betty, how are you? Smiling. Betty. Lincoln, my dad wants to see you, it's urgent, worried. Lincoln. That doesn't sound good, I'll go there, seriously. At that point, the call finished cooking and he said he had to leave, and then he went to Washington D.C. in a flying car and went to the White House. Lincoln was allowed in because Ross ordered it, and then he went to the president's office where Ross was waiting for him. Ross. Lincoln, we need to talk, seriously. Lincoln. What, curious? Ross. Look, I'm surprised that a child of your age is the most brilliant mind in the world, but the thing we need to talk about is that something has happened to me, since when I take my medicine, I feel something that affects me, seriously. Lincoln. I have to check it, seriously. And that I would take out a tablet that has a scanner to see what happens. Until an alarm sounds and he sees that Ross has gamma radiation in his body. Lincoln. Mr. President, I'm afraid to tell you that you have gamma radiation in your body because those pills had small samples of gamma radiation, seriously. Ross. But who would have done that, seriously? Lincoln. The leader has already left, seriously. Ross. The leader, who is he, confused. Lincoln. I'd better explain it to you, but don't tell anyone because this is confidential, seriously. Ross. I give you my word, Lincoln, but who is the leader, serious and curious? Lincoln. Samuel Sturms was a man who was an assistant at one of the laboratories where I did my experiments until my ex-family ruined my project and Samuel tried to help me, but part of the gamma radiation fell on his head and as a result he ended up like this, showing an image with a tablet. Ross. How ugly it is, seriously. Lincoln. Yes, well after the explosion they left him for dead, or at least that's what I thought, but when I was removing the rubble I saw that some notes from my project notebook were stolen, among them the gamma radiation pills were a contingency plan in case something bad happens to me and I need a replacement, but seeing how risky the pills were, I decided not to make them, seriously. Ross. If your invention is stolen, you know where it could be, serious and curious. Lincoln. Well if you give me the pills I can scan where they came from, seriously. Then Ross gives him the pills, and Lincoln checks them and sees an address marked on them. Lincoln. I think I found it, but now don't stress or get angry because that could be bad, seriously. Ross. At least I saw that despite your age you did a lot, thanks for letting me know before, seriously. Then the albino went to look for the leader, but what he didn't know was that some Hydra soldiers were there. Elsewhere. We see the leader who was working on a way to free the Louds to help him destroy Lincoln, but then Lincoln appears in front of him. Lincoln. I already discovered your plan, but now this ends here, seriously. Leader. Sooner or later you were going to find me a real brat, mockingly. Lincoln. I won't let you get away with this, seriously. At that point, they both started a fight, but luckily, when Lincoln used the serum that made him control Hulk, he could use part of his strength without transforming. Leader. I see you've improved since the last time we met. Now prepare to see everyone see the president as a monster, mockingly. In that, he gives the order to some Hydra soldiers to attack President Ross's conference, but in that, Lincoln manages to punch the leader a few times, and then he uses an invention with a sleeping gas, leaving him out of combat, and in that, he takes out something else, and it was a trap cube and locks up the leader. At the conference. Ross was giving a speech saying that everything was going to get better, but then Hydra soldiers appear, and one of them hits him with a club, and then Betty fights against several of them, but one of them hits her in the head, leaving her unconscious. Ross, seeing what they did to his daughter, anger began to invade him, where he began to grow and his skin turned red. Red Hulk goes on the attack, but people were scared of it, but then Lincoln arrives to try to calm the situation. Lincoln, seeing that this had gotten out of control, turned into the Hulk. Hulk. Mr. Ross, calm down, this won't help, seriously. But Red Hulk doesn't listen to him and just screams in fury. To then launch himself to attack the Green Hulk. Both started a fairly even fight, but Red Hulk was quite blinded by rage, but Hulk then kicked him away. Hulk. Thank goodness I brought the serum to control that state, but how am I going to give it to him? Seriously. Red Hulk returned to fight Hulk and throws a car at him that falls on him, but Hulk gets up, and then Hulk decides to fight in an area where there are no people to avoid anyone getting hurt, but he saw that there were Hydra soldiers left, and then he knocks them out. Both Titans arrived at a nearby field, and then both resumed the fight where Red Hulk began to gain the advantage. Red Hulk. Take this, throwing punches. After that, both continue with the fight, but Hulk saw that little by little madness takes over Ross, and then he decides to no longer contain himself, and then he beats up Red Hulk. But then he headbutts Red Hulk, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground, but Hulk then takes out something, and it was a tranquilizer, causing Red Hulk to detransform, turning back into Ross. Hulk then detransforms back into Lincoln and he claps and his backpack turns into a drone and he takes out a serum that was the same one he used to control Hulk and gives it to Ross so that it doesn't happen again. Later on, when he returned to the White House, he clarified everything so that there would be no retaliation and said that he would be in charge of repairing the damage caused and with his inventions, he managed to repair the damage and then he locked up the Hydra soldiers. Lincoln. And you won't have to worry about this happening again. I gave the president a serum that will allow him to control the Red Hulk, seriously. The citizens applauded Lincoln's statement, but then we see Ross being cared for by his daughter and Lincoln, where he says something to Betty. Lincoln. Thank goodness he called me or this would get ugly, seriously. Betty. Are you sure that serum will work? Curious. Lincoln. Of course, look, I already have good control of Hulk, but I don't lose power, smiling. After that, they both stayed to watch Ross, luckily everything was in order. Unknown location. We see how a portal opens where a ship comes out, but the driver of the ship was wearing a green suit and had a purple helmet. It was Kang the Conqueror who came to this time because he heard about some anomalies and decided to go see what was happening. Kang. This is going to get interesting, smiling maliciously. Red Hulk was prevented from getting out of control, but now Kang the Conqueror has come along. Watch him in the next episode. Chapter 38. The Kang Dynasty, Part 1. Previously we saw how Ross is now the president of the United States, but he consumed some pills that had gamma radiation, and he called Lincoln. Then the albino discovers that the leader is alive and confronts him, and then locks him up, but he sets a trap for Ross to turn into the Red Hulk. Lincoln turned into Hulk where he barely managed to defeat Ross without killing him, and then stayed to watch him. Present. We are in the White House where we see Lincoln who was wearing a white robe. Lincoln was with President Ross since he gave him the serum that allows him to control Hulk and he wants to help him so that he doesn't lose control again. Betty. Thanks Lincoln for everything, blushing. Lincoln. You're welcome Betty, I like to help and more than now your father I must help him tame the beast, seriously. After that we see how Ross wakes up and then Lincoln explains what happened. Ross. So that serum you gave me helps me control the beast, surprised. Lincoln. Yes, but now I'll help him control it, seriously. While that happens we are located somewhere else where we see a guy who was Kang the Conqueror. Kang was on a spaceship that was ahead of its time since he comes from the future. Kang was inside the ship that was also a time machine, but in that he examined several things on the advanced computer he had on the ship. Kang. Wow, so this team, the Avengers, was formed. It seems that they all have something in common, or well, almost all of them, because most of them suffered betrayals, seriously. Then the villain decides to pay a visit to the Avengers where he uses teleportation because part of his power is that he can teleport. Avengers base. The others saw what happened in Washington DC on television, but at least nothing went wrong because Lincoln was able to solve it, but then they see a guy with green and purple clothes and a helmet appear. Issei. Who are you and what are you doing here, surprised. Kang. Oh where are my manners let me introduce myself I'm Nathaniel Richards, but you know me better as Kang the Conqueror I'm from the 31st century, but now you should know something, seriously. Basara. Conqueror what are you talking about confused. Kang. You are an anomaly in my timeline, you don't know what you did, besides you, pointing at Issei, are the multiversal terror, seriously. Issei. Yo multiversal terror, seriously. Kang. To make it easier for you, you're Dr. Doom becoming a multiversal threat, seriously. Rias. Dr. Doom what's going on, confused. Kang. Oh really, they are dumber, even preschool children of my age are smarter. Here is the proof, showing a picture. Issei. But how did I become a villain, confused. Kang. I saw your life Issei Stark in the original line you went through the same thing as here, but then those primitive beings with wings of a dove, crow or bat or with features of foxes etc. will end everything you love you became corrupted and after that you became a tyrant and your evil version enslaves parallel versions of those inferior beings of the factions, seriously. Obviously he's not going for the powerful versions because even if he has the gems the powerful versions could destroy this Issei Doom. And that Kang shows the dimensions that were destroyed or conquered by the Issei Dr. Doom and his evil laugh is heard. Kang. That's why I went back in time to prevent that and to not have another you as Dr. Doom. My mission is to destroy you to prevent another Dr. Doom from appearing, seriously. Then Issei puts on his armor to fight Kang, but Kang shows some strange rings on his fingers. Then Kang makes the rings shine and in that Issei's armor falls apart and he falls to the ground. Kang. Rings with the power to manipulate machines, very ingenious, right? Mocking. At that, Hyoudou attacks him with Mjolnir, but Kang stops it as if it were nothing, but he knows that this won't last long and returns the hammer, causing Hyoudou to crash into a wall. Basara throws explosive arrows at him, but Kang uses some of his gloves and a force field, making the arrows explode. But then a magic rope catches Kang, and he sees that it is Sato, but Kang uses his rings to open a portal underneath, freeing himself from the rope, and then the rope appears behind Sato and hits him from behind. Sato? I don't understand how you do that, surprised. Kang. In my world everything is possible, that's why I know your combat styles, seriously. After that Issei gets up, but now he is wearing the new armor he was working on. Then the others rush to attack Kang, but in doing so he uses the rings to open portals to different places. Then Issei along with Sato, Hidehito, Basara, Futuro, Wakana, Shido, Miku, Leon and Urza ended up in different places and timelines. Only Rias and the others remained, but Kang looked at them, but he did absolutely nothing. Kang. Now I have matters to attend to, seriously. And that he disappears from the place, but they will look for a way to bring the others back. Ice. This ends in a different time, more specifically in China during the Ming dynasty, or at least that's what it seems, but in that he saw several Chinese warriors, but they pointed their spears at him. Soldiers. Stop their intruder, pointing with the spear. But Issei then points his cannons at them and shoots at their spears, breaking them on the spot, and the soldiers quickly leave. Issei. Pathetic, seriously. Then he walks through the place, but he saw that he was many centuries ago, or at least that's what it seems, but then he looks at the infinity gems in his hand. Issei. At least I have the time gem, but I don't know where the others are, serious. But when he was going to open a portal to return, he heard something and went to see what was happening and saw a girl. He uses his helmet to scan, but does not appear in the Chinese story, but manages to see what her name is, and it was Myling, and in that he manages to disarm her armor, since it was nanotechnology. Myling then notices Issei and puts herself in a fighting stance in case he was an enemy. Myling. Who are you? I've never seen you before, it would be. Issei. I have no intention of fighting, my name is Issei Stark, but I've never seen you, seriously. Myling. Typical because they always underestimate me for being a woman, it would be. Issei. Why do you say that? Confused. Myling. They always underestimate me for being a woman, and even though I saved the princess from being kidnapped, they underestimate me, it would be. Issei. Reminds me of Mulan. Myling. And why don't you say anything, confused. Issei. I never underestimate women, but look, I admire your determination, but if you want to show what you're worth, show it, seriously. Myling. You mean it, confused. In that they hear screams and went to see what happened and saw that the kingdom was being attacked by monsters, and in that Issei without any other option manifests an armor. Elsewhere. We see Wakana who was in a different time, but after leaving a jungle he saw what was in front of him were dinosaurs. Wakana. Dinosaurs, surprised. There he saw that there were also cavemen and mammals, something that confused him because it is assumed that mammals and cavemen came after the extinction of the dinosaurs. Wakana. They are supposed to appear after the dinosaurs died unless I'm in an alternate timeline, and this reminds me of the Flintstones, remembering the Flintstones show. But then a velociraptor appears and plans to eat Wakana. But he defends himself from the monster until he uses his hands to prevent the velociraptor from biting him, but then the velociraptor kicks him. Then he subdues the velociraptor where he grabs it tightly. Wakana. You're done, your head will go to my fireplace, annoyed. In this way he shows him who is in charge while he continues to subdue the velociraptor. Wakana. Give up, annoyed. At that moment the velociraptor couldn't do anything, and then Wakana lets go, and the velociraptor slowly moves away. Wakana. Now go before I give you a good kick, annoyed. The velociraptor runs away scared like a dog after a tough fight. Wakana. Now I showed him who's in charge, seriously. But then he noticed that someone else was there. He thought the velociraptor was back, but he saw that it wasn't the velociraptor, but a cave woman, but she looked strong. Wakana. Wow, what a hot eye, surprised. Wait, what did you call me, confused. Wakana. Now you can talk if the cavemen don't talk, surprised. Yes, I am one of the few who can speak, my name is Camille, smiling. Wakana. Wakana is my name, seriously. Camille. I saw how you fought that velociraptor, wow, I must admit you have talent, smiling. Wakana. Yes, well you are strong, I imagine, surprised. Camille. That's right, I'm very strong, smiling. Wakana stays with her to get to know her better, but she doesn't know what's happening with the others. Meanwhile. Hang was checking on the others in the parallel timelines where he sent them. Hang. I see you're not so stupid after all, serious. In that he decides to start his empire from the 21st century, but in that he calls the ship wherein that he uses his technology to give a message, but it would take a little while. Some of the heroes disappeared, but there are still others, but they will manage to stop Kang. What will happen? See it in the next chapter. Chapter 39. The Kang Dynasty, Part 2. Previously we saw how the Avengers were at the base, but eventually Kang the Conqueror arrives, and he reveals about the Issei who became Doctor Doom. Kang, seeing that the Avengers are trying to stop him, sends them to different timelines where each one has to find a way to return to the present. Issei ends up in an ancient Chinese timeline and Wakanda in the prehistoric era. Present. We are with Sato who ended up in a different time, but saw that he was in an area full of pyramids. Sato. Egypt, but the pyramids look new. It seems like I'm in the time when ancient Egypt still existed and the pyramids look like they were just finished, seriously. He then heard footsteps, but when he turned around he saw a beautiful woman, whom he recognized as Cleopatra. Cleopatra. Who are you? Are you from the Roman Empire? It would be. Sato. Not at all, your highness, bowing. Cleopatra. I don't see any lies in your words, but where are you from? I've never seen you, it would be. Sato. I am from a very far away place, I can only tell you that I am not from the Roman Empire. By the way, your majesty, how can I help you? Bowing. Cleopatra. Can you stand up please? I want to see you better, smiling. Sato just gets up and sees the Queen of Egypt in better detail, but he doesn't know what to do because he can't deny that she's pretty. In another timeline. We see how Hyoudou ended up in a different time and he flew away to see where he was and saw a castle in the distance and went to see, and to his surprise he was in Rome. Hyoudou. Wow, it seems like I'm back when the Roman Empire still existed, surprised. But then several soldiers and a woman in Roman armor appear. Who are you? Are you from the Greeks? Serious and curious. Hyoudou. I don't know the Greeks at all, seriously. How do I know you're not lying, would be. Hyoudou. If I were lying, I'd get a cramp when I lie, seriously. I see that you are telling the truth, but who are you really, would it be? Hyoudou. I am known as Hyoudou, but I am a powerful warrior if I want to prove it. How about a duel in the Colosseum, unless you are afraid of losing, challenger. I Roxanne do not reject a challenge, so where and when the duel, would be. Hyoudou. How about this afternoon at the Colosseum, seriously. Roxanne. Echo, would be. They both shake hands, and then Hyoudou takes out a bag with gold coins that he always carries in case of need. He buys something for the road since he was a bit hungry after all, and buys roast chicken. In the present. We see Kang sitting in the chair of his ship, but he was watching what those who ended up in other dimensions or timelines were doing. Kang. I see that these are advancing and that stay, and that I invented these rings in my free time, seeing the rings he invented. At that Kang gets up, and then he goes out and with his rings he manages to build a high-tech castle. Kang rings also have the function of building just by thinking about it. Kang, upon finishing building his castle, makes a statement saying that the world now belongs to him and all those who dare to challenge him will pay the consequences. In a building. We see Izuku with his Spider-Man suit, but it had some changes. Now it had the following design. This one swings and then sees something and sees that several drones appear and he hides to see what happens. Spider-Man. This is bad, that Kang guy is up to no good, seriously. And that one of the drones detects Spider-Man, but the arachnid hides and then jumps on the drone and manages to deactivate it, and then he manages to hack it, but it was not easy because it was technology from another era, but he saw that it had instructions. Elsewhere. We see a woman identical to Rias. It was Sarah Belova, Rias' twin sister, but she was wearing a white suit. Sarah was betrayed like her sister, but she was able to escape before they made her sterile. Luckily, no one could do anything to make her sterile. But Sarah was trained by her sister and was busy saving civilians and killing various monsters during the alien invasions. Sarah. Where did this Kang guy come from? It would be. She would pull out a weapon that gave her laughs, and it was a laser weapon with infinite ammo. Sarah. I hope to defeat these drones, would be. After that Sarah went somewhere else and met Izuku, and he explained to her about Kang, since Issei warned him about Kang before being sent to another timeline. Izuku. We must do something to stop Kang and bring the others back, but I know that Sato will find a solution. He can return without any problem, but how will the others do it? Seriously. Sarah. Where and when are the others, would be. Izuku, Nolo C, Sirio. And that Izuku shows the drone that he was able to reprogram with some difficulty, but he was able to do it. After that, they both used the drone to spy on Kang, but luckily there was no trace of the hacking. But Basara. This ended in a different time and saw that he was on a pirate ship, but it was the same as the Black Pearl. But then he saw that in front of him there was a girl with a pirate theme, but he knows that she is a real pirate. Who are you and how did you get on my ship, it would be. Basara. Oh, I didn't know this was your ship, but I'm Basara Barton and you are curious. Where are my manners? I'm Ann, and by the way, what clothes are those? Looking at Basara's clothes. Basara. It's my uniform, but I don't know how I ended up here. The last thing I remember is that a crazy person hit me on the head, seriously. And? I see, hey, if you want to stay on my ship you must be part of my crew, it would be. Asara. Well, it's either that or walk the plank, seriously. And? You decide, it would be. Asara. Okay, I'll be part of the crew, but I know where to find treasure, smiling. And? Seriously where, excited. Asara. Well, there is an island a few kilometers from here, let's go there, and maybe we'll find a treasure there, smiling. And? Well said, now that you are part of my crew, I must give you something, it would be. Then she went to the cabin and gave him a black trench coat. Asara. I don't deny it, it's comfortable, smiling. After that, he started sailing the ship because Anne asked him to, and then they went to explore the seas. With Hyoudou. This ended in a different time where he saw that he was in Paris, France, but he was in a time when the Eiffel Tower did not yet exist. But in that he saw war, but in that he saw some soldiers attacking a woman, but in that he intervenes. Hyoudou. Hey you guys, seriously. At that moment the guards pointed their weapons at him when they saw the intruder standing in front of them. Guard. Get out of here before we kill you, arrogant. Hyoudou. You guys are idiots, you don't know who you're dealing with, seriously. Then he presses a button on his armor and becomes giant, surprising the guards, and then he kicks them away and then returns to his normal size. How did you do that? Surprised. Hyoudou. It's a long story, but I'm Hyoudou Lang, but you are curious. I'm Elise de Lasserre, but well thanks for the help, I need your help to find Germain, it would be. Hyoudou. Wait, I remember, it's from the game Assassin's Creed Unity. Germain was the villain and the one responsible for ordering the killing of Elise's father, maybe he can prevent his death. Elise. Will you help me? Curious. Hyoudou. Okay, serious. In that, both went to another place, but Hyoudou would be in charge of preventing Elise from dying, but apparently she was real, but the rest of the game was not, except of course some details. Elsewhere. We see Urza with Leon and Miku with their respective outfits, but Urza then decides to use her powers where a red aura covers her. Urza. Don't worry, I can get you out of here, it would be. She focuses on that and manages to open a portal to a time, and they manage to get to where Wakanda is, and they saw that it was the time of the dinosaurs. Leon. Look at the dinosaurs, surprised. Miku. But why are there mammals if it is assumed that they arrived after the dinosaurs became extinct, it would be. In that, the three arrive to where Wakanda is and surprisingly see her embracing a cave woman. Urza. Wakanda, what are you doing with her, it would be. Wakanda. Oh girls, this is Camille, smiling. Camille. Hello, smiling. Leon. Wait, how can you speak Spanish? Surprised. Camille. Simple, I have a lot of intelligence and I am one of the few who can speak, it would be. Leon. That explains a lot, it would be. Wakanda. And how did they get here, curious. Urza. That's because of my magic, now we must return to our time, it would be. Wakanda. Yes, I will go, but I want Camille to accompany me. I'm not going to abandon her, seriously. Leon. Girls, besides, nothing will change, I could see that she doesn't have family or friends, seriously. Camille. How do you know that? Surprised. Leon. It's a long explanation, but I can tell you along the way, it would be. Then that Urza opens a portal where everyone enters and went to look for the others. Elsewhere. We see Hyoudou in his falcon suit where he saw that he was in a time where he saw that there was a war. But then he saw that some missiles were there, but then he activated his wings and started to fly. He saw that the missiles were going after him, but then he would take something out of his pocket and he had a laser weapon that they gave him in case it was necessary. He shoots at the missiles and they explode, and then he reaches an area where he saw that they were the Nazis. Hyoudou. Nazis already know about World War II, seriously. He hides in that so that the Nazis don't see him, but then he saw that he was in Switzerland, where he has to figure out how to return to the era. In the present. We see how Lincoln found out what was happening and the arrival of Kang, where he brought out a new invention, and it was a portable time machine. Lincoln. It looks like a simple detector, but it's a portable time machine, seriously. He then went to meet with Izuku to tell him a plan to stop Kang. Kang the Conqueror is managing to take over the Earth. The Avengers will return in time to stop him. What will happen? See it in the next chapter. Chapter 40. The Kang Dynasty, Part 3. Previously we saw how the other Avengers fell into the portals opened by Kang the Conqueror where they ended up in different timelines, but some managed to find a way to return. But what they didn't know was that Kang was conquering the world, but the heroes who are there plot something to stop Kang the Conqueror and bring the others. But some met historical people, but Wakanda took Camille. Present. We are with Sato, but he was being kissed by Cleopatra since she had fallen in love with him, but Sato didn't know what to do since he knows that something is not right because she was a historical figure. Cleopatra. Oh, I love you, Sato, blushing. Sato. Yo, nervous. Cleopatra. Look, Sato, many men only saw me for my body, but you are special. You saw something more, you saw my feelings, blushing. Sato. Really, surprised. Cleopatra. That's why I ask you, I want you to be mine, blushing. Sato. I don't know, look, I'm not from this era, seriously. Cleopatra. What are you talking about? Confused. Sato. You see, I'm from the future, and if you don't believe me, look at this, seriously. He concentrates on this and manages to open a portal by turning his hand. Cleopatra. What is that? Confused. Sato. It's a portal, but now I made it to return home, I must go, seriously. Sato was about to leave, but Cleopatra took him by the hands because she didn't want him to leave her side. Cleopatra. Sato, I don't want you to go, sad. Sato. But this is wrong, you are from this time, and I am from the future, seriously. Cleopatra. Please don't leave me my love, with puppy dog eyes. Sato, seeing this, decides not to leave her, but then he crosses the portal, but she accompanies him. However, Sato doesn't know that something could happen if Cleopatra wasn't there, so he leaves a clone to avoid altering the course of history. In the present, we see how Lincoln and Izuku were planning a new strategy where they could distract Kang so that Izuku could stop Kang, and when they arrive at the castle, Kang appears. Kang. So you dare to invade my castle, huh, mockingly. Lincoln. Kang, you won't get away with this, seriously. Kang. It's too late, I've got my way, but now I have to get rid of some loose ends, seriously. In that the villain fights against the two heroes, but in that Lincoln shoots him with a laser that hits Kang. But the laser did not hurt Kang, since his suit protects him from laser weapons, and in that Kang uses his rings to open a portal where Lincoln is absorbed, but before Izuku is absorbed, Lincoln shoots Kang with another laser that distracts him, and the portal closed, but Izuku stayed there. Ice. He was fighting against enemy forces where he used his armor to fight where he demonstrated many skills in combat, and after that Myling approached him to see if he was hurt, and luckily he had no wounds. Issei. This is good, but now I must go find the others, seriously. Myling. I want to go with you, Issei, begging. Issei. It's okay, but you must say goodbye to the others so they see that you won't leave without saying goodbye, seriously. Myling went to say goodbye to the others and the princess, saying that she already found a good replacement, and it was the warrior Ying who agreed to be the new guardian of the princess, and after that Issei and Myling left on a boat, and then Issei uses the power of the gems to leave the place, but before entering the portal. Issei. Myling, you should know that I am from another era, seriously. Myling. Why do you say that? Confused. Issei. You'll know, seriously. Then both entered the portal where they go to Issei's time, but as Myling was not such a famous warrior because she was not in the history books, time would not be altered. But Basara. This was on Anne's ship where they arrived at the island where Basara says there is a treasure, but then an enemy ship appears. Basara. Anne is attacking us, seriously. In that Anne defends her ship, but based on that she takes out her explosive arrows, where she destroys the enemy ship with the enemy pirates. The two members of Anne's crew watched as Basara destroyed the enemy ship with arrows. Leslie, a member of Anne's crew. Doris, another member of Anne's crew. Leslie. You saved our lives, smiling. Doris. You are our hero, Basara, smiling. Anne. Now let's go for the treasure, smiling. Based on that, he feels a bad feeling where he sees how the sky darkens and thunder began to sound and lightning strikes. Basara. This is going to get ugly, worried. At that moment the waves get bigger due to the storm where the ship barely manages to maintain the course, but there are several rocks, and the ship ends up crashing, and a large rock that was on top falls on the ship breaking it. Basara, seeing the girls in that state, even though they are pirates, decides to help them and saves them, but several rays fall on him, hurting him, and then a big wave came. The girls would wake up in the lifeboat but saw in the distance that their ship was destroyed by the storm, but Basara was giving no signs of life or so they thought. Anne. Basara, worried. Then she checks Basara and gives him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to save him, where Basara regains consciousness. Basara. Oh, my head hurts. Leslie. Basara, what happened, worried. Basara. The storm destroyed the ship, but at least I was able to save them by putting them in the lifeboat to prevent them from being crushed or worse drowned, it would be. Doris. Now where are we going, curious. Basara. It's an island, seeing an island in the distance. Then they arrive at the island where they first look for something to eat because they had no food. Han Lincoln. This ends in a time where he realizes that there are soldiers with a symbol on their clothing, and this was the next one. Lincoln. Wait, I know that symbol, the Nazis. That means I was in the 1940s when World War II happened, since it can't be the first one because that one happened in 1914, seriously. The albino hides from the Nazis so they don't see him, but then he went to a place where the Nazis couldn't see him and saw that there were many Jews there. But in that he would collide with someone where he would see that it was a girl older than him by a few years. Lincoln. Wait, I know who she is, she's Anne Frank. Oh, I remember when I saw her story on Tic-Tac-Draw. Anna. I'm sorry I didn't see you, sad. Lincoln. No, it was my fault, I couldn't see where I was going, seriously. Anna. Hey, who are you? I haven't seen you anywhere, curious. Lincoln. My name is Lincoln Banner and you must be Anne Frank, smiling. Anna. How do you know my name? Curious. Lincoln. You have it on a badge, points to a small plate on Anna's jacket. Anna. Oh right, hey, you were hiding from the Nazis, curious. Lincoln. Yes, but I'm not Jewish, but I won't take any risks, seriously. Anna. I see, surprised. While that was happening we see Urza and the others arriving at a different time. Hyoudou, on the other hand, did well during the time of the Roman Empire, as he had a duel in which he won, and everyone applauded him for such a demonstration, but Roxanne was impressed by his skills. We see Hyoudou who was with Roxanne where both eat chicken, but Hyoudou cooked it in an oven that he created with stones. Hyoudou. At least this is getting interesting, smiling. Roxanne. What do you call this? Curious. Hyoudou. Roast chicken, smiling. And that he cooks the chicken where after a while the chicken was ready where he cuts it and eats chicken with Roxanne. When they finish eating a portal opens where Hyoudou is on alert and Roxanne takes out her sword to fight. But they saw that it was Urza and the other heroines along with Wakana, but they saw that Hyoudou was with a Roman warrior. Urza. I see this is the Roman Empire, it would be. Hyoudou. Girls, how did you get here? Curious. Miku. We must go Hyoudou, seriously. Hyoudou. I'm sorry girls, but I have to do something before we go, seriously. Roxanne. Go away, what are you talking about? Serious and curious. Hyoudou had to explain to her that he comes from another era, but Roxanne, seeing everything that just happened, believes him, but then they announce an invasion. Hyoudou. I'll make people believe we died in the battle, and then we can leave without raising suspicions, seriously. Then the battle happens, but then they leave fake corpses to make people believe they died. Roxanne decides to leave with Hyoudou, and then they went back to the present, but with some companions. With Shido. This one was with Elise where they see Germain, but he had the Sword of Eden. Shido then makes a move, shrinks to attack Germain by surprise, and in a careless moment, he manages to take away his sword. Then he returns to his normal size where he uses the sword to stun Germain, and Elise takes the opportunity to kill him. Shido. I'll keep the sword, seriously. Elise. Now I will avenge my father, it would be. Shido. Well now I must go Elise, do you want to come with me? Smiling. Elise. Yes, smiling. After that, they both leave the place, and a portal opens where Sato and Cleopatra come out, where Elise is surprised. Shido. Sato, how did you get here, curious. Sato. I could detect your energy, now we must go, seriously. After that they left, but Shido told Elise that he would explain everything later, but they had to leave as quickly as possible. In the present. Kang was fighting against Izuku wherein that the hero fights against the villain, but in that Kang was going to use his rings, and before he could do it, Sarah attacks him where Kang gets distracted, and then Izuku comes up with another strategy. Sarah is then subdued by Kang, but then she breaks free, but the villain was already tired of playing. Kang. This ends now, annoyed. He used his rings, but nothing was happening, and when he checked his fingers he realized a detail. His rings were not there. Izuku. Is this what you're looking for? Mockingly, with Kang's rings on his fingers. Kang. Nuo, shocked. In that he tries to take the rings from Kang, but unfortunately he doesn't succeed, and in that Sarah subdues him and takes away the technology of the suit, leaving him in an embarrassing situation. Izuku. This is for my friends, annoyed. In that he uses the rings to then open two portals where Kang falls into one and comes out in another where he ends up vomiting. Then Sarah takes him out of there to subdue him, and in that a portal opens where Sato and the others come out, and then the others where Issei and the others see that Kang was defeated and without his rings. Izuku. Good thing you're back, smiling. Issei. You and Ria's sister defeated Kang, smiling. But then Kang's drones appear and attack, but the drone they reprogrammed made the drones attack each other. Izuku's plan was to put a virus in the drone to make the others have the same virus and attack each other. Shido. Basara is still missing, seriously. Izuku. I'll take care of that, seriously. In that, this one with Kang's rings manages to see where the Basara is with some pirates on another ship. Izuku uses the rings and Issei makes a snap, making the ship appear in the present with the ship and everything, but for obvious reasons outside the castle. Basara saw that he was back in his time, but the girls saw that they were somewhere else. Basara. Girls, I'll explain everything to you later, seriously. After that, Izuku mentions that Lincoln is missing, but he has a portable time machine. Lincoln. He knows Anne Frank best, but also her older sister Margot. But it happens when the Nazis find the Frank family, but Lincoln saw how Anna and Margot's parents were going to sacrifice themselves, but he uses a flash grenade to distract the Nazis and then uses the portable time machine. When everything becomes clear, the Nazis saw that the Frank family escaped and the others went somewhere else because Lincoln sent the other Jewish family to a country where they would live well, and that was Mexico, since the Nazis do not have access to that country. In the present, the albino arrived with the Frank family, but when he realized that he went to check if the present was altered, but when he checked the history books unexpectedly, the present did not change much. It's not the power of the script, since this was also seen in Endgame, since although Thanos was killed before he started Infinity War, the present didn't change. After that, the Avengers lock Kang in a prison where he cannot escape, and it was the prison cube where he cannot escape in any way. With the rings they make all of Kang's robots disappear and return the base to normal, and thus the Avengers prevented Kang from conquering their world. Now Kang was defeated, but there is still Issei Dr. Doom, but he will not arrive soon. What will happen? See it in the next chapter. End of chapter. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.